Section 38 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Section 38. A Mother's Confession. I come now to a part of my story, resumed Lady Estella, that I would fain pass over in silence, but as it touches the matter that brought me here, I am obliged to tell you. The proud, fair woman buried her face in her hands as she spoke, and Earle understood how terrible was the struggle between her need of help and her pride. When she raised her face again, it was ghastly white. Captain Studley had been gone 4 months, she gasped, when I knew that the most terrible of all my trials had come to me, that I should be the mother of a child. For a long time, for days and weeks, I was in the most terrible despair. I often wonder, she said musingly, how it was that the agony of my shame did not kill me. I cannot understand it even now. I did think in those days of killing myself, but I was not brave enough. I lacked the courage. Yet I do not think anyone in the wide world ever suffered so greatly. There was I, sole daughter of that ancient house, flattered, beloved, courted, feted, the envy of all who knew me, with a secret bitter as death, black as sin. At last, when I found myself obliged to seek assistance, I went to Lady Agnes Delapan and told her all. Her amazement and dread of the consequences were at first appalling to me. After the first expressions of surprise and regret, she said, "So you were married to him all the time? I never suspected it." She was very kind to me, kinder 1,000 times than I deserved. She did not reproach me, but when she had recovered, she said, "Estella, I feel it is more than half my fault. I should never have allowed you to meet him here. I should not have dared had I foreseen the end. I felt sorry because you seemed to like each other, but I have done wrong." I laid my head on her shoulder. "What am I to do?" I moaned. "I see no help for it now, Estella. However averse you may be, you must tell the Duchess." Then I clung to her, weeping and saying, "I dare not, I would rather die." "But my dear Estella," she interrupted, "you must, indeed you must. I see no help for it." I remember standing up with a white, haggard face and beating heart. "If you will not help me, Agnes, I must tell her, but I shall do it in my own fashion. I shall write a letter to her, and kill myself before she receives it. I will never look my mother in the face again after she knows." "Then what is to be done, Estella?" "Be my friend, as you have always been. You have had more experience than I have had. You know the world better than I know it. You are older than I am. Help me, Agnes." "You mean help you to keep the secret of your marriage?" she asked. "I do, and in asking you that, I ask for my life itself. The one depends on the other." Lady Agnes sat quite silent for some minutes. Then she said, "I will do it, Estella. Perhaps in making this promise I am wrong, as I am in everything else, but I will help you for the sake of the love that was between us when we were happy young girls." I had no words in which to thank her. It really seemed to me as though the burden of my trouble were for the time removed from me to her. "How will it be?" I asked her. "Give me time to think, Estella. I must arrange it all in my own mind first. Do not come near me for 3 days." At the end of that time my mother received a letter from Lady Agnes, urging her to allow me to go with her to Switzerland. She was not strong, and required change of air. My mother had implicit faith and confidence in Lady Delapan. "You have not been looking well lately, Estella," she said to me. "It will do you good to go." Ah me, what a weight those few words took from my mind. Then Lady Agnes called upon us, and spoke to my mother about our little tour. "We shall enjoy ourselves after our own fashion," she said. "Lord Delapan goes with us as far as Interlachen, and there he will leave us for a time. You may safely trust Lady Estella with me." My mother had not the slightest idea that anything was unusual. The only thing that embarrassed me was that she insisted upon taking my maid, Lynne, with me. When I told this to Lady Agnes, she was, like myself, dismayed for a few minutes. Then she said calmly, "It will not matter. We should have been obliged to take someone into our confidence, as well Lynne as another. We must tell her of the marriage." So it was all settled, and I, taking my terrible secret with me, went abroad. There is no need to linger over the details. No suspicion of the truth was ever whispered. We took Lynne into our confidence, and my baby was born in Switzerland. Ah, you look astonished. Now you know why I am here. Doris is my child. Earl was too bewildered for one moment to speak. Then a low cry of wonder and dismay came from his lips. "Doris is your daughter," he repeated. "Lady Hereford, this must be a dream." "Would to heaven it were!" she cried. "It is almost fatally true. Ah me, if I could but wake up and find it a long dark dream. When my little daughter was some weeks old, we had a letter which caused us some agitation. My father and mother were on the road to join us, and would be with us in 2 days. They were at Berne. "What shall we do?" I asked again of my clear-headed, trustworthy friend. As usual, she was quite ready for the emergency. "We must do something decisive at once," she replied. "Send away the child to England without an hour's delay. I will telegraph to Berne to say that we have already left Interlaken, and shall be at Berne tomorrow." There could be no delay. I sat down to think where it would be possible to send the little one. It seemed strange to own such a thing, but I assure you that I did not feel any overwhelming affection for the child. She was lovely as a poet's dream, the fairest little cherub that was ever seen, but already in that infantile face there was a gleam of the Studley beauty. She will be like her race, I thought, faithless and debonair. Perhaps the keen anger that I felt against her father, the sorrow and the shame that he has caused me, prevented me from loving her. Therefore I did not feel any sorrow at parting with her. I might have been a better woman, Earle Moray, if I had been a happier one. I could think of no one. Leeson suggested that if the child be taken by some farmer's wife on the estate, it would be the best thing, as in that case I would see it sometimes, and should, at least, know its whereabouts. Then I bethought myself how often I had heard my father speak of honest Mark Brace. The next moment the whole plan came to me. I told Leeson, and she approved of it. You have probably heard the story of the finding of Doris. There is no need for me to repeat it. It was Leeson who left the child at the farmer's gate, and waited under the shadow of one of the trees until it was taken indoors. It is I who send the money, and I have seen the child twice. Once when she was young, and the Studley look in her face frightened me, although my heart yearned to her. Then the sense of my unhappiness, of my false position, of my terrible secret, made me so wretched that I became seriously ill. My father took me away from England, and I was away many years. I saw her again, not so very long since, and she was one of the loveliest girls that could be imagined, yet still with the Studley face, faithless and debonair. But this time my heart warmed to her. She was so beautiful, so graceful. I was proud of her, and she told me of you. She said she was going to marry Earle Moray, gentleman and poet." "Heaven bless her," interrupted Earle, with quivering lips. "Still," continued Lady Estelle, "I was not quite satisfied. I saw in her her father's faults repeated. My heart found no rest in her, or it would have been a misery to lose sight of her again. I did think that when you were married, you and she, I might see more of her. She would be the wife of a poet whom we should all be proud to know. Now listen to what I want from you, Earle Moray. In all the wide world you love Doris best. I want you to find her. Yesterday I heard that her father, my husband, is no longer a penniless younger son, that he has succeeded to the earldom of Linleigh, and will return home. I should have told you that Lady Agnes Delapan died 2 years after our return from Switzerland, so that no living person knows our secret except Leeson and yourself. Before she died, she wrote to my husband to tell him all about Doris. He seems to have extended his indifference even to her, for beyond acknowledging the letter and saying that he really sympathized in my fears, he has never taken the least notice of her. Now all is different. He will be Earl of Linleigh, and she will be Lady Doris Studley, and I dare not stand between my child and her rights. Do you understand?" "No," he replied quietly, "you could not do that. It would not be honorable." "So that I must have her here. I will not see him until she is with me. I shall write to him and beg of him not to come and see me until I send for him. He will do me that small grace, and I shall not send for him until you bring her to me." "Then you will keep your secret no longer?" said Earle. "I cannot. If my husband had remained Captain Studley, I might have kept it until my death, but as Earl of Linleigh, he is sure to claim me, either as his wife to live with him, or that he may sue me for a divorce." "Pardon the question," said Earle, "but would you live with him?" A dull red flush covered her face. "If I ever loved anything on earth," she cried passionately, "it was my husband. I have known no other love." "What is it you want me to do?" asked Earle. "I want you to go and find her. No one loves her as you do. Love has keen instincts, and you will find her because you love her. Find her, tell her she is Earl of Linleigh's daughter, that she must come to take her proper position in the world, but do not tell her who is her mother." "I will obey you implicitly," he replied. Then she raised her fair, proud face to his. "Mine is a strange story, is it not?" she asked. "Yes, truth is stranger than fiction," he replied. "It is a shameful story, is it not?" she continued. "It is not a good one," he said frankly. She smiled at the honest reply. "You do not know," she said, "how my heart has turned to you since Doris spoke of the gentleman and poet. Aristocrat as I am, I do not think any man could have a grander title. To your honor as a gentleman, I trust my secret. You will never betray it." He bowed low. "I would rather die," he said. "I believe you implicitly. This time, at least, my instinct has not failed me. I am safe in trusting you. Now, tell me, have you the faintest clue as to where Doris has gone?" "Not the smallest. She has gone abroad, that is all I know." "Then do you also go abroad? Remember that no money, no trouble, no toil must be spared. She must be found. Go first to France, to the cities most frequented by the English, then to Italy. For heaven's sake find her, and bring her back to Brackenside. When she is once here, I can bear the rest. You will not fail me. Write as often as you can, and heaven speed you." He felt his own hand clasped in hers, then she placed a roll of banknotes in it. Next moment she was gone, and Earle sat there alone, breathless with surprise. Section 39 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Section 39, A Clue at Last. "I feel very much," thought Earle, "as though I had been dreaming in one of the fairy circles. That proud, fair woman with such a story, and she, Doris's mother. Doris, my golden-haired love, whom I have been loving, believing her to be some helpless waif or stray. Doris, belonging to the Studleys and the proud Duke of Downsbury. What will she say? Great heavens, what will she say when she learns this?" Then the task before him might well have dismayed a braver man. He had to find her. The whole world lay before him, and he had to search all over it. Was she in Italy, Spain, or France, or had she gone even further away? He thought of the proud lady's words: "Love has keen instincts. You will find her because you love her." He would certainly do his best, nor would he delay. That day should see the commencement of his labor. Then he began to think. Surely an ignorant, inexperienced girl could not have left home, have found herself a situation as governess without someone to help her. Who would that someone be? One of her old schoolfellows? She had made no more recent acquaintances. He bethought himself of Mattie, always so quick, so bright, so intelligent, so ready to solve all difficulties. He would go to her. He went, and Mattie wondered at the unusual gravity of his face. "I have been thinking of Doris," he said, in answer to her mute, reproachful glance. "I wonder, Earle," she said, "when will you think of anything else?" "I want to ask you something, Mattie. Sit down here. Spare me 2 or 3 minutes. Tell me, has it ever seemed to you that someone must have helped Doris, or she could not have found a situation as she did?" For one moment the kindly brown eyes rested with a troubled glance on his face. "It has occurred to me often," she replied, "but I cannot imagine who would do it." "Did she ever talk to you about any of her schoolfellows?" he asked. "No, none in particular. Why, Earle? Tell me what you were thinking about." "I should have some clue as to her whereabouts, I am convinced, if I could but discover that." She looked steadily at him. "Earle," she asked, in a low, pained voice, "are you still thinking of going in search of her?" He remembered the morning's interview, and would have felt some little relief if he could have shared the secret with Mattie, but he said: "Yes, I am still determined, and, to tell you a secret that I do not intend telling anyone else, I intend to go this very day." He saw her lips whiten and quiver as though from some sudden sharp pain, but it never struck him that this quiet, kindly girl had enshrined him in her heart of hearts. She was quicker of instinct when any wish of his was in question than at any other time. Suddenly she raised her eyes to his face, and he saw in them the dawn of a new idea. "There is one person," she said, "whom we have quite overlooked, and who is very likely to have helped Doris." "Who is that?" he asked quickly. "The artist, Gregory Leslie." and they looked at each other in silence, each feeling sure that the right chord had been struck. Then Earl said gravely, "Strange, but I never once thought of him." "Doris talked so much to him while he was here," said Mattie, "and from his half bantering remarks I think he understood thoroughly how much she disliked the monotony of home. He has very probably found the situation for her." "I should think so too, but for one thing. He was an honorable man, and he would not have helped her run away from me." "Perhaps she deceived him. In any case, I think it worth trying," she replied. "Heaven bless you, Mattie," said Earle. "You are always right. Do not tell anyone where I have gone. I shall go to London at once. I will send a note to my mother by one of the men. Goodbye. Heaven bless you, my dear sister who was to have been." "Who will be," cried Mattie, "whether you marry Doris or not." He wrote a few simple words to his mother, saying merely, "Do not be alarmed at my absence. I cannot rest. I have gone to find Doris. I shall write often and return when I have found her." "Poor mother," he said to himself with a sigh. "I have given her nothing but sorrow of late." Then he went quietly to Brington railway station, and was just in time to catch the train for London. Gregory Leslie was astonished that evening at seeing Earle enter his studio, and held out a hand to him in warmest welcome. Earle looked first at the artist, then at his hand. "Can I take it?" he asked. "Is it a loyal hand?" Gregory Leslie laughed aloud. "Bless the boy, the poet, I ought to say. What does he mean?" "I mean, in all simplicity, just what I say," said Earle. "Is it the hand of a loyal man?" "I have never been anything save loyal to you," replied the artist, wondering more and more at Earle's strange manner. "I shall understand you better in a short time," he said. "How ill you look! Your face is quite changed." "I have been ill for some weeks," said Earle. "I am well now." "And how are they all at Brackenside? The honest farmer and his kindly wife, bright, intelligent Miss Mattie, and last, though by no means least, my lovely model, Miss Innocence?" "They are all well at Brackenside," said Earle, evasively. But the artist looked keenly at him, and from the tone of his voice he felt sure that all was not well. Then Earle sat down, and there was a few minutes' silence. At length he roused himself with a sigh. "Mr. Leslie," he said, "when you were leaving Brackenside you called me friend, and said that you would do anything to help me. I have come to prove if your words are true." "I am sure they are," replied Mr. Leslie, as he looked pityingly on the worn, haggard face. "You may prove them in any way you will." Then he smiled. "Has Miss Innocence been unkind to you, that you look so dull?" "That does not sound as though he knew anything about her going," thought Earle, "and if he does not, I am indeed at sea." Then he looked at the artist. It was an honest face, although the lips curled satirically, and there was a gleam of mischief in the keen eyes. "Is it a lover's quarrel, Earle?" he asked. "No, it is more than that," replied Earle. "Tell me, Mr. Leslie, has Doris written to you since you left Brackenside?" An expression of blank wonder came into the artist's face. "Yes," he replied. "She wrote to me twice. Each time it was to thank me for papers and critics that I had sent her." "Is that all?" said Earle. "That is all, indeed. I did not preserve the letters. I have a fatal habit of making pipe lights of them." "Did she tell you in those letters that she was tired of Brackenside, Mr. Leslie?" "No, they were both written in excellent spirits, I thought. I do not remember that there was any mention of home, or anyone, in fact. I am sure there was not." "Did she ask you to help her find a situation?" said Earle. "No, indeed she never did. At Brackenside she pretended often enough to be tired of the place and want to go elsewhere, but I never paid any serious attention to it. You see, Earle, if you will love a woman who has all the beauty of a rainbow, you must be content to abide by all her caprices. I am sure she has done something to pain you. Earle, tell me what it is." "I will tell you," said Earle. "At first I thought that you had helped her, but now I believe I am mistaken. She has left home unknown to any of us. She has gone abroad as governess." Gregory Leslie gave a little start of incredulity and surprise. "Gone abroad," he repeated. "I can believe that easily, but as governess I can never imagine that." "She says so. She left 2 letters, and they both tell the same story." "If I should believe it," said Gregory Leslie, "I should most certainly say, 'Heaven help the children taught by the fair Doris.' Candidly speaking, I should not like to be one of them." "You do not believe it, then, Mr. Leslie?" "If you will have me speak frankly, I do not. Of all the young ladies I have ever met, I think her the least likely to become a governess, by choice, that is." Earl looked at him blankly. It had never entered his mind to disbelieve what she had written. That threw a fresh light upon the matter. "Tell me about it," the artist said, after a few minutes. And Earl did as he was requested. Gregory Leslie listened in silence. "I know nothing about it," he said, after a time. "It is quite natural that you should imagine that I did, but I do not. She has never mentioned it to me. I understand now what you meant by being loyal. Let me say that, for your sake, if she had asked me to help her in any such a scheme, I should have refused." "I believe it. There is one thing," said Earl. "I have sworn to find her, and find her I will. Can you suggest to me any feasible or sensible plan of search?" He uttered a little cry of amaze, for Gregory Leslie was looking at him with a startled expression in his face. "Strange," he said. "I have only just thought of it. You remember my picture of Innocence?" "Yes," said Earl. "Well, there was a great deal of jealousy among my comrades over that face. They all wanted to know where I had found it, who was my model, where she lived. One wanted just a face for his grand picture of Juliet. Another thought it the very thing for his Marie Antoinette, in the zenith of her glory and beauty. Another declared that if he could but paint it as Cleopatra, his fortune would be made. Of course I would not, and did not dream for one moment of gratifying their curiosity. Perhaps the most curious among them was Ross Glynlyn. He prayed me to tell him, and was offended when I refused. Now I remember that a few days ago he called upon me in a state of great triumph. He had just returned from Italy. "I have found your model," he said. "You need not have been so precise. I thought no good would come of such secrecy." "What model do you mean?" I asked. "Your model of Innocence. I have seen the very face you copied," he replied. "Indeed, where did you see it?" "In Italy, in a picture gallery at Florence. She is incomparably beautiful, but how on earth you managed to induce her to sit for her portrait, I cannot imagine. They say she is the most exclusive lady in Florence." "Indeed," I said gravely. "It is true. I saw her twice, once in the gallery, and once in the carriage with her husband." Then I laughed aloud. "My dear Ross," I said, "I have let you wander on because you have told me such a strange story. It seemed quite sad to interrupt you. You are perfectly wrong. To begin with, the young lady whose face I copied is young and unmarried. In the second place, I can answer for it, she has never been near Italy. She is, I know for certain, preparing to marry a gentleman with whom I am well acquainted." He looked sullen and unconvinced. "You may say what you will," he retorted. "I swear it was the same face." "And I swear that it was not," I replied. So the matter ended. But, Earl, could it be that Ross Glynlyn spoke the truth, and she is in Florence?" "But he said the lady was married," said Earl. "That might be a mistake. It seems to me a clue worth following up." And Earl thought the same. End of section 39. Section 40 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Section 40. I claim you as my own. I will never release you. "I call this a coincidence," said Gregory Leslie as the studio door opened and a gentleman entered. "A strange coincidence. If I had read it in a novel, I should not have believed it." Earl looked up inquiringly as a handsome young man with a clever, artistic face entered the room. "Am I a coincidence?" inquired the newcomer. "I did not say that, but decidedly your coming is one. Mr. Glynlyn, allow me to introduce you, Mr. Moray." The two gentlemen saluted each other with a smile, each feeling attracted by the other's face. Then Mr. Leslie turned to his brother artist. "It is strange that you should come in just at this moment, Ross. I was telling Mr. Moray how certain you were that you had seen the original of Innocence in Florence." "So I did," replied Ross. "You may contradict me as much as you like. It is not probable that I should make any mistake. The lady I saw had precisely the same face as the picture. It was the original herself, or her twin sister." "She has no twin sister," said Earl, incautiously. "Ah, you know her, then," continued Mr. Glynlyn. "I assure you that I made no mistake. Our friend here may make as much mystery as he will. I am amazed that he should give me such little credit. Why should I say it if it were not true? And how could I possibly mistake that face or any other? If you know the young lady, you can in all probability corroborate what I say, namely, that she is in Florence." "I cannot do so," said Earle, "for I am perfectly ignorant of her whereabouts." Then he shook hands with the artist, for it seemed to him every moment spent there was lessening his chance of finding Doris. He would start at once for Florence. It was a frail clue, after all, feeble and weak, yet well worth following. Of course it was a mistake about her being married. She was a governess, not a married lady, yet that mistake seemed to him of very little consequence. The only doubt was that having made one mistake, was it likely that the artist had made another? "Goodbye," said Gregory Leslie in answer to the farewell words of Earle. "Goodbye. You will let me hear how you get on?" Then he went. He never rested day or night until he was in Florence. Then, exhausted by the long journey, he was compelled to seek repose. He did what was wisest and best in going at once to the best hotel, the one most frequented by the English. There he made many inquiries. There were many English in Florence, but he did not hear of any young lady who was particularly beautiful. The people at the hotel spoke freely enough. They discussed every one and everything, but he heard no allusion to anyone who in the least degree resembled Doris. When he had rested himself, he began his search in Florence. At first it seemed quite hopeless. He went through the churches, though he owned to himself that he need not hope to find her there. He went almost daily to the principal places of public resort. No evening passed without his going to the opera, but he never caught sight of a face like hers. Once he followed a girl with golden hair all through the principal streets of Florence. When he came nearer to her, he saw that the hair was neither so bright, so silky, or so abundant as that of Doris. The girl turned her face. It was not the fair, lovely face of the girl he worshipped. He spent many hours each day in the picture galleries. Some of the fairest pictures hung before his eyes, yet he, whose love for art and beauty was so passionate, he never even saw them. He feared to look at the pictures on the wall, lest he should miss one of the living faces. He saw many, but among them he never saw her. He spent a week in this fashion, and then his heart began to fail him. It was impossible that she should be in Florence, or surely before this he must have seen her. He wrote to Gregory Leslie and told him of his failure. "I am afraid either your friend is mistaken, or that she has gone away," he said. "And if she is gone, where was he to look next?" Then he bethought himself if he could get an introduction to some of the principal houses in Florence, then, if any party or fete were given, he should be sure to see her. Even in this he succeeded. With the help of Gregory Leslie, he was introduced to some of the best houses in Florence. He met many English. He heard nothing of Doris. People thought he had a wonderful fancy. Whenever he heard of any English children, he never rested until he had seen them. Someone told him that Lady Clomel had 3 nice little girls. His heart beat high and fast. Perhaps Doris was the governess. Doris lived. Doris lived. He armed himself with some pretty sketches, and then asked permission to see the little ladies. Lady Clomel was much gratified. "Tell the governess to come with them," she said to the servant who went in search of them. And Earle sat down with a white face and beating heart. It was all a waste of emotion. When the governess did come, she was ugly and grey-haired. Poor Earle, he had to endure many such disappointments. "She is not in Florence," he said to himself at last. "I must go elsewhere." It was not until the hope was destroyed that he knew how strong it had been. The disappointment was bitter in the extreme. He woke one morning resolved upon leaving Florence the next day. The sun was shining, the birds singing. His thoughts flew to England, and the sweet summer mornings when he had wandered through the green lanes and fields with his love. His heart was heavy. He raised his despairing eyes to the bright heavens, and wondered how long it was to last. The morning was fair and balmy. He thought that the air would refresh him, and perhaps when he felt less jaded and tired, some inspiration might come to him where to search next. So he walked through the gay streets of sunny Florence until he came to the lovely banks of the Arno. The scene was so fair, the pretty villa shining through the trees. He walked along until he came to a green patch shaded by trees whose huge branches touched the water. There he sat down to rest. Oh, thank heaven for that few minutes' rest! He laid his head against the trunk of a tree, and bared his brow to the fresh, sweet breeze. He had been there some little time when the sound of a woman's voice aroused him, the sweet laughing tones of a woman's voice. "You may leave me," it said. "I shall not run away. I shall enjoy a rest by the river." Dear heaven, what voice was it? It touched the very depths of his heart and sent a crimson flush to his brow. For one short moment he thought he was back again in the woods of Quainton. Then his heart seemed to stop beating. Then he leaned, white, almost senseless, against the trees. Then he heard it again. "Do not forget my flowers, and remember the box for Sant'Anella. It is one of my favorite operas. Au revoir." Then there was the sound of someone walking down the river bank, the rustle of a silken dress, the half song, half murmur of a laughing voice. He saw a shadow fall between himself and the sunshine. Oh, heaven! Could it be she? He drew aside the sheltering branches and looked out. There, on the bank below him, sat a young girl. At first he could only distinguish the rich dress of violet silk and black lace. Then, when the mist cleared before his eyes, he saw the profusion of golden hair shining like the sun. Then he went towards her. "Oh, blessed sky above! Oh, shining sun! Oh, flowing river! Oh, great and merciful heaven! Was it she?" Nearer and more like the shadow of a coming fate he crept. Still she never moved. She sang of love that was to never die. Nearer and nearer he could see the white, arched neck, whose graceful turn he would have recognized anywhere. Nearer still, and he laid his hand on her shoulder. "Doris," he said. She turned quickly round. It was she. He will never forget the ghastly pallor that came over her face. She started up with a dreadful cry. "Earle! Earle, have you come to kill me?" It was some moments before he could reply. Earth and sky seemed to meet. The ripple of the river was a roar of water in his ears. His first impulse had been a fierce one. He, worn, haggard, heartbroken; she, brighter, fairer than ever, singing on the banks of the sunny Arno. Then he looked steadily at her. "No," he said slowly, "I have not come to kill you. I do not wish to kill you. Death could not deal out such a torture as your hands have dealt out to me." "Poor Earle," she said pityingly, but the pity was more than he could bear. "I am sent here," he continued, "by those who have a right to send. I do not need pity." But she looked into his changed face. "Poor Earle," she repeated, and the tone of her voice was so kind that for one moment he shuddered with dread. "I must speak to you, Doris. I have been long in finding you." "Earle," she interrupted, "what has brought you here? I am not surprised. I have always felt that, sooner or later, I should see you. What has brought you here?" "I have something to tell you," he replied. "I would have traveled the wide world over, but I would never have returned without seeing you." "But why, of all other places, did you think of Florence?" she asked. Then it seemed to him that she was simply trying to gain time and to avoid what he had to say. "Doris, I have come expressly to talk to you. Why I chose Florence matters but little. Nothing matters between us except what I have to say." "Oh, Earle," she cried, "I was so tired of Brackenside, I could not stay." "Never mind Brackenside. We will not discuss it now. Will you sit down here, Doris, while I tell you my message?" She seemed to have no thought of disobeying him. Silently enough she sat down, while he leaned against the tree. She was rather hurt to find that so much of her old influence over him seemed to be lost. She would have liked him to tremble and blush, yet he had not even sought to take her white hand in his own. He had not kissed her face, nor touched the long golden hair that he had so warmly praised. He stood looking gravely at her. Then he spoke. "Doris," he said, "in the presence of heaven you promised to be my wife. I do not absolve you from that promise, and until I do so, I claim you as my own." A hot flush crimsoned his face. Sudden passion gleamed in his eyes and quivered on his lips. "I will never release you," he cried. "Death may take you from me, but of my own free will you shall never. So help me heaven, be freed from your promise. You hear me?" "Yes," she replied in a low voice, "I hear." "As the man you have promised to marry, as the man who alone on earth has the right to question you, tell me how you are living here now." "How am I living?" she replied, raising innocent eyes to his face. "I do not quite understand what you mean." "I mean precisely what I say. With whom are you living, and what are you doing for livelihood?" "What a strange question, Earle. I told you, I am governess to some little children." "You swear that before heaven?" "Before anything or anyone you like," she replied indifferently, smiling the while to herself. Section 40.
Section 41 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marsha Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. This is your revenge, to humiliate me. I am bound to believe you, he said, although my faith in you has been terribly shaken. I ask you because I heard that you passed here as a married lady. Is that true? A keen observer might have noticed that her face grew pale, that she trembled and seemed for one moment uncertain. Is it true? Repeated Earle. In the eyes raised to his face there was such a blank innocence of expression that, in spite of his doubts, he felt ashamed of himself and his words. "You heard such a thing of me?" she said. "Why, who could have told you?" "That matters little. I heard it. Is it true?" "You puzzle me," she said, with the same startled expression. "Why should I do such a thing? Why pass myself off as married? I do not understand. You puzzle me, Earle." "Is it true or not?" he repeated. "No," she replied. "You swear that, likewise, before heaven?" "Certainly," she said promptly. "I do not understand." Then he blamed himself for being hard upon her. "We will not discuss it any more," he said. "I have other things to say to you." She looked slightly embarrassed, the fact being that she had quite lost her fear of him, and was only pondering now upon what she should do to get him away. It would never do for Lord Vivianne to return and find him there. There would be a quarrel, to say the least of it. Besides, Lord Charles was not the most patient of men. What would he do if he heard this nonsense about Earle claiming her? She had no idea of going back with Earle. Sooner or later she would tell him so. It was very awkward for her, and she heartily wished that she had never seen him. She had no idea, even ever so faint, of going back to Brackenside. She resolved that while he was talking she would settle her future plan of action. At first she hardly listened to him, then by degrees his words began to have a strong, weird interest for her. "Doris," he said, "I think I have brought the strangest message that one human being ever brought to another. Give me your full attention." She turned her beautiful face to his, thinking that he was going to say something about love or marriage. Far different were the next words that fell upon her ear. "Doris," he said, "you have always believed yourself to be the daughter of Mark and Patty Brace, have you not?" "Yes," she replied wonderingly. "What else could I believe? You are the son of Mrs. Moray, of Lindenholm, are you not?" "Certainly, but that is beside the question. You never, even in your own mind, doubted the truth of what you say?" She laughed, the little careless, sweet laugh that he remembered so well. "To tell you the truth, Earle, I never felt myself quite a Brace. The manners and tastes of those good people were so different to my own." "Then what I have to say will not shock you. You had no great love for the simple farmer and his kindly wife?" "If you wish for the truth, again I say, no. I had no great love for them. They were good in their way. That way was not mine." "So it seems," he retorted. "Then you will not suffer any great amount of pain if I tell you that Mark Brace is not your father, nor his kindly wife your mother?" "Now, Earle, you are inventing a romance to please yourself." "Does it please you, Doris? I leave inventions to yourself. I tell you the plain, honest truth. You are no relation of theirs." "Who am I, then? If you take my old identity from me, you must at least give me a new one," she said, laughingly. Her utter want of feeling and absence of all emotions annoyed him greatly. "I will tell you a story," he said. And with a grace and pathos all his own, he told the history of that night so long ago, when the little child was found at the door of the farmhouse. She looked incredulous. "Do you mean to tell me that I was that child, a wretched little foundling? I do not believe one word of it. This is your revenge, to humiliate me." "You will know better soon," he said, quietly. "Yes, you were that little child. Patty Brace took you to her arms, and honest Mark Brace treated you like his own." Her face flushed crimson, her lips curled with scorn, her eyes flashed light. "I look very much like a foundling, do I not, Earle Moray? Take your absurd stories elsewhere." She held up one white hand. "That looks like the hand of a foundling, does it not? Shame on you for trying to humiliate me. It is a pure invention. I do not believe one word of it, and I never shall." "You have only heard the commencement," he replied, coolly. "Remember, I never used the word foundling to you; you used it to yourself. It is not probable that I should do so when I know whose daughter you are." "Ah, do you know? May I ask what honorable parentage you have assigned to me? This grows amusing. Remember, before you say another word, that I distinctly refuse to believe you." "You will change your mind," he said, quietly. "I have not the least doubt that I am here to tell you the simple truth, and to take you back to your father." The impulse was strong upon her to say that she could not go, but she refrained, thinking it quite as wise and politic to hear first to what she was to return. "You must not ask me how I know your history," said Earle, "but it suffices that I know it. Let me tell you also, it did not surprise me so very much. I always thought, myself, that you were, as you say, of a different kind." He saw the color creep slowly over her face, and a new light dawn in her eyes. "You will, henceforward, occupy a very different position, Doris," he said, gravely. "Your place will be henceforth among the nobility." "Ah, that's better," she said, in a low voice. But he could see that she trembled with impatience. She had clasped her hands so tightly that the rings she wore made great dents in the tender flesh. Still, she would not betray her impatience. "Your father is a nobleman, a wealthy British peer, Earl Linleigh. You are his only child." She grew white, even to the lips, and her breath came in quick gasps. "Earl of Linleigh," she repeated. "Are you quite sure you're not mistaken, Earle?" "There is no mistake, Doris. Your name and title is now Lady Doris Studleigh. Do you like it? Does it sound well?" She drew her breath in a deep, heavy sigh. "I cannot believe it, Earle," she said. "It seems quite impossible that it should be true. It is what I used to dream when I was a child, but I never thought the dream would be realized. I cannot believe it, Earle." It was significant enough that she refused to believe him when she fancied that he wished to lower her in the social scale, but she never expressed the slightest doubt of his truth now, nor did even the faintest doubt occur to her. After the first emotion of surprise had passed, she looked at him again. "My mother," she said. "You have told me nothing about her. Who is she?" "I have nothing to tell," he said. "I have nothing to say about her. I was commissioned simply to tell you this. I may add that your father's marriage was a private one, that he was for many years in India, and is now returning home to take possession of his estates." "A private marriage," she said, slowly. "I hope he has not married beneath him." "There is no doubt but that the whole story of his marriage will be told to you," said Earle. "And now, Doris, listen to me. You must return with me. I cannot go without you. I promised that you should go back with me, and it is imperative. The marriage will not be declared until you reach home." "It is so sudden," she said. "Yes, but you surely cannot hesitate, Doris. Remember not only what awaits you, your golden future, but remember also it is your own parents who summon you." "You do not quite understand, Earle. I have no hesitation in going. Of course I shall go, but I want time to think." If you fear the people you are staying with will not be willing to let you go, it is a great mistake. They could not possibly make any objection. I will see them for you if you like." She raised her head in quick alarm. "No, I would rather not. It is not needful. Give me just 10 minutes to decide. You are just. Give me 10 minutes in silence to think." He remained mute and motionless by her side. The Arno rippled musically at her feet. Birds sang above her head. "Tell me again," she said, "what will my rank and title be?" "You will be the Lady Doris Studleigh, only daughter of the Earl of Linleigh." "And my fortune?" she interrupted. "Of that I know nothing, but I should say it must be large. You will probably be a wealthy heiress." "And there is a place waiting for me in the grand world?" "Most certainly," he replied. "Now then, let me think, Earl. I am all bewilderment and confusion. Let me arrange my ideas, then I will explain them to you." He did not know why she sat so silent, while quiver after quiver of pain passed over her face, why her hands were so tightly clasped. But she, in that hour, was reaping the reward of her folly. What had she done? Had she, by her wicked sin, by her intense self love, her eagerness for pleasure and luxury, her little esteem for virtue, her frivolous views of vice, had she by all these forfeited that glorious birthright which was hers? Had she lost all chance of that grand position which would fill the greatest desire of her heart? It was this most terrible fear that blanched her face and made her hands tremble, that caused her to sit like one over whom a terrible blight had fallen. In her passionate desire for change and luxury, for pleasure and gaiety, she had never even thought of her own degradation. It was a view of the subject that she had not yet taken. She had only thought of the lighter side. Now it seemed to look her in the face with all its natural deformity. She shrank, abashed and frightened, horror stricken, now that she saw her enormity in all its full colors. Still, it was not the sin that distressed her. That was nothing to her. It was the idea that through it she might lose the glorious future awaiting her. If this had not happened, she would never have regretted her fault. If it were known, if this proud nobleman knew that she had passed as the wife of a man to whom she was not married, would he ever receive her as his daughter? No, she knew enough of the world to be quite sure of that. Even Mark Brace would not do it. If he had the faintest possible idea of what her life had been since they parted, would he receive her and think her a suitable companion for Mattie? No, she knew that he would not. He would have forgiven any sin save that. A disgraceful sin like hers he considered beyond pardon. If Mark Brace, with his kindly, simple heart, could not pardon her, was it probable that Earl Linleigh would? No. The only hope that remained to her was to keep her past life, with its terrible blunder, a dead secret. There was no other recourse. Could she do that? It was just possible. Only yesterday she had been railing against her life, declaring that it was all a disappointment, that she saw no one, and was getting tired of it. Now she felt thankful that it was so, that she had seen but few strange faces, and most of these had been Italian ones, so that if she could keep her secret, she trusted no one would recognize in Lady Doris Studleigh the person who had been known as Mrs. Conyers. End of section 41, recorded by Marsha, Payne. Section 42 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marsha, Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. The Coquette's Blandishments. "Have you finished thinking yet, Doris?" asked Earle, gently. "No," she replied. "I am getting a little clearer in my ideas, but I have by no means finished yet." She had two plans before her. One was to wait for Lord Charles and tell him all, to trust to his generosity to keep their secret. Then she laughed bitterly as she repeated the word generosity. He had none. He was reckless, extravagant over money, but as for generosity, honor, or principle, she knew he had none. In trusting to that, she would indeed trust to a broken reed. Besides, if she were once established in this new sphere of life, it would be highly disagreeable and offensive to have anyone near her who knew of this episode. If Lord Vivianne knew, he would always have her in his power. He would hold the secret like a drawn sword over her head. No, better for her own safety to steal away from him without saying one word. Even if, in the after years, they should meet again, it was hardly possible that he would recognize her, surrounded by all the luxuries of her position, the honored daughter of noble parents. It was not likely that he would recognize in her the girl who had left Brackenside for his sake. As for leaving him, far from feeling the least regret, far from seeing that she was treating him dishonorably, she smiled to herself at his consternation when he should return to the riverside and not find her. "He will think that I have run away with someone else," she thought, and the idea amused her so intensely that she laughed aloud. "You are well content," said Earle, bitterly. "Why should I not be? You have brought me wealth and fortune, title and honor, all that my soul loves best. Why should I not be content?" She had finished her musings now, and it had brought her to two conclusions. She must leave Lord Vivianne at once and in silence, while she must at the same time, at any price, keep her secret from Earle. Another and very probable idea occurred to her, and it was this: by Earle being sent to fetch her, it was very evident that her parents approved of him, and that she would have to marry him. Looking at him, she thought it was not such a bad alternative after all. He was handsomer, younger, stronger than Lord Vivianne. Besides, what little affection she had had to give had always been his. Then she rose from her seat with a smile. "I have finished thinking, Earle. To make matters square, I promise myself that I will not think again for ever so many months." "What is the result of your deliberation?" he said. "I wish you would be a little kinder to me, Earle. You speak so gravely, you look so coldly, that you make me quite unhappy." His face flushed slightly, and his lips trembled. "I do not wish to seem unkind, Doris, but let me ask you, what else besides coldness and gravity can you expect from me? You know I always liked you, Earle. I know you betrayed and deceived me about as basely as it is possible to deceive anyone, but we need not discuss that now." She looked at him with a smile few men could resist, and held out her hands. "Be friends, Earle. I like you too well, after all, to travel with you while you look so cold and stern. Give me one smile, only one, then I shall feel more at my ease." "I do not think my smiles cheer, or the loss of them depresses you. Neither can I smile to order. Still, you need have no fear of traveling with me." It was in her nature to respect him more, the more difficult he seemed to please. "I shall manage him in time," she thought. "I shall return with you, Earle," she said. "I have been thinking it all over, and I will go at once. I will not wait to say good bye to the people here." "But that seems strange, not quite right. Why not go and bid them farewell? Tell them the good fortune that has happened to you." "No, they are fond of me, the children especially. You do not know. They would not let me come away." "But it does not seem right," persisted Earle. "It is right enough. If I go back to them, I shall not go with you. I can write to them as soon as I reach England, and tell them all about it." "I know you will have your own way, Doris. It is useless for me to interfere. Do as you please." "That is like my old lover, Earl. Now I begin to feel at home with you. I did use you very wickedly, but all the time I liked you." "I know exactly the value of your liking," said Earle, who had determined to be cool and guarded. She talked to him in the old sweet tones. She gave him the sweetest glances from her lovely eyes. She remembered all the pretty arts and graces which had attracted him most. And Earle, despite his caution, despite his resolve, knew that his heart was on fire again with the glamour and magic of her beauty, knew that every pulse was throbbing with passion, and she knew, as well as though he had put it into words, that the old charm was returning, only 1,000 times stronger. She laid her white hand on his arm, and he shrank shuddering from the touch. She only smiled. Her time would come. "I shall not return to the house where I have been living. The reason is that I wish them to forget me. I shall not like, when I am Lady Doris Studleigh, to be recognized by them." That pride was so exactly like her, he understood it well. "You can return to Florence if you like," she continued, with the air of a queen. "But if you wish to please me, you will walk on with me to the nearest railway station, and let us go at once to Genoa. We can travel from Genoa to London." "But I have left my things at the hotel," he said. "Is there anything particular among them, Earle?" "No," he replied. "Then you can send for them on your arrival. Please yourself. If you do not go on my terms, I shall go alone." Then he looked at the rippling golden hair that fell in such shining profusion over her shoulders, at the dress of rich velvet, silk, and delicate lace. "You are not dressed for traveling. Why be so hasty?" he said. "I can purchase anything I want in Genoa," she replied. Then he noticed for the first time what costly jewels she wore, and how her hands were covered with shining gems. For the first time, a thrill of uneasiness, of doubt, of fear shot through him. "You have some beautiful jewels, Doris," he said slowly. Her face flushed, then she laughed carelessly. "How easy it is to deceive a man," she said. "A lady would have known at one glance that they were not real." He felt greatly relieved. "They are pretty, but not very valuable," she continued, "given to me by the children I have been teaching. If you do not like them, Earle, I will throw them into the Arno one by one." "Why do that, if the little children gave them to you? I am no judge of precious stones, but looking at the light in those, I should have thought them real." "Do you know that if they were real they would be worth hundreds and hundreds of pounds? You must think an English governess in Italy coins money." He looked admiringly at her handsome dress, although too inexperienced to know its real value. "This is my best dress, too," she said. "And do you know, Earle, that as I put it on I said to myself, I do not look amiss in this. I wish Earle could see me." "Did you really?" he asked, a flush of delight rising to his brow. It was so very easy to deceive a generous and trusting man that one might almost be ashamed to do so. "Did you, Doris? Then, although you ran away from me so cruelly, did you like me, after all?" "Oh, Earle, what a question! Like you? Did you not feel sure that when I had seen something of the world, had allayed the fever of excitement, that I should return to you? Did you not feel sure of it?" No such thought or intention had ever been in her mind. Still, she wished to make the best of matters. It was no use for her to return to England unless she was the best of friends with Earle. A few untruths, more or less, did not trouble her in the least, only provided that he believed them. "I never thought so," was his simple reply. "I believed you had left me forever, Doris." "You must never judge me by the same rule you would apply to others, Earle. I told you that from the beginning of our acquaintance, and I tell you so now." "I believe it," he replied. Yet, although he saw that she wished to make friends, and was flattered by the belief, he could not all at once forget the anguish and sorrow that she had caused him. Then she took out a little jeweled watch that she wore. Time was flying. In one short half hour Lord Charles would be back with her flowers and news of the opera box. How angry he will be, she said to herself, to think that anyone should thwart his sovereign will and pleasure. He will look in every pretty nook by the river bank, then he will go into the house and ask, "Have you seen Mrs. Conyers?" And no one will be able to answer him. I should like to be here to see the sensation. Then he will be sulky, and finally come to the conclusion that I have given him up and have run away from him.
She was so accustomed to think of him as selfish, loving nothing but himself, that she had never imagined that he had grown to love her with a madness of passion to which he would have sacrificed everything on earth. She had been so entirely wrapped up in her own pursuits, in the acquisition of numberless dresses and jewels, that she had not observed the signs of his increasing devotion. Blind to his mad passion for her, she decided upon leaving him. And of all the mistakes that she had ever made in her life, none was so great as this.
10 minutes later, they were walking rapidly toward the little town of Sepia. There they could go by train to Genoa. As they walked along the high road, Doris laughed and talked gaily, as though nothing had happened since they had first been betrothed. "This reminds me of old times, Earl," she said. "How goes the poetry, dear? I expect to hear that you have performed miracles by this time." "You destroyed my poetry, Doris, when you marred my genius and blighted my life." She laid her hand caressingly on his. "Did I? Then I must make amends for it now," she said. And he was almost vexed to find how the words thrilled him with a keen, passionate delight. Suddenly she raised a laughing face to his. "Was there a very dreadful sensation, Earl, when they found out that I was gone?" The smiling face, the laughing voice, smote him like a sharp sword. He remembered the pain and the anguish, the torture he had suffered, the long hours when he had lain between life and death. He remembered the fame he had lost, the sweet gift of genius, all destroyed, his heart broken, his life rendered stale and profitless, while she could smile and ask with laughing eyes if there had been much sensation. "I believe," he cried, with a sudden flame of passion, "women are nerved with heartlessness." She was scared by his manner. Deep feeling and earnestness were quite out of her line. Her bright, shallow nature did not understand it, but she saw that for the future it would be better to say nothing to him about such matters as her running away from home. End of section 42. Recorded by Marsha Payne.
Section 43 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marsha Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. The Nobleman's Oath. It was a strange journey home, and during its course Earl often wondered why at intervals Doris laughed, as though she found the keenest enjoyment in her own thoughts. He little imagined that she was reveling in the disappointment Lord Vivianne would feel, and she had enough of the woman in her to rejoice in his pain, and to feel pleased that she could deal him some little blow in return for the blow that he had dealt her. In her heart, she had never forgiven him that he had not found her beauty and her grace inducement sufficient to make him marry her. She could not pardon him that, and she liked to think that he would be annoyed and vexed by her absence. She little dreamed of the storm of passion in that heart of his. If she had had any inkling of it, she would most assuredly have done the wisest and most straightforward thing, told him her story, trusted him, and confided in what he called his honor. It would have been by far the safest. As it was, his love became a fury of rage. He had gone into the city of Florence thinking of her, anxious to gratify every whim, desirous of pleasing her. It had been her whim to sit by the riverside and read, while he went to purchase flowers and to engage in opera box. She had plenty of flowers in the luxurious house where he had placed her. She was surrounded by them, but they did not please her. She wanted some from a celebrated florist who supplied, so she had been told, the most fashionable ladies in Florence. Then, too, she had a great desire to hear Satanella, and knowing that it would be really impossible unless Lord Vivianne went himself to secure a box, she had taken the pretty caprice of sitting by the river until his return. He returned in the highest spirits, having succeeded in all that she most desired. He brought with him some magnificent flowers, beautiful in color, rich in perfume, and he hastened back to the pretty nook where he had left her. The river ran rippling by, the branches waved in the wind, the birds sang on the boughs, but there was no Doris. Thinking that she had gone some few steps further down, he called her by her name. "Dora! Dora!" It seemed as though the wavelets ran away laughing at the sound, and the birds repeated it with mocking charms. Then he saw upon the ground the book that she had taken out with her, and he smiled to himself as he picked it up. It was a prurient French romance, and a cynical laugh came from his lips. "I consider myself, to say the least of it, no saint, but it would never have occurred to me to bring such a book as that out into the sunshine to read." From the river bank he could see the pretty villa, with its terrace and balconies. He thought it possible that Doris had gone home in search of something, and he sat down under the trees where that most momentous interview had taken place, and sang to himself an opera song. Still, though the time passed pleasantly, she was long in coming. He occupied himself in thinking of her, of the wondrous grace and beauty of her face, of the smile that dazzled him, of the glory of her golden hair, of her wit, her repartee, her piquant words. He owned to himself that she made the charm of his life, that without her it would have neither salt nor savor. Indeed, he had only been absent from her for an hour or two, and he felt dull and wearied. Life without Doris, why, it would not be worth having. Then he wished that she had belonged to some station of life so refined that he could have married her. But he checked the thought with a sigh. She was beautiful, with a rare loveliness, but hardly the one that any man would choose to be the mother of his children. Then the sunbeams fell slanting, and his lordship remembered that lunch would be waiting. He felt sure that she must be at home. He walked quickly toward the villa, still carrying the magnificent flowers, but Mrs. Conyers was not there. He went into her room. It was just as she had left it, a scene of elegant confusion. Dresses, jewels, laces, all in the most picturesque disorder. The dress she was to have worn at the opera lay there ready, the jewels with it. Evidently she had not gone far. He learned from her maid and the other servants that she had not returned to the house since she left with him in the morning. Then Lord Charles became angry. He was not accustomed to this kind of treatment. "She is hiding, I suppose," he said to himself sullenly. "But if she expects me to make any fuss about finding her, she is mistaken. She can do as she likes." He slept away the sunshiny afternoon and woke to the fact that dinner was ready, but that Doris had not returned. Yet it was not until the shades of night had fallen that he began to feel any fear. Then, slowly enough, it dawned upon him that she had left him. At first he was incredulous and feared some accident had happened. He dreaded lest she should have fallen into the river, and made an active search for her. When he felt sure that she was gone, that she had in real truth abandoned him, his rage was terrible. He could not imagine how or why it was. "She had everything here," he said to himself, "that any woman's heart could desire. Can she have met with one whom she liked better than me?" He judged her quite correctly in thinking that nothing but superior wealth would have tempted her from him. But no one was missing from Florence, neither Italian nor English. As for suspecting that Earl had followed and claimed her, such an idea never entered his mind. He would have laughed at it. When there was no longer any doubt, when long days and longer nights had passed, and there was no sign of her return, when she never wrote to him or gave him the least sign of her existence, he was in a fury of rage and passion. He paid the servants and sent them away. He flung her dresses and pretty ornaments into the river. He would have none of them. Then he swore to himself an oath that, let him find her again as he would, wherever he would take his revenge. It would have been 1,000 times better for her had she told him the truth and trusted him. Then he went away from Florence, but he swore to himself that he would find her, and when she was found, she would suffer. But of this, Doris, triumphant and happy, knew nothing. The journey home was delightful to her. She gloried in seeing Earl lose the dignity, the stern self-control, the coldness that had been so distasteful to her. She delighted in making his face flush, in saying words to him that made his strong hands tremble and his lips quiver. She delighted in these evidences of her power. Gradually, he became the warm, impassioned lover that he had been once, and Doris was happy. While Earl was her friend, all was safe. "I hope," she said to him one day, "that they will not tease me at home with tiresome questions. I am so impatient, I should never answer or hear them." "If by home you mean Brackenside," said Earl, "it is not very probable. You will not be there long." "You had better give them a caution, Earl. I know my own failings so well. Tell them you met me in Florence. Mind, if you use the word found, I shall never forgive you. You met me in Florence, and hearing that they were in trouble over me, I returned. That is what you are to say, Earl, neither more nor less." He smiled at her vehemence. "I will do all I can to please you, Doris," he said. "That is well. If you do so, Earl, we shall be all right together. I like to be obeyed." "It suits you," said Earl. "You were born to be a queen." "Do they know anything at Brackenside of this wonderful story, Earl?" she asked after a time. "No, not yet. Not one word. No one knows it but myself and you." Yet he could see that, as they drew nearer home, she was nervous and ill at ease. Once he asked her why it was, and she half laughed as she said, "Mattie is so tiresome, I shall have no peace with her." And again he repeated his formula of comfort, "It is not for long." On the evening they reached Brackenside, it was cold and windy. Rain had fallen during the day, but the rain clouds had all disappeared, and the sky was clear and blue. The moon shone, but the cold was great. The scene in England was quite wintry. There was no Italian sun to warm it. The flowers and leaves were all dead. The fields looked gray, not green, and the wind wailed with a sound so mournful that it made one shudder to listen to it. As they walked up the fields together, Earl said to his beautiful companion, "According to Mark Brace's story, it was on such a night as this that you were first brought to Brackenside." She laughed. "Do you know, Earl," she said, "I am quite ashamed of it, but I have a very uncomfortable sensation that I am returning home very much after the style of a prodigal son." "Nothing of the kind," said generous Earl. He would not allow her to deprecate herself. The wind was fearful. It bent the tall trees and swayed them to and fro as though they were reeds. It moaned and wailed around the house with long-drawn, terrible cries. "One would think the wind has a voice and was foretelling evil," said Doris with a shudder. "Listen, Earl." But the attention of the young poet was drawn to a pretty scene. Through the window of the farmhouse a ruddy light came like a beacon of welcome. "They are sitting there," said Earl, "the farmer and his wife, with Mattie. Let us go to the window, Doris. We shall see them, but they will not see us." They drew near to the window. It was the prettiest home scene that was ever imagined. The ruddy light of the fire was reflected in the shining cupboard in Mark's honest face. It played over the bent head of his wife and on Mattie's brown hair. Tears came into the young poet's eyes as he stood and watched, for Mark had taken the great Bible down from the shelf and was reading aloud to his wife and child. They could not distinguish what he was reading, but they heard the deep reverence of his voice and how it faltered when he came to any words that touched him. They could see the look of reverence on Mattie's face, and the picture was a pleasing one. It touched all that was most noble in the heart of the young poet. I have seen just such a look as Mattie wears on the pictured faces of the saints, he said, and although Doris affected to laugh at his enthusiasm, she was half jealous of the girl who excited it. Suddenly, an idea seemed to occur to Earl, and he turned quickly to her. "Doris," he said, "raise your face to the quiet skies. Let me look into the depths of your eyes. Tell me, before heaven, are you worthy to return and take your place as sister by the side of that girl whose every thought is pure and every word devout?" "I understand you," she said coldly. "Yes, I am quite worthy to stand by her side." "Swear it, before heaven!" he cried. And the unhappy girl swore it. End of chapter 43.
Section number 44 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marsha, Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. An appeal for forgiveness. The same wind that wailed so mournfully round the farm made sad music around the castle walls. Lady Estelle shuddered as she listened to it. It seemed so full of prophecy, and the prophecy was so full of evil. It moaned and sobbed, then went off into wild cries, then into fitful wails. A scene was passing just then in the drawing room of the castle, such as the dead and gone Herefords had never seen. A group of 4 people were assembled there, the Duke looking older by 20 years than when we last saw him, his head bent, his stately figure drooping, as a man droops who has just met the most terrible blow of his lifetime. All the pride and dignity seemed to have died away from the face of the Duchess, his wife. Her eyes were swollen with weeping. "I shall never feel myself again," she said to her husband. "It is my death blow." 2 others were in that group. Lady Estelle, whose face was ghastly pale, and standing near her, a tall, handsome man, fair of face, frank, careless, and debonair. He was evidently trying to look sorry for something, but had not been able to succeed. "It is so long since," he was saying in a tone of apology, "but really I fear there can be no excuse offered." "No," replied the Duke in a stern voice, "that is certain, none." 2 days before this 2 events had happened at the castle. One was that Lady Estelle received a note from Earl, brief enough in itself, but full of import to her. It simply said: "I have found her. She is now at home, awaiting your summons. I am thankful not to have failed." Lady Estelle grew white to the lips as she read those lines. Then she wrote a second letter. It was just as brief, and was addressed to the Earl of Linleigh. It said: "There is no use in further delay. Come to the castle whenever you like, only give me 12 hours' notice." Then came a letter which sorely puzzled the Duke. It was from the Earl of Linleigh, saying that he should be happy to pay the Duke a visit if it were quite convenient, and that he would be at the castle on Wednesday, when he would have something particular to say to him. The Duke read the letter, then passed it over to his wife with a very anxious look. "He follows his letter, you see. He gives me no time to refuse him. I suppose we can both guess what he wants to see me about." "I am afraid so," said the duchess, with a sigh. "I am afraid she likes him. If she does, we must look upon the brightest side. Perhaps time has steadied him. Certainly, to be Countess of Linleigh is a great thing, after all." "The title is right enough," said the duke. "It is the bearer of it whom I neither like nor trust." Neither of them were prepared to hear the story that Ulrich, Earl of Linleigh, had to tell them. Even to the duchess, who honestly believed her daughter was in love with the earl, her conduct seemed strange. She was nervous, she talked but little, yet it was the look of happy, dreamy content that sat upon her face. It struck the duchess at last. There was no mistake about it. Lady Estelle looked exceedingly ill. She had expected to see her daughter manifest some little sign of delight at the coming of her lover. She had expected some little attention to dress, some of the many hundred pretty ways of showing delight, but she saw none. Then the day dawned which was to bring the earl, and the duchess felt sure, from her daughter's face, that she had spent the greater part of the night in tears. Through some mistake in the time of his arrival, Lady Estelle was alone. The duke had not returned from his drive, and the duchess had driven over to the neighboring presbytery. The earl was not expected until 6, but he arrived at 4. It was perhaps well for Lady Estelle that she had not more time for anticipation. It was a terrible time for her, a trying ordeal. She was alone in the library when she heard the sound of carriage wheels. She never dreamed it was he until the sudden opening of the library door, and the footman announced, "The Earl of Linleigh." She often wondered in after years that she had not died in that moment, but the pride and self control of long years came to her aid. She rose, pale as marble, cold, dignified, ready to die rather than yield to emotion, and without one word she held out her hand in greeting to her husband. He was looking at her with eyes that seemed to devour her. "Estelle," he murmured. Then, ready, eloquent, debonair as he was, he could say no more. Was it possible? Gracious heaven! Was it possible that this pale, proud, beautiful woman, so haughty that she looked as though nothing could touch her, was it possible that she was the fair young Estelle who had sacrificed everything for him and been so cruelly rewarded? Was this magnificent woman really his wife? "Estelle," he repeated. He drew nearer, as though he would caress her. She shrank back from him. "No," she said, "do not touch me." But the earl, so handsome and debonair, was not to be daunted. "Why, Estelle, my darling, my wife, surely you are going to forgive me. I shall never forgive myself. No man ever did behave so vilely, I believe. But, my darling, you will forgive me, and let us be happy now." "After 20 years?" she answered. "After 20 long, sad years?" "Better late than never, my love. You must forgive me, Estelle. I did you a most cruel wrong, but the most cruel of all was to quarrel with you and leave you." "No," she said, firmly. "The most cruel wrong you did was to marry me, and the next, to leave me all these years without one word. No woman could ever forgive such a wrong." "But you are not a woman. You are an angel, Estelle. So it has always seemed to me. Will you believe me in this one instance? I am full of faults. I have behaved shamefully. My conduct to you disgraces the name I bear, the name of a gentleman. But will you believe this, Estelle, my wife? My silence during all those years has not been because I would not write, but because I dare not. I never dreamed that you could forgive me. I held myself unworthy of all pardon. I knew that I had wronged you so greatly, I deserved no compassion." "If you felt so sure that I would never forgive you, why did you come here now?" she asked haughtily. The least possible gleam of amusement came into his eyes, the least possible curl to his lip. "You see, my darling Estelle, it is in this way. As Ulrich Studley, it mattered little what became of me, whether I went to the bad altogether or not, whether I was married or not; but as Earl of Linleigh, it is quite another thing. I must have a wife to reign in my ancestral home. I must have children to succeed me. Therefore, from the depth of my heart, I say forgive the fault of erring, passionate youth, and be my wife in reality as you are in name. I promise you, Estelle, I will atone to you for the evil I have done, that I will make you happy beyond the power of words to tell, that I will spend my life in your service. Do you believe me?" She looked at him. His face was earnest and agitated. The eloquent eyes seemed to rain love into her own. It was hard to resist him, and yet he had been so cruel. "Why have you never written to me all these years, Ulrich?" she asked, and he knew that the faltering voice meant good for him. "My darling, I tell you I dared not. No man ever so sinned against a woman as I sinned against you. I took advantage of your youth, your simplicity, your love for me, to induce you to contract a private marriage with me. Then my horrible pride got ahead of me. I quarreled with you, and left you for 20, may Heaven forgive me, 20 years. I can hardly expect that you will pardon me. How can you?" She drew a little nearer to him when she saw how unhappy he looked. "Ah, Ulrich, your race are all alike faithless and debonair. Even the little one is the same." The words seemed to cost her violent effort. Her face grew crimson. He looked at her with brightening eyes. "The little one? Our child? Oh, Estelle, you have never told me anything of our child." "You have never asked," she retorted. "No, I am to blame. What dull, stupid apathy has come over me? What have I been doing or thinking about? My wife and child to drift through all these years. Well, from the depths of my heart I say Heaven pardon me, for I am a great sinner. Estelle, tell me something about our child." The expression of his face was so pitiful that she could not help replying. "I cannot tell you much," she said. "I have been, like yourself, careless over the child. I could not keep my secret and keep her, so she went. Yes, Lady Delapan told me. But you have never seen her? Do you know nothing of her?" "I have seen her twice." And then Lady Estelle gave him the whole story of Doris. "She is very beautiful," she said in conclusion, "but she resembles you more than me. She is a Studley in face and in character. She is faithless and debonair, Ulrich, as you are." "Perhaps you judge her rather harshly," he said, with great tenderness in his voice. "Why do you call her faithless, Estelle?" "Because she was engaged to marry someone who loved her with a true and tender love. She ran away from him and almost broke his heart." "Who was the someone?" asked the earl. "Earl Moray, a poet and a gentleman, one whom a princess might marry if she loved him." "Why did the little one run away from him? What was her reason?" "She wanted to see something of the world, so she went abroad as governess to some small children." "That is not so very bad," he said. "She might have done much worse than that. It is quite natural for a girl to want to see something of life. Where did she go to, dear?" "To Florence, with some English people, I believe." "Well, I cannot really be very angry with her for it. Of course, her position will be changed now. We shall have to think twice before she fulfills this engagement." "I shall never be willing for her to marry anyone but Earle," said Lady Estelle. "We have plenty of time to think of that," he said. "I feel rather inclined to be jealous of this Earle Moray. Estelle, my darling, you have not said that you forgive me." He drew nearer to her. He clasped her in his arms and kissed the pale, beautiful face. He might be faithless, he had been cruel, but in all the wide world he was the only love for her. She did not avert her face from the passionate kisses that he showered upon it. "You forgive me, Estelle, my wife?" "Yes," she replied, "I forgive you. I cannot help it, but I know quite well that I ought not." End of section 44. Recording by Marsha, Payne. Section 45 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marsha, Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. A Thunderbolt in a Ducal Palace. The Earl of Linleigh seemed to be indifferent as to the terms on which he obtained his pardon, provided only that he did obtain it. His thanks and gratitude were pleasing to hear. Her pale face relaxed as she listened. After all she had suffered, the long, silent agony of years, there was something very delightful in being loved. "And you will be good to me, my darling?" whispered the earl. "You will not do what you might do, take vengeance on me for my many sins?" "No," said Lady Estelle, "I will not do that." "And you will come with me to my home, Linleigh Towers, and reign there as its mistress and queen?" "I will do whatever makes you happiest," she said, with that sweet gentleness that seemed to sit so strangely upon her. "Estelle," said the earl, "of course the duke and duchess have not an inkling of our secret?" "No, they have not the faintest idea of it." "How foolish we were, my darling! It seems like a dream now that we ever did that wild, foolish deed. It is far more like a dream than a reality." "Yes," she sighed, "it was a sad thing for both of us." "I will tell them. You have had quite enough to bear. I will take the onus on myself. Give me, let me see, 10 kisses. They will make me strong enough to fight any battle in your cause." He bent over her and was busily engaged in taking the accurate number of kisses when the door suddenly opened, and the duke and duchess entered the room, having returned from their drive together. The scene is better imagined than described. They were all well bred people, but just at that moment the circumstances seemed to bewilder them. Lady Estelle sank pale and trembling into a chair. The moment she had dreaded for years had come at last. The earl was the first to recover himself. Coolly, as though nothing particular had occurred, the earl went up to the duke and duchess with outstretched hands. They greeted him kindly, but he was quick enough to detect something of restraint in their voices. They spoke of indifferent matters for a few moments, and then the duke asked if his guest had partaken of any refreshment. "We do not dine till 8," he said. "Take some wine, at least." "No," said the earl. "The truth is, before I can accept your hospitality, I have something to tell you, something that will cause you just and righteous anger. To that I admit. But I pray you, as the fault was all mine, so let the blame all be mine. Spare everyone else." He looked so handsome, so earnest, so agitated, that the duke felt touched. What could he have done to offend him? Nothing but love his daughter, and that was surely no such terrible crime. He merely smiled as he heard the words. The duchess, with a sudden nervous movement of the hands, drew nearer to her daughter. "I have no excuse," said the earl, "to offer for this story which I have to tell. No excuse. It was the passionate, mad folly of a boy, the trusting simplicity and innocence of a young girl. Then, for the first time, an expression of fear came into the duke's face, and the duchess looked as though she had turned to stone. Listen to me, your grace. 20 years ago, when I was Ulrich Studley, the captain of the army, without even the prospect of advancement, I fell in love with Lady Estelle. He was still looking in the duke's grave face, and his words seemed to fail him. His lips grew dry and hot, his hands trembled. I am ashamed of my folly, he said in a low, agitated voice, and I find it hard to tell. You will remember, Lord Linleigh, that you are keeping us in suspense, and Lady Estelle is our only child. Be brief, for her mother's sake, if not for my own. The earl continued. Do not think me a coward, your grace. I have faced the enemy in open fight as often as any soldier. I never fled from a foe, but I would sooner face a regiment of foes, each with a drawn sword in his hand, than stand before you to tell what I have to tell. Be brief, my lord, was the impatient comment. Be brief. In a few words, then, your grace. I loved your daughter. I won her love, and privately, unknown to any person save one, we were married 20 years ago. The duchess uttered a low cry of sorrow and dismay. The duke suddenly dropped into his chair like a man who had been shot. A painful silence fell over the room, broken only by the sobs of Lady Estelle. Married, said the duke at last. Oh, heaven! Has my daughter so cruelly deceived me? The fault was all mine, your grace. Shooting would be too good for me. I persuaded her, I followed her, I made her wretched, I gave her no peace until she consented. Oh, Estelle, my daughter, is it true? Cried the duke. Is it? Can it be true? Estelle's only answer was a series of heartbreaking sobs. It is true, your grace, said the earl. If any suffering could undo it, I would suffer the extremity of torture. I repent with my whole heart. Let me pray your grace not to turn a deaf ear to my repentance. The duke made no answer, but laid his head on his clasped hands. I had better tell you all, continued the earl in a low voice. We were married. I call heaven to witness that the fault was all mine, and that I intended to act loyally, honorably, and truthfully to my dear wife, but we were unfortunate. I was proud and jealous, she was proud and impatient. She taunted me always by saying the Studleys were all faithless. We quarreled at last, and both of us were too proud to be the first to seek forgiveness. Then, in a fit of desperate rage, I exchanged into a regiment ordered to India, and, with the exception of one letter, no word has been exchanged between us since. The duke did not raise his head. The duchess gave a long, shuddering moan. There is one thing more. Oh, heaven, how could I be so cruel? When I had been gone some 5 months, my poor wife, my unhappy wife, became a mother. I do not believe it, cried the duke. I will not believe it. It is an infamous lie. It is the solemn truth, your grace. Stephanie, my wife, cried the duke despairingly, do you believe this? Do you believe the child we have loved and cherished has deceived us so cruelly? The duchess left her daughter's side and went over to him. She laid her hand on his. We must bear it together, she said. It is the first great trial of our lives. We must make the best of it. To be deceived, to smile on us, to kiss us, to sit by us, to share the same roof, to kneel at the same altar, and yet to keep such a secret from us. Why, Stephanie, it cannot be true. The duchess was not one of the demonstrative kind. but she was so deeply touched by the pain in his voice that she clasped her arms around his neck. "I can only say one thing to comfort you, my husband. We have spent the greater part of our lives together, and in no single thing have I deceived you yet. Let the remembrance of your wife's loyalty soften the thought of your daughter's treachery." The next moment, the daughter whom he had loved as the very pride and joy of his life was kneeling and sobbing at his feet. "It was not treachery, papa. Do not give it so bad a name. I was very young, and I loved him very much. Except you and mamma, I loved no one else. Oh, papa, do not turn from me. I have suffered so terribly. I have never been happy for one moment since. I loved you so dearly I never could bear to look at your face and remember how I had deceived you. I have been so unhappy, so wretched, so miserable, I cannot tell you. Pity me. Do not be angry with me. I loved you both, and my heart was torn in two. Kiss me, dear, and forgive me." But he turned away from the pitiful, pleading voice and beseeching face. "I cannot forgive you, Estelle," he said. "The pain is too great." "Then I will kneel here until I die," she cried, passionately. "I will never leave you until you say that you pardon me." The duke raised his face, and when the Earl of Linleigh saw it, he started back. It was as though a blight had fallen over it. It was changed, haggard, gray, 20 years older than when he had entered the room. The earl felt more remorse when he caught sight of that pale face than he ever had known before. "Lord Linleigh," said the duke, "I want you to give me details the details of your marriage, how and where it took place, who were the witnesses. I shall want to see a copy of the register. I shall want the certificate of the child's birth and death." "It is not dead!" cried Lord Linleigh in astonishment. "Not dead?" repeated the duke. "Do you mean to tell me, my lord, I have had a grandchild living all these years, and have known nothing about it? Do you mean to tell me that a descendant of the Herefords has been born, and I have never even seen it? Great heaven, what have I done that I should have this to endure?" "I was ashamed of the story of my marriage," said the earl, "but, if possible, I am still more ashamed of the history of my child. My poor wife was ill advised when she acted as she did." A certain nervous tremor came over the duchess. She remembered many things that the duke had forgotten, and a presentiment of the truth came over her. "Estelle," she said, "tell us where your child was born, and who helped you to deceive us." Obediently enough, she told the whole story. "We must not blame poor Lady Delapain," said the duke, kindly. "Of the dead no ill should be spoken. Rely upon it, she did it for the kindest and best. Now tell us, Estelle, what you did with that unhappy child." But Lady Estelle hid her face. "Ulrich," she said to her husband, "will you tell for me?" They listened with a shock of horror and surprise. So this little foundling, over whose story they had wondered and pondered, of whose future the duchess had prophesied such evil, was their own race, a Hereford. It seemed to the duke and duchess that they could never forget that humiliation, never recover from it. The duke rose from his chair. He held out one trembling hand to his wife. "Come away, Stephanie," he said. "This has been too much for me. I thought I was stronger. Come away. We can talk it over better alone. We shall get over it better alone. We have no daughter now, dear. We are quite alone. Our daughter has been someone else's wife for 20 years. Come away." The duchess, since Lord Linleigh had told Doris's story, had never once looked at her daughter. She seemed the stronger of the two as they turned to quit the room together. The duke, never speaking to his daughter, said to his guest: "I will talk this over with my wife, and we will tell you after dinner what is our decision." "Oh, Ulrich," cried Lady Estelle, "they will never forgive me. What shall I do?" But he kissed her face and consoled her. "It will all come right," he said. "Of course it was a terrible shock to them both that Brackenside business especially. I am very sorry over that, but they will forgive you. By this time tomorrow we shall all be laughing over it. Trust me, darling." But Lord Linleigh, before this time tomorrow, had to hear something which startled even him, and he could boast of tolerably strong nerves. End of section 45. Reading by Marsha Payne. Section 46 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marsha Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. The Duke's Plan. That was surely the most silent and somber dinner party ever held at the castle. The four who sat down to the table owned to themselves that it was a terrible mistake. They ought to have had some stranger present, if only to break the ice. Even the servants wondered, as they looked from one grave face to another, what unusual cloud had fallen over their superiors. The duke looked as though years had passed over his head since morning, when he went riding away, the picture of a prosperous, genial, happy-hearted nobleman. His hair seemed to have grown grayer, the lines on his face deeper. The stately figure stooped as it had never done before. The star on his breast shone in mockery, and contrasted cruelly with the worn, haggard face above. The duchess, in her superb dress of black velvet, with its point lace and diamonds, looked unhappy. She had lost none of her dignity; women reserve that under the most trying circumstances, but there was a hesitation and faltering in her clear voice that no one had ever heard before. Lord Linleigh did his best to restore something like cheerfulness. The worst was over for him now; the story was told, and it was not given to men of his race to feel dull for long. They had the happy faculty of recovering from any blow, no matter how severe, in a marvelously short space of time. His confession was made, the story told, the worst known, and what had he to fear? Things would soon come right. He should take his beautiful wife to Linleigh, and their daughter would soon join them. The whole story would soon blow over. Then who so happy as he? He was not troubled with any extra amount of conscience, with any keen sense of regret, so he told stories of his Indian life, and as far as possible tried to improve the general aspect of things. Lady Estelle had, perhaps in all her life, never looked more beautiful. Her usual gentle languor had left her. There was a rich color on her fair face, a light in her eyes. She, too, was relieved. The ordeal that she had dreaded for so many years was over at last. The punishment would follow. She read her father's face too accurately to doubt that. Still, the worst was over. Dinner was ended at last. The well trained servants had quitted the dining room, and the door was closed. And then the duke, looking very grave, said: "Her Grace and myself have been talking over matters, and have decided upon a certain course of conduct. I shall be happy if it suits your views. If it does not, however deeply I may feel it, you must henceforth both be strangers to me." Lady Estelle looked wistfully at him, but his face was stern, and she knew that just then all pleading would be vain. "You owe me something, Estelle," he said. You have dealt me a blow I never thought to suffer, and you ought to sacrifice something to atone to me for it." "I will sacrifice almost anything," she said; "that is, anything except my husband." "I need not tell you," continued the duke, "that I feel the disgrace and shame of the story I have just heard far more than you do who have told it. I feel it so keenly that if it were known I should never again show my face. I should never hold up my head again among my peers. In fact, I could not endure to live and know that such a history could be told of my daughter. My wife feels it as keenly as myself, therefore we have come to a fixed resolution." "May I ask what it is?" said the earl. "It is this: that the shameful secret be kept a secret still. I do not question the validity of the marriage. I own that, as far as I can see and understand, it was a perfectly legal ceremony. But with my consent it shall never be known. I would rather, far rather, heaven knows, see the daughter whom I have loved so tenderly and so proudly dead than have this known." The Earl and Countess of Linleigh looked at each other. This was very different to what they had expected to hear. "I do not see," murmured the earl, "how it can possibly be avoided. It must be known." "I have thought of a plan which will obviate the necessity," said the duke, in his most stately manner. "Permit me to explain it. I grant that the existence of this unfortunate girl renders it doubly difficult. Still, I protest by the spotless name the Herefords have ever borne, by my pride of race, by the nobility of my ancestry, by the honor of my house, I protest against letting the world know how my daughter has deceived me. But for the existence of this girl, I would propose that the marriage be annulled. Respect must be paid to her rights. She is at present your sole heiress, and the heiress of my daughter. In all conscience, honor, and loyalty, we are bound to recognize her rights." "We cannot do otherwise," said the duchess, with a stately bend of her head. Lady Estelle looked up with an expression of relief. "I must ask you," continued the duke, "to follow me attentively. I am anxious to do two things. I wish to preserve the unsullied honor of my house, and I wish to do justice to her whom I must, in spite of my objection, call my grandchild. I propose to do it in this way. Let the secret of this private marriage ever remain unknown and unsuspected. It was known that Captain Studleigh admired Lady Estelle before he went abroad. It will not seem strange to anyone that, having succeeded to the earldom, and finding her still with us, he seeks to marry her. Visit Downsbury Castle when you will, my lord. You can speak of Lady Estelle with all the rapture of a Studleigh. It will soon be rumored about that you have renewed the old love. At the end of 6 weeks I will take my daughter to Paris. You can follow us. I will not ask you to go again through the religious ceremony. I have too much respect for religion to suggest it. But you can go through the civil forms, with all the pomp and splendor due to your own rank and ours. Every paper in England will then have an account of the marriage of Lady Estelle Hereford with the Earl of Linleigh, and I shall be saved the greatest disgrace, the greatest shame that could have befallen me. Do you agree to my proposal, Lord Linleigh? In making it there is nothing against your interest or my daughter's, nothing against justice, loyalty, or honor. It is simply a subterfuge to save the honor of a noble house. Do you agree?" "I see no objection," said the earl, cautiously. "I shall dower my daughter right royally," said the duke, "and munificently, as though she were marrying the man whom I should have chosen for her." "It would save an immense deal of scandal and rumor and remarks," said the duchess, gravely, It would save us from 1,000 taunts and jeers. We have been so proud of you, Estelle." "But the child," said the earl; "she cannot be ignored after that fashion." "Certainly not. My plan you will find best for her as well as for you. I have told you before that I cannot and will not submit to the degradation of hearing this story laughed at by half London. This is what I propose for the child. You, Lord Linleigh, were in your youth famed for eccentricity. Tell the world openly, as you please, that you were married before you went abroad, and lost your wife. That is perfectly true, and you will not find many questions asked. Add that, unable to burden yourself with the care of a child in India, you were compelled to leave her with friends of your wife, every word of which is literally, strictly, and perfectly true. The one secret that I charge you to guard, as you would guard your life, is this: the name of your wife. You will not find people curious to know it. They will conclude that you married some poor, pretty girl, and not tease you with questions. You can claim your daughter at once and take her home with you." The earl looked quite content, but there was a pitiful expression on the face of Lady Estelle that was painful to see. "I understand," she said; "but, papa, if we do this, she will never know who her mother is. She will never know that she is my child." "It is not needful," was the stern reply. "I should think that any mother would shrink from letting her child know such a history as yours. She will be with you, under your charge. You can do all a mother's part toward her, and yet save the honor of our name." The face of Lady Estelle grew crimson as she listened. "My marriage was a legal one, papa," she said. "Certainly, but not an honorable one. I do not, however, insist upon it. You can please yourself. You know the alternative. If you make the true story of her birth known, I shall leave England, and never look on the faces of my old friends again." "I do not see, Estelle," said the duchess, in a grave, cold voice, "what difference it can possibly make to you. If you acknowledge her as your daughter 20 times over, you could not do more than let her live in your house, and take charge of her. You can do that now." "Oh, mamma, it will be so hard." "I do not think you will find it so. You must remember that, with the unfortunate training the child has had, it is quite impossible that she can be any credit to you. You should have looked better after her education, had you ever intended to acknowledge her. Spare me this disgrace. Do not let the world know that a girl brought up in a kitchen at Brackenside is my grandchild. I must confess that, even under the circumstances, bad, painful as they were, I cannot imagine why you acted so with the child." "I wanted her to be good and happy in a simple fashion. I never dreamed that these events would happen." "I think," said the duchess, "that you should be willing to adopt your father's suggestion. It is by far the most sensible one." "I quite agree with it," said Lord Linleigh. "Then the chief burden falls upon me. I have but to own to a private marriage, as your grace suggests. It is doubtful whether any one cares to inquire the name of my wife. I was but Captain Studleigh, and a Mrs. Studleigh is of no note. Even if the girl herself should question me, I should merely say that I prefer not to mention her mother's name." "It will be far the best plan. The girl has a Studleigh face. Claim her at once, and let her take her station as your daughter and mistress of your house until you take Estelle home." "I think it will be the best plan," said the earl. "If I were in your place," continued the duke, "I should not go to the farm. I should at once return to Linleigh Court, and when you reach there, send for the farmer, his wife, and your child. It will make far less sensation. They are honest people, too, and if you ask for silence they will keep it. It is not probable that any one will ever see her again who knew her here. The farmer and his wife have shown good tact and good sense in keeping friends and acquaintances at a distance. "I am sure you are right," said Lord Linleigh. "Estelle, do you consent?" She was silent for some few minutes. They saw her face quiver with pain. Then she left her seat, and went round to her father and knelt down by his side. "Dearest," she said to him, "I owe you this reparation. The dearest wish of my heart was to hear my child call me mother. I renounce that wish for your sake. I promise to do as you suggest. Will you, in turn, forgive me?" Perhaps he was glad of the opportunity, for bending over, he kissed her face, and she saw tears in his eyes. The duchess came round and joined the little group, but even in that moment Lady Estelle felt that the full pardon of her stately mother would indeed be difficult to win. End of section 46. Reading by Marsha, Payne. Section 47 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marsha, Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. An Important Letter. A few days after the events described in the previous chapter, a paragraph went round the principal English newspapers which created some little sensation. It was headed "Romance in High Life," and ran as follows: "It is not generally known that the Earl of Linleigh has been married and lost his wife. The marriage, which took place when the young and gallant captain had little expectation of the earldom of Linleigh, was in itself, we believe, a romance. Whether the sudden departure of the young officer for India was caused by the death of his young wife, we are not aware. As it was impossible to take his infant daughter with him, the child was left in charge of his wife's friends. We learn, on the highest authority, that the young lady, who will henceforth take her title as the Lady Doris Studleigh, is a most beautiful and accomplished girl, who will be a great addition to the shining lights of society. The earl is about to take up his residence with his beautiful daughter at Linleigh Court." Considerable sensation was caused by this, but no one was in the least surprised. Captain Studleigh had been known as a great flirt. Those who remembered him as the handsome young man of his day smiled and said, "There, that is why the gay gallant never married. I thought there was some reason." How many rich widows smiled on him, and smiled in vain. They wondered a little when he had married, and all agreed that it was most probably a nobody, a girl with a pretty face. He never cared for any other, neither birth nor money, that was certain. The announcement caused no other remark, and was very soon forgotten. If Lady Doris Studleigh was anything like the Studleighs, she would be sure to be beautiful. They had always been, without exception, the handsomest family in England. She would be a great heiress, no doubt, and her debut was most anxiously looked for. It was, perhaps, a fortnight after the paragraph had been well discussed that another appeared. It was as follows: "Marriage in high life. We are informed that a noble earl, whose recent accession to a magnificent estate and ancient title caused some little sensation in the fashionable world, will soon lead to the hymeneal altar the lovely and accomplished daughter of one of our most respected peers." Everyone knew at once that the Earl of Linleigh was meant, but who was the lady? First a rumor, a whisper, then a certainty. It was Lady Estelle Hereford. People remembered that he had liked her, and had tried hard to get up a flirtation before he went abroad. Gossip gradually wore itself out. In the meantime, strange events had occurred at the farm. There came a cold, snowy morning when Doris had been home some few days.
She was growing impatient.
The change was so great from gay, sunny Florence to cold, foggy England, from that luxurious villa where flowers and light abounded to the homely farmhouse, from the honeyed words of her lover to the somewhat cold disapproval of Mattie and Mrs. Brace. Mark had said but little to her. "You tried your wings, my bonny bird," he said. "I am glad they brought you back here." He did not seem quite so much at home with her as he had been. More than once Earle saw him look in wonder at the lovely face and white hands. Then he would shake his honest head gravely, and Earle knew that he was thinking to himself she was out of place at the farm. Mrs. Brace had said but little to her; she knew it was useless. Earle had begged her to be silent, while Mattie looked on in sorrowful dismay. Would Earle never see that Doris was unworthy of him? Of her adventures but little has been said. Earle told them that he had met her in Florence, where she was staying as governess to some little children, and had induced her to come home with him. That was all they knew. Of the story told to Earle they were in perfect ignorance. Doris had shown some little sense. She had taken the costly gems from her fingers. In any case, it would never be safe to wear them again; they would attract too much attention. She told Earle, laughingly, that she had thrown her pretty false stones away, when, in reality, she had safely packed them where no one but herself could find them. Then, after the novelty of receiving Earle's homage again had worn off, she began to grow impatient. "I cannot stay here long, Earle," she said. "It is too terrible. When shall I hear any news?" "Soon, I am certain," was the reply. Pray, do not precipitate matters by any imprudence, Doris. Wait a few days longer." But the news came at last. On a cold, snowy morning, while the farmer and his wife sat at breakfast, they heard the postman's horn outside the gate. "News ought to keep this weather," said Mark, laughingly. "It is cold enough." Mrs. Brace hastened to the door. There was a steaming cup of coffee to be carried to the frozen postman, who took it gratefully, and gave her a large, thick letter. "It is registered, Mrs. Brace," he said, "and your husband must sign the receipt." Now, if there was anything in this world of which Mark Brace really stood in awe, it was of pen and ink. He could plow, sow, reap with any man; but place a pen in his hand and an inkstand before him, and he was reduced to a state of utter imbecility. "Sign a receipt," he said to his wife. "The man knows he has brought the letter. That ought to be enough." When he found it must be done, he submitted to it. Then it was discovered that the only inkstand in the house was in Doris's room, and that young lady asked wonderingly what they wanted ink at that very early hour of the morning for. "Surely my father is not taking to literature, Mattie?" she cried. "My dear sister, when will you learn that it is in bad taste to be always sneering at our father?" was Mattie's answer. "What does he want the ink for? Tell me." "There's a letter, a thick, registered letter, seemingly a very important one, and the receipt had to be signed." She wondered why the mocking smile died so suddenly from Doris's face, why she grew pale and agitated and unlike herself. "I shall be down in one moment, Mattie," she said. When she was left alone, she clasped her hands together. "It has come at last," she said, "at last." It was 10 minutes before she went down. Then Mark had almost recovered from the effort he had made in signing the receipt. The postman had departed, and, like all simple minded people, Mark and his wife were wondering from whom the letter had come, and what it was about. Doris listened quietly for a minute. Mattie was engaged in preparing tea for her sister. Then Doris said: "Do you not think it would save all trouble and discussion if you opened the letter?" Mark laughed sheepishly and said: "She is right, you know." Then he opened the letter. It was not very long, and they saw a slip of pink paper fall from it. Mrs. Brace picked it up and saw that it was a check for £50. Meanwhile, Mark read on slowly and laboriously. Then he looked around him with a bewildered face, and read it again. "What is it, Mark?" said his wife, anxiously. "Stop," said Mark, waving his hand. "Steady. I have had many a hard puzzle in my life, but this is the hardest. I cannot understand it. Either the man who wrote it is mad, or I am. I cannot tell which. Patty, read this letter aloud. Let me see if it sounds as it reads." Mrs. Brace took the letter obediently from her husband's hands. No one saw the torture of suspense in Doris's face. Mrs. Brace read aloud: "The Earl of Linleigh presents his compliments to Mr. Mark Brace, and begs that he will grant him a favor. The earl desires most particularly to see Mr. Brace at once, on very important business, and as the earl cannot go to Brackenside, he will be glad if Mr. Brace will start without delay for Linleigh Court. It is also absolutely necessary that Mr. Brace should bring with him his wife and the young lady known as Doris. The earl encloses a check for £50 to cover traveling expenses, and he earnestly entreats Mr. Brace not to delay 1 hour in coming." "Send for Earl," gasped Mark. "Before there is another word said about it, send for Earl." Then he was struck by the peculiar expression of his wife's face. She bent down and whispered to him. "That is it," he said, with sudden conviction. "That is it. Heaven bless me, I never thought of it. Send for Earl." "Is it anything of any harm to you, father?" said Mattie, anxiously. "No, my child. Doris, you say nothing." "What can I say? You are a great man to be sent for by a mighty earl. What can he want us for?" "It has come at last," said Mark. "Well, thank Heaven, we have done our duty. I shall not be afraid to face him or anyone else." Then Mark sat in silence until Earl came, when he dismissed the two girls from the room, little dreaming that Doris knew far more of her own story than he did. "Read this," he said, placing the letter in Earl's hand. "Then tell me what you think." Earl read the letter attentively. "I think," he said, "that this concerns Doris, and that you will most probably find the earl is either her father, or that he knows something of her parentage."
"I expected it," said Mark, with a deep sigh, "and heaven knows, Earl, I shall be thankful to get the girl off my hands without any more trouble. She frightens me, my dear boy, she does indeed. She is so unlike the rest of us. I am always wondering what she will do or say next. She is out of place here altogether. It will be a relief to me."
And honest Mark wiped his brow with the air of one who was glad to get rid of a great burden. "My wife has more sense and better judgment than any woman in England," he continued, "and she thinks that he will turn out to be Doris's father. Where is the mother, I wonder? What do you advise, Earl?" "I advise you to do exactly what Lord Linleigh says. Start at once, and take the ladies with you. The matter is evidently pressing, or he would not write so urgently." "I must go, then. But it is really a trouble, Earl. I can get on with an honest plowman or a sensible farmer, but with lords and ladies I am quite at sea. My dear boy, I dread them. I shall never forget what I went through with the Duchess. Of course, I know about all mankind being sons of Adam to begin with, but I like my own sort of people best, Earl." "I do not know that you are wrong," was the reply. "Earl," Mark said suddenly, "will you tell Mattie about this affair when we are gone? I know she will feel it terribly. She is very fond of Doris, and neither her mother nor I have ever hinted it to her." "I will tell her," said Earle, gravely. "Now let me do what I can toward helping you.
I will drive you to Quainton station.
You must go on to London first, and from London to Lindley. It is in the south of Kent." "I believe that you know every place in the whole wide world, Earle," said the farmer, admiringly. In a short time they were all on the road to London, while Earle, left alone with Mattie, told her the whole story, and had the satisfaction, for once in his life, of seeing genuine surprise. Section 47. Reading by Marsha, Payne. Section 48 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marsha, Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Welcome, my daughter, to your father's heart. Lindley Court stands on the southern coast, where the southern sea kisses the shores, and the fertile lands yield sweetest fruits and flowers. It has not the stamp of antiquity which makes some of the fair homes of England so celebrated. The architecture is not of the grand, old Norman style. It is of modern build, with large, cheerful, airy, sunlit rooms, each having a balcony filled with fairest flowers. The chief recommendation of Lindley Court is that the whole place does not contain one dull room. They are all filled with warmth, light, and fragrance. The grounds are large, extensive, and magnificently laid out, and slope to the very edge of the sea. They are sweet, old-fashioned gardens, where grow all the flowers poets have ever loved. On a bright summer's day, when the sun was shining on countless flowers, when the white doves and birds of bright plumage fluttered among the trees, it would have been impossible to have found a fairer home than Lindley Court. On this bright, cold winter's day, it looked warm and cheerful. The evergreens were all in perfection. The journey had been a comfortable one, thanks to Earle. He had seen that the travelers went first class, which, notwithstanding the £50, would never have occurred to Mark. He had attended to every detail of comfort, liberally fed the guards and porters, in spite of the printed regulations looking him in the face and forbidding any such enormity. When they reached Anderley station, there was a carriage with a coronet on the panels, a smart coachman and footman awaiting them. Mark looked aghast. The grandeur of the whole affair dismayed him, while Doris stepped into the carriage with the dainty air and grace of one who had always been accustomed to such luxuries. Then they drove through the rich Kentish scenery until they came to the park. Mark first caught sight of the tall towers of the court from between the trees, and he cried out in surprise. "This is a magnificent place, Doris. I think it is even better than Downsbury Castle." "If you had seen the grand old Florentine palaces, you would not think much of either," said Doris, indifferently. Whatever happened, she had made up her mind not to admire. They should not find her easily surprised. Yet as the magnificent terraces, the fountains, the superb building itself came into sight, her heart swelled higher and higher with vanity and gratified pride. No sweet compunction or humility, such as sometimes visits a monarch about to ascend a throne, came to her. No gratitude to heaven that she was to share in such glorious gifts. No resolve to make others the happier for her own happiness. Nothing but a sudden elation, a vain, self-glorious sensation, and contempt for the life she had left behind. "So this is my father's house," she mused. "I have yet to see why he has lived in this affluence, while I have been brought up as a farmer's daughter." The two who were watching her wondered what brought that rapt expression to her beautiful face. They little guessed the nature of her musings. "I wish this all was over," said Mark, as the carriage drew up at the stately entrance. "Only Heaven knows what we have to do now." Doris laughed, a low, rippling laugh of perfect content. Then the great hall door was flung open, and they saw the magnificent interior, the liveried servants, the shining armor, and Mark's heart sank within him. Then he recovered himself a little, and when he looked around him, they were all three standing in one of the most magnificent halls in England. A servant was bowing before them, and Mark heard him say: "My lord is anxiously expecting you. Will you come this way?" They passed through 2 or 3 rooms which, by their splendor, completely awed the farmer and his wife. Mark's shoes had never seemed to be so large and so thick as when they trod on that velvet pile. The wondrous mirrors, pictures, and statues dazzled him. The quantity of ornaments puzzled him. He wondered how one could possibly move freely in such overcrowded rooms. "We cannot all be earls," thought Mark, "and I am not sorry for it. I am more comfortable in my kitchen than I could be here." Mrs. Brace followed with a pale face. She wondered less about the externals and more what they were about to see. When they reached the library, chairs were placed for them. "My lord will be with you in a few minutes," said the servant, and they were left alone. "I cannot help trembling," said Mrs. Brace. "What have we to hear?" The words had hardly left her lips when the door opened, and a tall, handsome man entered the room. They saw that his face was pale and agitated, and his lips trembled. He looked at the farmer and Mrs. Brace, but not at the young girl who stood near them. As yet, his eyes never met hers or rested on her. He went up to Mark with outstretched hands. "You are Mr. Brace," he said. "Let me introduce myself. I am the Earl of Linleigh." "I thought as much," replied Mark, anxious to do his best. "I have done what you wished, my lord brought Mrs. Brace and Doris with me." The earl held out his hand in silent greeting to the farmer's wife, but never once looked at the young girl. Then he drew a chair near to them. "I must thank you for coming," he said. "You have been very prompt and attentive. I hoped you would come to day, but I hardly dared expect it." "We thought it better to lose no time," said Mark. "You did well, and I thank you for it. I have something of great importance to say to both of you, something which ought to have been told years ago. You, perhaps, can almost guess it." Mark nodded, while his wife sighed deeply. "20 years ago," continued the earl, "I was a young man, gay, popular, fond of life, an officer in the army, and the younger son of a noble family, but poor. You do not know how poor a man of fashion can be. I was very popular. Every house in London was open to me, but I knew that I was sought for my good spirits and genial ways. As for marriage, well, it was useless to think of it, unless I could marry some wealthy heiress." He paused for a few moments, and Mark shook his head sadly, as though he would say it was indeed a wretched state of things. "I speak to you quite frankly," said the earl. "It might be possible to gloss over my follies, and give them kindly names, to say they were but youthful follies, no worse than those of other young men. I might say that I sowed my wild oats, but I come of a truthful race, and I say I was no better, not one half as good, in fact, as I ought to have been. Then, as a climax to my other follies, I fell in love, and persuaded the young girl I loved to marry me privately. That was bad enough, but I did worse. When we had been a short time married, we quarreled. Neither would give in, and we parted. It matters little to my story who my wife was, whether above or below me in station, whether poor or rich. Suffice it to say that we parted. Some time after I left England, a little daughter was born to her. She still kept her secret. This little girl she confided to the care of a servant. The servant must have known you or heard of you, for she left the little one, as you both know, at your door, and you took her in. They wrote to me and told me what they had done, far away in India. I was helpless to interfere. Then I lost my wife. But the child continued with you. I made no effort to reclaim her. I do not seek to gloss over my fault, believe me. The truth is, to a soldier in India, a baby is not a very desirable object. The existence of this child was a source of embarrassment and confusion to me. I have not the means of supporting it as a daughter of the house of Studley should be supported. So I did what seems so fatally easy, yet always leads to bad consequences. I let circumstances drift along as they would. The end of it was that as years went on, I almost forgot the child's existence. "But the money," said Mark, wonderingly, "always came the same." The earl looked up quickly. "Yes, oh, of course that was attended to," he said, but his face flushed and his eyes fell. "To my great surprise," he continued, "I found myself, by a chapter of accidents, suddenly raised to an earldom. I am Earl of Linleigh now, and that is a very different matter from being simply Captain Studley. The daughter of Captain Studley might always remain unknown. The daughter of the Earl of Linleigh has a title and wealth of her own. You understand the difference, I am sure, Mr. Brace?" "Yes," said Mark, "I understand." "One of the first things I turned my attention to after my accession to the estates was the daughter my wife sent to you." He looked nervously at the farmer and his wife, still never looking at Doris. "Well, my lord," said Mark, "we have done our best by her, and she has had a good education, and she is clever. The money sent has always been spent upon her. We love her very much, but she is not one of us, and never could be. So that it is something of a relief to us to give her back into your own hands. Doris, my dear," he continued, turning to the beautiful girl by his side, "it is of you we are speaking. You are not my daughter, my dear. My good wife here is not your mother. But we have been very fond of you since you were left a little helpless baby at our door, in the cold darkness and pouring rain." The girl's face turned deadly pale. It was no news to her, this secret which poor Mark never dreamed she knew. It had long been no secret to her. She caught her breath with a low, gasping sigh. "You have been very kind to me," she said, "very kind." "Poor child," said Mrs. Brace, gently. "You see she loves us after all, Mark." Then, for the first time, the earl turned slowly to look at his daughter. They could all see fear as well as anxiety in his eyes. At first his lips quivered, and his face grew deadly pale. Then gradually every other emotion became absorbed in admiration. He came up to her and raised her face to the light. Then, as the two faces looked at each other, the wonderful likeness between them became apparent. "Nay, daughter," said the earl, gently, "no need to ask Mark Brace if this be indeed my daughter. Her face tells the story. She is a Studley. She seems like one of the family pictures come down from its frame. Welcome, my daughter, to your father's heart and home." And as he spoke, the earl kissed most tenderly the lovely, blushing face. End of section 48. Reading by Marsha, 'Payne. Section 48 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marsha, Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Only one other person knows my secret. Then, with the gallantry that was always natural to him, the earl placed his daughter in a chair. He turned with a smile to Mark. "I was a coward," he said, "for the second time in my life. I was afraid to look at her. Now I do not see how I can look anywhere else. How am I to thank you? You have brought me the fairest and most graceful daughter in England." "Well," said Mark, with an air of great consideration, "you see, my lord, we had nothing to do with her grace and beauty, but my wife has certainly done her best to teach the young lady little tidy ways and such like." "I hope she has learned them," said the earl, kindly. "Mrs. Brace looks as though she could teach all goodness. And this is my daughter. Child, how like you are to me!" "I am very glad, papa. Am I not like mother, too?" "No," he replied, gravely, "not in the least. Thank Heaven for it!" When they heard those words, they thought that he had certainly married beneath him, that his marriage had not turned out happily. "There are some necessary legal forms to be gone through," said the earl, "and as business is always disagreeable, it will be well, perhaps, if we settle that at once. My lawyer is in attendance. It will be necessary for you and Mrs. Brace to make an affidavit stating that this is indeed my daughter, the infant placed under your charge." "That will be easy enough," said Mark. "If some one does the writing, I will sign." Lord Linleigh laughed. Mrs. Brace looked a little scandalized at the very free and easy speech. The earl said, laying his hand caressingly on the girl's shoulder: "This becomes a very important lady now. We must be careful what we do about her. She is Lady Doris Studleigh, and that is one of the oldest titles in England." "Who could have thought it?" said kindly Mrs. Brace. "Lady Doris Studleigh. Let me be the first, your ladyship, my dear, to wish you health and strength to enjoy your good fortune." The earl was pleased when he saw his daughter clasp her arms round her foster mother's neck. "She has a loving, grateful heart," he said to himself, "and that is rare enough in a Studleigh." He little dreamed that in those first few minutes Doris had read his character accurately, and that the action was performed entirely to please him. The bell was rung, and the lawyer appeared. The affidavits were soon drawn out. Mark and his wife each swore solemnly that the young lady they brought to the earl was the child who had been left under their charge. Mark was greatly relieved when he found that he had nothing more to do than to sign his own name. "Affidavits were certainly never less necessary," said the lawyer. "The Lady Doris has a true Studleigh face." How the girl's heart beat with high pride and gratified vanity as she heard her title from strange lips. Then the lawyer was dismissed, and the earl led the way to the hall. To the surprise of the three strangers, all the servants of the household were assembled, evidently by the earl's desire. He stopped one moment, looked at them, then taking his daughter by the hand, led her before them. "My good friends," said the earl, "I have a few words to say to you, and those few words are better said in public. You are, most of you, aware, I suppose, that years ago I was a captain in the army, without any expectation of ever being an earl. I married before I went to India. Some of you know it, some do not. One daughter was born to me, and I lost my wife. My daughter has lived under the charge of her worthy foster parents, and I trust you will pay all obedience, all respect, all honor to Lady Doris Studleigh." There was not a heart present which was not touched by emotion. All eyes were fixed on that beautiful face turned half wistfully toward them. "Long live Lady Doris Studleigh," said some of the more enthusiastic. "Long life and happiness," said the others. The earl looked pleased. Then he led the way to the dining room, where a grand banquet was prepared. Mark never forgot that dinner. The plate, the wines, the fruit, the exquisite dishes, the number of well trained servants. His embarrassment was at times something dreadful, but the earl was so kind, so considerate. He helped him at such critical periods, keeping during the whole time an observant eye on his daughter. He was charmed with her grace, her dignity, and her perfectly easy manner delighted him even more than her marvelous beauty. He saw that she was quite familiar with all the little details of table etiquette, and while he inwardly thanked Heaven that it was so, he secretly wondered how she had acquired it. Evidently the good farmer and his wife had not taught her. When dinner was over, the earl would not hear of their return, as Mark wished. He declared that they must remain and see all the sights of Linleigh, to the secret annoyance of Doris. The sooner she had finished with these vulgar people, she said to herself, the sooner she should be able to take her own place. But she was quick enough to take her cue from the earl's kindly behavior to them. Lord Linleigh had indeed quite sense enough to appreciate a noble, sterling character like Mark's. He made them happy as possible all the evening, and when they had retired, he drew his daughter to his side. "I have made no arrangements for you, my darling. Shall we discuss them now?" "No," she replied quickly, "not until Mr. and Mrs. Brace are gone away. I want to think of nothing but them while they are here." He was so delighted that he drew her closer to him, saying: "You are a treasure, you are indeed, my darling. The housekeeper has a niece who will act as your maid until you choose one. The blue room has been prepared for you. Tomorrow you shall choose a suit for yourself." She thanked him, and then bade him good night. He watched the graceful figure and beautiful face until the door closed. Then he sank back in his chair in unutterable relief. "Thank Heaven," he said, "that is all over. I must write to Estelle and tell her how well it has all passed off." He sat musing for a short time with a smile on his face. "I ought, most certainly, to think myself a very happy man," he said. "In all my life I have seen nothing to compare with that girl's face. Estelle will be very proud of her." Meanwhile, his daughter was rehearsing her first lesson in the dignified retirement of her own room. She had found in the pretty chamber known as the Blue Room a pretty, rosy maid waiting for her. A bright fire was burning, the lamps were lighted on the toilet table. The room looked the very picture of luxury and comfort. The maid greeted her with a most respectful courtesy. "If you please, my lady, the housekeeper desired me to remain here at your service." "Draw that easy chair to the toilet table," said Lady Doris. "Find me a footstool, and give me from my box there a book bound in yellow paper." Her orders were obeyed with a quickness and dexterity that amazed her, imperious as she was. "Now," said Lady Doris, leaning back in her chair so as to enjoy the fire and bright pearly light, "you can brush my hair, but be very careful. I am very particular over it." It was certainly a sight to be seen, that long, rippling, golden hair, bright as the sunbeams, soft as silk, fine, abundant, full of natural waves. The girl looked at it admiringly as it hung over her arms in a great shower. "It really does seem a pity to sleep in it," she thought. "If it were my hair, I should like to take it off at night." When sufficient of that ceremony had been gone through, Lady Doris turned around. "Will you go to the housekeeper and say I should like some wine and a bunch of grapes if she has any?" The maid complied. The housekeeper, all anxiety to please my lady, sent a bottle of finest Burgundy, with a bunch of rich grapes that were tempting enough. "My mistress is as beautiful as an angel," said the maid, "but she knows how to look after her own comforts." "So do all ladies," was the housekeeper's reply. "What else have they to do? But when you have lived as long as I have, Emily, you will know how to wait upon people without making comments upon them." The maid returned to the room. Her lovely young mistress still sat reading by the fire. "What shall I do for you in the morning, my lady?" she asked. "See that I am not called too early. Let me have some chocolate just after I awake, and see that the water of my bath is both warmed and perfumed." Emily opened her eyes in wonder, but thought it better to say no more. She contented herself by thinking again that Lady Studleigh knew how to study her own comforts. "Is there anything more I can do to night, my lady?" "Nothing more," was the reply, given with a smile that won the maid's heart for ever and ever. She hastened to the housekeeper's room to make her report. "So beautiful, kind, and gracious, but so thorough, lady. No nonsense, no freedom. A lady who looked as though she would keep the whole world in its place." And the servants crowded round her to listen and admire. Lady Doris was impatient to be alone, impatient to lock the door between herself and all humankind, in order that she might give some little freedom to the emotions pent up in her heart. She had controlled herself so well, she had won surprise, admiration, and wonder by simply refraining from expressing any of the three. Now no curious eyes were gazing at her, no curious ears were listening to what words in her triumph escaped her. She locked the door, then stood before the large mirror and steadfastly looked at herself. "All this is mine," she said. "I have every wish of my heart at last. I have luxury such as I never dreamed of, magnificence suited for a queen. I have a title that makes music in my ears. I have one of the noblest earls in England for my father. Ah, how near I have been to losing all this! Even now I might lose it if that terrible secret of mine became known. It would be taken from me. My father would forgive me many things, but never that." She stood still. The color faded from her beautiful face. A cold chill seized her. "How foolish I am," she said. "What need have I to fear? Only one other person knows my secret, and he would be the last, I know, to make it known. If ever he attempts it, he shall die." Then she laughed, but there was something dreary in the laugh. "I shall never see him again," she said to herself, "and if I did, if he declared that he knew me, I should look quite steadfastly in his face and swear, if necessary, that in all my life I had never met him before. I am Studleigh enough to have nerve for that. Who was my mother, I wonder? Someone of whom the earl is evidently ashamed, therefore she can have little interest for me." End of section 49. Reading by Marsha, Payne. Section 50 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marsha, Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. A Nobleman's Generosity. Notwithstanding all the kindness and hospitality that the earl had shown to Mark, it was some relief to the farmer to know that when the morning dawned he was that day to return home. The grandeur of Linleigh Court oppressed him. He longed to be with his laborers and his cattle at work. The earl took breakfast with them. Lady Doris was not down. She was tired, the maid said. "I was afraid it would be too much for her," said Mrs. Brace. "I am sure, my lord, the more I think of it, the more wonderful it seems." "Yes, it is quite a romance," laughed the earl. But neither he nor those with whom he spoke dreamed how that romance was to end in tragedy. The morning being fine, though cold, the earl asked them to visit the conservatories. By this time Doris had come down and was ready to join them. While they were going through one of the large conservatories, Lady Doris suddenly caught sight of the Indian plant she had admired so much at Downsbury Castle, the plant with scarlet bells and sweet, subtle perfume. She hastened to it and clasped a spray in her white hands. "That is like the face of an old friend," she said. "Why?" asked the earl, amused by the action. "I saw some flowers like them at Downsbury Castle," she replied. The earl looked keenly at her. "Downsbury Castle," he said. "I know the Duke of Downsbury. What took you there, Doris?" "What takes half the world everywhere," she replied. "Curiosity. I wanted so very much to see the interior of a castle, and to see if the people living there really led fairy lives." "And what did you think?" he asked, still in the same voice. "I liked it very much, but, papa, I like Linleigh Court better. It is more Italian, more sunshine and flowers everywhere." "So you saw all the flowers at Downsbury Castle?" he continued, in the tone of one who asks a question. "Yes, and beautiful enough they were, but I saw something even fairer than the flowers, papa." "What was that, Doris?" "I saw listen gravely, I remember the whole of the name I saw the Lady Estelle Hereford, only daughter of his serene and mighty highness the Duke of Downsbury." He laughed, but there was something forced and unnatural in the sound. "I know her," he said, trying to speak calmly. "They are very dear friends of mine. What did you think of her, Doris?" It was wonderful how he learned to appeal to and rely on the judgment of this fair young daughter. "I thought her perfectly beautiful, perfectly graceful, perfectly gentle, but tame, papa." "Tame, child? What do you mean?" he asked. It was such a novel and not over pleasant sensation for him to hear a mother called tame by her daughter, although it was done in supreme ignorance. "I cannot explain the word, papa, if you cannot understand it by instinct. Earle would have, if he were here. I liked her very much, but she puzzled me. Her face kept changing color. She was proud yet familiar, haughty yet gentle. She talked to me about love and marriage just as Mattie would have talked." "Poor Estelle," murmured the earl. Then he said aloud: "How would Mattie have talked? Give me an example." "My lord!" cried Mrs. Brace in alarm, "I am quite sure that Mattie never said a wrong thing in her life." "I am equally sure of it," said the earl kindly. "Mattie, like Lady Estelle, has great notions, papa. Duty and all those disagreeable things were first." "That is right," said the earl. Even to himself he did not own how the introduction of Lady Estelle's name had startled him. Doris hastened on among the flowers. Lord Linleigh lingered behind, while he said to Mark and his wife: "You are tenants of the Duke of Downsbury, are you not?" "Yes," replied Mark. "Then I do not mind telling you, in all confidence, that you will probably hear or read something about Lady Hereford and myself which will please you." Mrs. Brace understood him at once. "My lord," she said, "I am so sorry that Lady Doris called her tame." He laughed good naturedly. "She speaks her mind frankly," he said, "and that, at least, is a recommendation. Lady Estelle would only be amused if she heard it." "He means to marry her," said Mark to his wife, as the earl hurried after his daughter, but Mrs. Brace had the strangest expression on her face. "What is it?" asked Mark. "Surely you are not ill?" "No, I am not ill; but I will say this, Mark, it is a most awful world. No one can understand it." "Do as I do, my dear. The world never troubles me, because I take no notice of it." But that philosophy was not in the way of Mark's wife. "Doris," said the earl, when he overtook his daughter, "I wish to consult you." "I am not a very wise person to consult," she replied, with a charming little smile; "but what little wit I have is quite at your service, papa." "My dear child," he said, "between ourselves, the Studleys have never been deficient in wit, but there has hardly been one steady head in the whole race." "That is deplorable enough. We must try to alter it," she said, laughingly. "To begin with, I will steady my own. What do you wish to consult me about, papa?" "I want to do something substantial and handsome for your foster parents," he said. "What shall it be?" "A steam plow for Mark, and a black satin dress for his wife. That is the highest ambition of both." "Then you shall present them those gifts. But I mean something substantial. What do you think of £1,000 as a dowry for his daughter, and 1,000 to be spent in improvements on the farm?" "I think you are very fortunate to have thousands to spare, and I think also that it is very charming of you to give them so much," she replied. Lord Linleigh looked wistfully at her. "Money could never repay such a benefit as Mark Brace and his wife have conferred upon me, Doris," he said. "I am an aristocrat, it is true, but I shall be more proud of reckoning that honest farmer among my friends than I should of calling a king brother." "That is a very grand sentiment, papa," laughed Doris. "It is almost worth printing in a book. I must confess I would rather have a king for my brother than any man for a friend. I think Mark will be delighted with the steam plow. After all, what you are pleased to call the benefit they conferred on you was not without its reward. Mark Brace was very fond of me. He always said I made the sunshine of Brackenside." The earl looked amused at this fashion of making matters straight, but before they went away he gladdened the hearts of the farmer and his wife. £1,000, said Mark, looking in the most bewildered fashion at the check he held in his hands. £1,000, my lord, to spend as I like? It is impossible. It cannot be true. I must not take it. I have done nothing to deserve it. But Lord Linleigh greeted his scruples with, "You have done for me and my daughter that which few would have done so well," he said. "I did my duty, my lord, no less, no more, and £1,000 for doing my duty is an enormous reward." But his surprise was redoubled when, added to this, the earl insisted that he should take £1,000 for Mattie's dowry, and would not hear of any refusal. Then, indeed, the tears stood, warm and bright, in Mark's eyes, and Mrs. Brace wept like a child. A dowry for Mattie! The brightest hope, the maddest dream they had ever entertained. Mattie to have a fortune! Not that it would make her a wealthy heiress, but it would at least secure her from all want. Let them die now, whensoever Heaven pleased, their daughter would never want. Lord Linleigh could never forget the thanks that were lavished on him, the gratitude, the warmth of emotion. "And now," said the earl, "there is one thing more that I wish you to do for me. It relates to my daughter's engagement with Earl Moray." Mark looked at him with anxious eyes. "We have been speaking of that, my lord, my wife and I. It may not perhaps seem much of a match for her, now that she is a lady, but if you were to search the wide world over, you would never find any one who loved her so dearly as Earl, no one so honest, so good and true. It will be but a poor chance for her, my lord, if she finds a fortune and loses Earl." "So I believe," said the earl. "It is about that I wish to speak to you. You will see Earl on your return. Tell him from me that the change in my daughter's position need make none in her engagement to him. Tell him from me that as far as my consent can ratify and approve it, I most freely give that consent. Tell him also that I will do my best to push his fortune." Mrs. Brace looked at him with grateful approval. "My lord," she said, in her simple fashion, "they speak truthfully when they call you a noble man." Lady Doris, proud of her name, her fortune, her position, did not feel quite so pleased when she heard this. It had been all very well when she was Doris Brace. It had been all very well in Florence. When Earl had become tiresome, she had been compelled to repeat her promise of marriage and pledge herself to him over and over again. But there had been a faint hope in her mind that when she was once with her father, under the shelter of his roof, he would never allow her to fulfill the engagement. She never dreamed that he would chivalrously exact its fulfillment. Still, she was wise enough to be silent, and not say what was in her mind. She had learned that great lesson women so often fail in, when to be silent and when to speak. When they were once more alone, Mrs. Brace expressed her great sense of the earl's kindness and real goodness. She thought it so noble of him that he should wish the engagement to continue. "It would break Earl's heart to lose you," she said. "When you went away abroad, I mean I thought he would have died." Lady Doris raised her head with the lofty air natural to her. "You do not understand," she said. "The earl could not break his word, or persuade another person to break a promise. Noblesse oblige." "Ah, my dear girl," said the kindly woman, "you are far ahead of me. I never did quite understand you. You are clever and learned. You have speech of your own that I cannot follow. But however great or grand you may be, you will never find any one to love you so truly as Earl does." "I am sure of that," she replied, then turned hastily away. She was growing tired of hearing of nothing but Earl. Surely they were all in a conspiracy, all plotting for Earl. Yet, despite her impatience, she owned to herself that all the love she had to give away was given to him. End of section 50. Reading by Marsha, Payne. Section 51 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marsha, Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Be kind to her as though you were her own child. The atmosphere seemed clearer to Lady Doris Studleigh when the kindly farmer and his wife were gone. She wanted nothing to remind her of what she chose to call that miserable period of her life. She was always vexed that the earl had spoken so frankly of them as her foster parents. There was no need, surely, for all the house to know that she had been brought up at a farm. She would have been surprised if she could have known the amount of respect that the servants, one and all, felt for Mark Brace. No person could know him without feeling for him the greatest possible liking. His honesty, the simple, rugged grandeur of his character attracted all. She, who measured men by the length of their pedigree and purses, was quite unable, even in her own mind, to do justice to Mark Brace. He might be as chivalrous as Bayard, self-denying as Sir Philip Sidney, brave as the Black Prince, but, for all that, he was only a farmer. Therefore, it was a relief to her when he was gone. She felt more at ease in her father's house when they were gone. When Lord Linleigh, after seeing them off from the station, had returned to the court, he sent for his daughter to the library. "Now, my darling," he said, "it is quite time we had a little serious talk together. How strange it seems to me to have a grown up daughter like you. Sit down, I have so much to say to you. To begin with, do you find yourself at home?" "I have never felt more at home in my life," she replied calmly, "and I think it is because I am in my right place at last." "Most probably so. Now, Doris, there are several things that you want and must have at once: a Parisian waiting maid, and a wardrobe suited to your position. Do you ride?" "Yes, it is one of my favorite amusements." "That is right. You must have a horse and a groom. There will be a carriage also at your disposal. But over your wardrobe we must have some advice. You will require everything, just as though you were being married." "That is certain," she replied, with a quiet smile. "But I do not think I need advice. I am quite competent myself to select what I want." "But, my dear, how can you be? You forget that I went out as a governess, and so had the opportunity of studying those things. Trust me and see. I shall go at once to Madame Francois, the head court milliner, and you will be satisfied, I am sure, with the result." "I shall be delighted, I am sure, if that be the case," said the earl. "Then you will want jewels. Studley jewels are very fine ones. I suppose we have the finest jewels in the world." "Why will they not do for me, then?" she said. "Because they must go to my wife. The family jewels are always the property of the reigning Countess of Linleigh." "But, papa, there is no reigning Countess of Linleigh," she said, with a little laugh. "No, my dear, not just at present, but I hope that there soon will be." His face flushed slightly, and he looked confused for a few minutes. Then he said: "That is another of the things I want to speak to you about. I ought, perhaps, to tell you that I think of marrying again." There was a few minutes of dead silence. She did not quite like it. It was not what she had expected. She had anticipated being mistress of Linleigh Court. The earl continued: "It will be much happier for me, Doris, and decidedly better for you. You labor under great disadvantages at present, although I acknowledge your beauty, your grace, and your tact to be perfect. Still, you require, before you make your debut in the great world, to spend some little time in the society of a well trained woman of the world." She was quick enough to know that this was perfectly true. "You are right, papa," she said, and the admission pleased him. "It will also be greatly to your advantage, Doris," he continued. "When you make your debut in the great world, you will find the chaperonage of a lady essential to you. Still, my child, although there are many advantages for you, do not let me mislead you. It is not for your sake I am going to marry, it is for my own, because I really love the lady who will soon, I hope, be Countess of Linleigh." She made a violent effort to conquer herself. There was nothing to be gained, she knew, by opposition, everything by cheerful acquiescence. She went to him and clasped her arms around his neck and kissed his face. "I hope you will be happy, papa," she said. "I hope you will be very happy." "Thank you," he replied cheerfully. "I do not doubt it, darling. I think we shall all be happy together. Guess, Doris, who it is that I hope soon to bring here." "I can't guess, papa. I do not know the ladies of your world." "You know this one," he said laughingly, while she, half frightened, said: "How can I?" "You have been to Downsbury Castle, have you not?" A sudden light came over her face, then she laughed. "Can it be Lady Estelle Hereford?" she cried. "Oh, papa, you will never forgive me for calling her tame." "I have forgiven you. Do you not think that you will be happy with her? I am sure I shall like her very much. She is so fair, so well bred, so gentle. How little I dreamed, papa, on that day I was sitting so near to her, that she would be my stepmother, that I should ever live with her. I am so glad." She did not understand why his face quivered as with pain. He drew the bright golden head down to his breast. "My darling," he said gently, "you shall have all the love, the care, the affection that a father can show his child. You shall have everything your heart desires and wishes for, if you will do one thing in return." "I will do anything in return," she said. And for once there was something like deep feeling in her voice. "I want you to be kind to this wife of mine, Doris. She is not very strong. She has been petted and spoiled all her life. Be kind to her as though you were her own child, or her own younger sister. Will you, Doris? Promise me that, and you will give me the greatest happiness that is in your power to confer upon me." "I do promise," cried Doris. "I cannot say that I will love her as my mother, but I will be everything that is gentle and obedient." "Thank you, my darling. Only do that, and you will see what return I will make to you. There is another thing, Doris, I wish to speak to you about. You heard and agreed with what I said to Mrs. Brace, that I wish your lover, Earle Moray, to understand that I shall consider the engagement between you as binding as though you had always remained at the farm." "You are very kind, papa," she said, but this time there was no ring of truth and tenderness in her voice. "It is but just, Doris. I shall make his advancement in the world my chief study. Money can be no object in your marriage. You will in all probability have a large fortune. Still, I should like the man you marry to hold some position in the world. From what you tell me of Earle Moray, I should imagine that he is a man of great talent. If so, there will be little difficulty." "He has something more than talent," said Doris, proudly. "He has genius." "My dear child, you will know, when you are as old as I am, that talent and industry are worth any amount of genius." "I am sure that he has industry, papa," she said. "Then, if he has industry and genius, his fortune is sure," said the earl. "As soon as we have a Countess of Linleigh to do the honors, we must ask Earle Moray to come and see us." Of all things, that was what she desired most, that he should see her in her true place, surrounded by all the luxury and magnificence that belonged to her station. It was the strongest wish of her heart. "Can we not ask him before then, papa?" "No. There, you see, Doris, the laws of etiquette and ceremony step in. Until you have some lady to chaperon you, we cannot receive any young gentlemen visitors. That will be one convenience to a stepmother." "Yes," she replied, "but the traditional stepmother generally interferes in the love affairs of the household. However, I feel sure Lady Estelle will never interfere with mine." "The Duke of Downsbury goes to Paris this week," continued the earl, "with the Duchess and Lady Estelle. I thought of following them." "That will be very nice for you, papa," she said. "It is really some comfort to have a daughter whom one can consult about such matters. I want to marry as soon as I can, but marrying a duke's daughter in England is a tremendous undertaking, Doris. The amount of ceremony and form to be gone through with is something dreadful. I should not mind about that, but, you see, the great embarrassment is this: the duke is very particular, and he would naturally think it too soon after the late earl's death for me to make any great public sensation. That is the difficulty." "Yes, that is a difficulty," said Doris. All that would be obviated entirely if I went to Paris, and could obtain their consent to a quiet ceremony at the embassy, or something of that kind." "It would be a very wise course, papa." "So I think, my dear. And I shall start for Paris next week. I may be a month absent. Now comes the great difficulty for us, Doris. What is to be done with you?" "I can remain here," she said. "Not alone, my dear, not alone. It would not do. I thought if I were to ask that nice daughter of Mark Brace's, she would stay with you. Then I should feel quite at my ease." "I should be much pleased," said Doris. It would indeed be a triumph to show Mattie, upon whom she had always looked down, the difference that really existed between them. "Then all our difficulties are silenced," said the earl. "I have often heard people say how difficult their daughters are to manage, but if they are like you, Doris, there cannot be such great difficulty." She laughed, wondering to herself if he would say the same in a year's time. "You understand, Doris, that it will not do for you to go into society at all just yet. You must neither receive or pay visits. No young lady does anything of that kind until she has been presented at court." "When does my presentation take place, papa?" "If all goes well, I think next May. Lady Estelle or the Duchess will present you. Then you may consider yourself fairly afloat. Until then, solitude. You can spend the intermediate time in the acquisition of all kinds of little accomplishments. Not that you are deficient, for you are a perfect wonder to me. The next thing to be done, Doris, is that you must choose a suit of rooms for yourself. I give you permission to choose which you will, and when we go to London, you shall go to Mantle and Braird's, the famous decorators and house furnishers, and choose anything you like. It will amuse you during my absence to superintend the fitting up of 4 rooms. It will give me a fair idea of your taste." They went together through Linleigh Court. Until then, Doris had no just idea of the immense extent of the place. She was amazed at it. And the rooms were all so light, so sunny, so bright, she was quite at a loss which to choose. One suit delighted her very much: 4 large, lofty rooms, with ceilings superbly painted, looking south, so that the warmth and brightness of the sun was always on them. The windows were built after the French fashion, long, reaching from the floor to the ceiling, and opening on to balconies filled with flowers. The great charm to Doris of these rooms was, that the boudoir opened on to the balcony, and a small flight of steps led from the balcony to the ground, so that she could go from her own rooms to the garden without passing through the house. "This is very nice," said the earl, "for young ladies who love the early dew and flowers. Do you think it safe, Doris? Suppose you forget to fasten the door leading on to the balcony." It was an evil fate that led Lady Doris to choose that suit of rooms. End of section 51. Recording by Marsha, Payne. Section 52 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marsha, Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. A young lady pleasantly occupied. A few days afterward, the Earl of Linleigh, with his daughter, went to London. He had decided not to go to his own house, which was one of the most beautiful mansions in Hyde Park, Hyde House. They were going simply on business, and would spend the greater part of their time driving from one store to another. The first visit, of course, was to Madame Francois, to whom the earl explained that his daughter required, in one word, everything needful for a young lady of rank and position. "It will take many hours, Doris," said the earl. "Such things cannot be hurried. I can leave you here while I drive on to my lawyer's to transact some business with him. Remember, my darling, you have carte blanche, every whim to be gratified." Then he drove away, leaving her with Madame Francois. How forcibly it recalled to her the time when Lord Vivianne had done the self same thing. Truly, she laughed to herself, history repeats itself. How little then did I foresee this! So little that if even in a dream she could have been warned of it, she would never have spoken to Lord Vivianne. "Never mind," she said to herself, with the light-hearted insouciance of her race. "Never mind, no one knows, nothing will come of it. But it would certainly be a relief to me to hear that Lord Charles Vivianne was dead." The pity of it was that Lord Charles could not hear the remark. It would have given him a lesson that he would not have forgotten. Madame wondered what had brought so grave an air of preoccupation over the beautiful young face. Surely, if any human being was to be envied, it was the young girl who had carte blanche in her elegant establishment. "She must know what she is about, though," thought Madame. "Dreaming is useless here." She little knew Lady Doris. Going up to her with a book of patterns in her hand, she was almost startled by the clear, keen gaze that met her own, by the perfect judgment and cool, clear, calm sense of the earl's daughter. "There will be some few things, madame," said the clear, haughty voice, "that you will understand far better than I do, others in which I shall prefer to please myself." And Madame found that Lady Studleigh had a taste and artistic sense of what is beautiful far superior to her own. The next few hours were delightful to Doris. The rarest and most costly laces, the most beautiful embroidery, the finest silks, the richest velvet, there never were such purchases made. She did not limit herself either as to quantity or quality, and nothing was forgotten. Tiny slippers fit for Cinderella, dancing shoes, fans, gloves. She might have been a practiced old dowager, selecting a trousseau for her youngest daughter. The sum total was something enormous. Even Madame, accustomed as she was to large accounts, looked slightly frightened. "My Lord Linleigh placed no limit," she said to Doris. "No, I must have all I require. I shall not return to town until the season begins," was the perfectly self-possessed answer. Then Lord Linleigh returned, and Madame watched his face intently as that wonderful account was placed before him. "It takes 4 figures," he said, with a smile. "That is quite right, my darling. I hope that you have everything you want. Tomorrow we will pay a visit to Storr and Mortimer's, the jewelers. These packages, madame, are all to be sent to Linleigh Court." Doris was in the highest spirits. She said to herself, and it was probably true, that no girl in England, not even a royal princess, had such a trousseau. But she had too much good taste to show any undue elation over it. When they had dined, she said to her father: "Papa, you will not care to spend the evening here. It will be dull for you, and I cannot go out. Should you not like to go to your club?" "Yes, but what of you, my dear?" "I am tired, and shall be very glad to take a book and go to my own room with it." "My dear Doris," said the earl, who had slightly dreaded the long, lonely evening, "you are a most sensible girl. If you treat Earle as you treat me, he ought to be the happiest husband in the world." "I hope he will be, papa," was the quiet reply. And she wondered what her father, the Earl of Linleigh, would say if he knew from whom she had taken her early lessons in the art of managing men. "If you want a man to be really fond of you, Doris," he used to say, "to feel at home with you, and never to be bored in your society, let him have his own way. Offer him his liberty, even when he does not seem inclined to take it. Suggest to him a game at billiards, a few hours at his club. You have no idea how he will appreciate you for it." She had found the charm work perfectly in the case of Lord Charles, and now her father, too, seemed to admire the plan. What would he say if he knew who had instructed her? She went to her room. Lady Doris never traveled without a pleasant little selection of light French literature. It prevented her from forgetting the language, she said. The earl, inwardly hoping his wife would be as sensible as his daughter, went off to spend a quiet evening at his club. The day following was one of genuine delight to Lady Doris. The first visit the earl paid was to the establishment of Messrs. Storr and Mortimer. There she was to select for herself what jewels she would. She had glanced once wistfully at the earl. "Jewels are not like dress, papa. It is a dangerous thing to leave me unlimited powers here." "Lady Doris Studleigh must have jewels fitting her position," he said. "Dress wears out, but jewels last forever." So Lady Doris stood in that most tempting place, almost bewildered, while sets of pearls, of diamonds, of rare emeralds, of pale pink coral, then case after case of superb rings were placed before her. She thought of those so securely packed in her box, and wondered what would be thought of their history should it be known. She chose some magnificent pearls. There were none fairer, even in that place where the finest stones abound. Then she chose a set of emerald, golden green in their beautiful light, a set of pearls and rubies mixed, rings until she had more than enough to cover the fingers of both hands, golden chains of rare workmanship and beauty, watches of great value, and when she could think of nothing else she could desire, she looked up in the earl's face with a smile. "That is not bad, my dear, for a beginning," he said, laughingly. "Not bad at all." "You do not think I have purchased too much, papa?" "No, my dear, you have not enough yet. I merely said it was very well for a beginning." What the amount of the bill was, or how many figures it took, she never knew. The earl had said good naturedly to himself that it did not matter. He had many thousands to spare. "There is yet another place," he said. "We must go to Parkins and Gato's. You require many things from there. You must have a dressing case, a lady's writing table, and all kinds of knickknacks for your rooms." The day following was spent at Mantle and Braird's, where Lady Doris gave such orders for the fitting up of her 4 rooms as made even those gentlemen open their eyes in undisguised wonder. Nothing was spared, no luxury, no comfort, and that evening, when they sat together, Lady Doris said to her father: "I wonder if, in all the wide world, there is another girl in my position." "What position?" he asked. "Why, it is a positive fact that I have not one single wish left ungratified. If a fairy were to come and ask me to try and find one out, I could not. I have not one." He stooped down to kiss the beautiful face. "I am glad to hear it," he replied. "I certainly do not think any one could say quite as much. I could not." It was not of herself alone that Doris had thought that day. She had been with the earl to give orders respecting the steam plow. She had chosen such a dress, such a shawl and cap for Mrs. Brace that she knew would bring tears of delight into that lady's eyes. She had chosen a box full of millinery, with pretty ornaments, for Mattie. She had chosen for Earle a box full of books such as she had often heard him long for. And Lord Linleigh, while he admired her goodness of heart, her affectionate memory, never for one moment thought that her quick study of him had led her to do these different things. She longed for the hour in which she could return to Linleigh. She wanted to see all the magnificent purchases she had made placed at her own disposal. The Parisian waiting maid was found, and one bright, clear, frosty morning they returned to the court. "This looks like home. said Lady Doris. Her heart warmed to it and beat faster with a thrill of pride. It was her own home, from which nothing could dislodge her. She had had one fright in London, and though her nerves were strong, her courage high, it had been a fright. She was driving with the earl through New Bond Street when on the pavement she saw Gregory Leslie. There was no avoiding him. Their eyes met. His were filled with recognition and surprise. Hers rested on him with calm nonchalance, although her heart beat high. Then he smiled, bowed, and half stood still, but the calm expression of her face never wavered. "Is it someone who knows you?" said the earl. "It is someone who has made a great mistake," she replied. And then they passed out of sight, not, however, before Gregory Leslie had seen the coronet on the panel. "What a mistake I have made," he said to himself. "I certainly thought that was my beautiful Innocence. How like her! It cannot be such an uncommon type of face after all, when there are three now that different people have seen, all so much alike. What would my Innocent do in an earl's carriage? That is, if all be well with her." And Earl said all was well. She would not recognize him, for the simple reason that she feared to do so. He was a man of the world, always in London, familiar with all the little rumors at the clubs, and she dreaded what he might say afterward. If by chance she should meet him when she was with the earl and countess, she would recognize him, but not just then. "It was an unfortunate thing for me," she said to herself, "having that picture painted. If I had known then what I know now, it never would have happened. Mark Brace and his wife were foolish to allow it." But she had forgotten the whole matter when they reached Linleigh Court. All the packages were there, and she was as happy as a queen superintending the arrangements, the unpacking, the stowing away in beautiful old wardrobes made of cedar. Even the Parisian waiting maid, who rejoiced in the name Eugenie, owned to herself that not one of the great ladies with whom she had lived had a wardrobe like Lady Doris Studley's. Then came the day for the earl's departure. He would not go until Mattie had arrived. "You cannot be left alone, my dear," he said, so decidedly that Doris had not dared to urge the matter. Mattie came and was delighted. She cried a little at first, for, despite all her faults, she had most dearly loved the young girl she believed to be her sister. The story of Doris had been a great trouble to her, and she had felt it bitterly. But after a time she forgot her grief in the wonder excited by the magnificence of Linleigh Court. Lady Doris was very kind to her. Nothing of patronage or triumph was to be detected in her manner. The first time they were left alone together in what was to Mattie the bewildering glories of the drawing room, the brown eyes were raised timidly to the fair face. "Doris," said Mattie, "who could have believed that you were such a great lady after all?" "I had faith in myself, my dear," was the superb reply, "and that is a great thing." End of section 52. Reading by Marsha, Payne. Section 53 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marsha, Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. I must bear it for his sake. The great world did own itself to be surprised, not angry, nor shocked, nor even vexed or offended, but surprised. It had not taken newspaper rumors for gospel truth. It had prided itself on superior knowledge and had seen nothing of the kind. But this fine spring morning it was taken by surprise. The fashionable morning papers all told the same startling story. the Earl of Linleigh was married, and married to Lady Estelle Hereford, the Duke of Downsbury's only daughter. They had defrauded the fashionable world of a grand spectacle. The marriage of a duke's daughter with an earl would naturally have been a grand sight, such a grand duke, too, as the Grace of Downsbury. Then private rumor came to the rescue, and told how it would have been impossible for the marriage to have been celebrated with any degree of ceremony in England, owing to the fact that the late earl had not so very long been dead. Rumor added also how, long years ago, when he was a penniless captain, Lord Linleigh had been hopelessly attached to the duke's fair, proud daughter, and how, on his accession to the estates, he had instantly renewed his suit; how he had followed them to Paris, would take no nay, and had married Lady Estelle in spite of all obstacles. There was one singular omission, though it was not of the least consequence. None of the papers said where the marriage had been performed, or by whom. Those who noticed the omission thought it would be supplied next day, then forgot all about it. The earl had been absent 6 weeks, and Lady Doris had spent them very comfortably, with the help of Mattie. There was nothing in Mattie to be ashamed of. True, she was only a farmer's daughter, but for all that she was a well bred girl. Her politeness and natural grace of manner came from that best and sweetest of all sources, a good heart. She might be deficient in some little matters of etiquette, but she was always true, sincere, kind, and good. Not even in outward appearance would the fastidious Lady Doris find the least fault with her foster sister, while her thoughtful consideration made her liked and esteemed by everyone in the house. Indeed, there were some who compared the two unfavorably, and wished that the haughty Lady Doris had some of her foster sister's gentleness. The suit of rooms were finished, and Doris had taken possession of them before the earl returned. The fair spring was coming. Already the cuckoo had been heard in the woods. The first sweet odors of spring seemed to fill the air. The green buds were on the hedges. Such a fair, sweet, odorous spring! It seemed to have touched the heart of Earl the poet, and have turned his poetry into words of fire. He wrote such letters to Lady Doris that, if it had been in the power of words to have touched her heart, he would have done so, but it was not. And one morning, when the sun was shining more brightly than usual, when the first faint songs of the birds were heard, Lady Doris received a letter to say that day the earl and countess would be home. The earl gave many directions how his beautiful and stately wife was to be received, and how the Adderley church bells were to ring, the servants be ready; how a grand dinner was to be prepared an hour later than usual, so as to make allowance for any little delay in traveling. "I trust everything to you, Doris," said the earl, "and I know that I may safely do so. You will keep your promise." He trusted well. Her energy and quickness were not to be surpassed. Every arrangement was made, every trifling detail attended to, and the astonished servants, looking at each other in wonder, owned that their young lady was a regular locomotive when she liked. Great fires were burning in the dressing rooms, the bedrooms, every place where she thought a fire would be pleasant. "The Countess of Linleigh shall have 3 things that I like best to welcome her home," she said, laughingly. "What are those?" asked Mattie. "Warmth, light, and flowers. Those are 3 grand luxuries, Mattie, and if people either appreciated them better or cared more about them, the world would be a much more comfortable dwelling place than it is now." Lady Doris took especial pains over her own toilette that evening. The Countess of Linleigh was a duke's daughter, and her good opinion was worth having. She wished to impress her favorably, and she knew that she must choose the happy medium. She must not be too plain, that would seem like rusticity, nor too magnificent, that would seem ostentation. I wish now, she said to herself, that I had never gone near Downsbury Castle. It was one of the most unfortunate things I ever did in my life. I wonder what she thought of me that day. She did look exceedingly beautiful when she was dressed. She had chosen a costume of pale lilac silk with golden ornaments. The silk was shaded by fine white lace. Nothing could have suited her better. The ripples of golden hair were drawn loosely together and fastened with a diamond arrow. The lovely face, with its dainty flush and bright, deep eyes, the lovely mouth, so like the soft petals of a rose, the white, graceful neck, the polished, pearly shoulders, the rounded arms, all made up a picture not often seen. Mattie looked at her in honest amaze. "You are very beautiful. You dazzle my eyes, dear," she said. "What shall you do with your beauty, Doris?" "Enjoy it," was the laughing reply. But Mattie looked grave. "It seems to me," she said, "that beauty such as yours is full of peril." "I do not see it," was the laughing answer. "Now, Mattie, it is time we went to the drawing room. In 1/2 hour from this my lord and my lady will be at home." Faster and faster they seemed to drive, and with every minute that brought them nearer, Lady Linleigh grew paler. "It is an ordeal, Ulric," she said, in her clear, sweet voice. "It seems to me that all I have gone through is for nothing compared to this. It is very hard, papa, very hard." "He meant it for the best, Estelle, and we must bear it, love. It might have been much worse." "Yes, but to hear her speak, to be with her every moment of the day, yet never once to call her child, or hear her say mother, it will be very hard, Ulric. You do not know how hard." "I can guess, my dear. But why dwell on this, the darkest side? Think of the happiness in store. Your father and mother, both friends with us, having quite forgiven us, and, I venture to think, growing quite fond of me, they will come to see us, and we shall visit them, and you will always have Doris with you. Think of all these things." "Do you think I shall betray myself, Ulric?" she asked, simply. "No, my wife, I do not. You kept your secret when you saw her at Downsbury Castle, and you will keep it now. As for loving her, indulging her, saying all kind and gentle words to her, that will be quite natural in your position. Try to be happy, my darling wife. There are happy days in store for us." "I will try," she said. At that moment they heard the chiming bells of Anderley Church, filling the air with rich, jubilant music. "Listen, Estelle," said Lord Linleigh. "This is our welcome home." Listening to the joyous bells, watching the last golden gleam die out in the western sky, no dream of tragedy to come disturbed them. "Home at last," said the earl, as the carriage stopped. "I really think, Estelle, I am the happiest man in the world." He looked wistfully at his wife's face. It was white as death. "My darling," he whispered, as he led her into the house, "for my sake, try to cheer up. Do not sadden the happiest hour of my life." She made a violent effort to arouse herself. She returned with her usual high and gentle courtesy the greetings of the domestics, and walked with graceful steps to the library. Then she hardly knew what took place. She saw a face and a figure before her lovelier than the loveliest dream of an artist. She saw 2 white arms around her husband's neck, while a voice that made her heart thrill said: "Welcome home, dear papa, welcome home." "I must bear it," she thought, "for his sake." Then the beautiful face was looking in her own. Oh, heaven, that she should bear such pain, such joy, yet live. A soft voice said: "Welcome home, dear Lady Linleigh. I hope you will let me love you very much." She felt as though she held her heart in her own hands when she kissed the white brow, saying, "I am sure to love you very much." The earl, who was watching her closely, saw that she had just as much as she could bear. It was time to interfere. So he took Mattie by the hand and led her to the countess. He introduced her in a few kindly words, and then Lady Linleigh replied: "I remember you, my dear, though you probably have forgotten me. I saw you when you were quite a little girl." "I do remember you," said Mattie, gratefully. Then Lord Linleigh interfered again. "Estelle," he said, "we are just 10 minutes behind our time. You would like to change your traveling dress." She looked at him like one roused from a dream, hardly seeming at first to understand him. Then she walked slowly from the room. Lord Linleigh followed her, leaving the two girls alone. "I think she will like me," said Lady Doris, "and it will be really a boon to me to have such a graceful, high bred lady in the house. I shall study her, imitate her. Now, Mattie, does she not, as I said before, seem to move to the hidden rhythm of some sweet music?" "Yes, she gives me exactly that impression. But how pale she is, Doris, and her hands trembled. She looked as though she was going to faint." "She is not strong. Papa told me so, and traveling has perhaps tired her. Do you think she will like me, Mattie?" The tone of voice was very anxious. Mattie looked up quickly. "You will say I am full of foolish fantasies, Doris, but do you know I could not help thinking that she loved you. She looked as though she did. Her eyes had quite a strange light in them as they rested on your face, and the expression on hers was wonderful." "That is certainly all fancy," replied Doris. "I have only seen her twice in my life. It is not possible she can love me. Perhaps she thought I was not so bad looking. She admires beauty and everything, I know. She told me so herself. She married papa, I suppose, for his handsome face." "Hush!" cried Mattie. "You must not say such things. It is wrong." She could say no more. The earl and countess returned, and the dinner bell rang. During dinner it seemed to Mattie that, so far from being mistaken, she was quite right. The countess certainly loved Doris. Her voice took quite another tone when she addressed her. She fancied the earl noticed it too, and was pleased. When Mattie was near, and Lady Linleigh was arranging some presents she had brought home for the girls, he said: "The countess will be quite happy now. She is so fond of young girls, and she has two to spoil." "I don't think I shall spoil either of them," said his wife, with a happy light in her eyes. "They are both too good to be spoiled." End of section 53. Recording by Marsha, Payne.
Section 54 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 54. My Queen Rose of the Rosebuds. The Countess of Linleigh sat anxiously watching the fair face of Lady Doris. All was going on well at Linleigh. The gentle, stately countess was already half worshipped there. The earl considered himself the happiest of men. One conversation had both pleased and touched Lady Linleigh. When she had been at home some days, she fancied Mattie looked grave and almost sad. She had been thinking seriously about the girl, whether it was advisable to ask her to remain with Lady Doris as friend and companion, or whether it would be better to permit her to return to Brackenside. The Earl had spoken of their going to London in May. If they did so, could Mattie go with them? Would it not be rather cruel than kind to give her notions or accustom her to a life which it would be impossible for her to lead? The Countess saw Mattie walking one morning in the early spring alone, with a most thoughtful look on her face, and she went to her. "I have been looking for early violets," said Mattie, glancing with a smile at Lady Linleigh. "In that pretty little dale, Thorny Dale, Doris calls it. The air is filled with their fragrance, yet I cannot see them. At Brackenside, at this time, the woods are full of them." The Countess laughed. "There is no place like Brackenside, is there, Mattie?" "No," replied the girl earnestly. "None, at least it seems to me, because I love my home so very dearly." Then Lady Linleigh placed her hand caressingly on the girl's shoulder. "Mattie," she said gently, "you were looking very sad and thoughtful a few minutes since. What were you thinking of?" "Home and Early," was the frank reply. Lady Linleigh was half startled. "What about Early?" she asked. The brown eyes were raised wistfully to hers. "Early will be so unhappy, Lady Linleigh, without Doris. No one knows, no one can imagine how he loves her. I cannot think what his life is without her." "But he will not be without her long," said the Countess. "Did you not know that he was coming here in February?" She saw a rose-colored flush underneath the brown skin. She saw a sudden warm light in the brown eye, and without a word, almost by instinct, the Countess of Linleigh guessed the girl's secret and how dearly she loved Early. "Coming here!" repeated Mattie. "I am so glad." "So am I," added Lady Linleigh. "I have the highest opinion of your friend Early." She did not know how grateful those words were to the girl, who never heard Early spoken of save as Doris' own peculiar property, her friend. She could have blessed Lady Linleigh for it. The words seemed to have made that sweet spring sunshine brighter in some strange, vague way. The odor of the hidden violets and the sound of Early's voice seemed to harmonize. "And you yourself, Mattie," said the Countess, more touched than she cared to own by that unconscious revelation. "Could you be happier to remain here or to go home? You shall decide for yourself, and do which you will." "My place is home," was the simple reply. "I have seen my dear Doris happy. I shall always be able to picture to myself what her manner of life is like. I shall know that Early is content, being with her, so that it seems to me now my place and my duty alike are at home." "I think you are right, dear child," said the Countess. She had read the girl's secret rightly, and knew that from henceforward for Mattie Brace there would be but one consolation, and that she would find in doing her duty. "You would like, perhaps," she added, "to wait and welcome Early?" But Mattie remembered how many things he would require, what preparations would be necessary for a visit to Linleigh Court, and she divined, with the rapidity of thought natural to her, that she must go home and help Early. Lady Linleigh was infinitely touched by the young girl's simplicity, her loving heart, her complete sacrifice. Even the Earl wondered how it was that his wife showed such sincere affection for Mattie. Mattie went away, and on this morning, some few days after her departure, Lady Linley sat anxiously watching the face of the beautiful Doris. Had she any heart, or was she a true Studleigh? The Countess had been thinking of her all the morning, for at breakfast time the Earl, with a smile of happiness, had given her a letter saying, "This is from Earle. How he loves Doris! He is coming to-day." Lady Linley's thoughts had flown back to the time when she sat with Doris in the conservatory at the castle, and had argued so strongly with her on the point of love. She was disappointed, for the beautiful face did not brighten, no warmth came into the lovely eyes when she heard the announcement of her lover's coming. "Coming to-day, is he, papa?" And Lady Linley, quick to judge, felt a sure conviction that the tie which bound Lady Doris to Earle Moray, gentleman and poet, was burdensome to her. "Perhaps she is ambitious," thought the Countess. "It may be that with her wealth and title she thinks a marriage with Earle beneath her." Again she felt somewhat reassured when she saw that Lady Doris took some pains to please her lover. He was to reach Linley in the evening. When the dressing bell rung, Lady Estelle hastened her toilet in order that she might do what she was very fond of doing, spend a short time in Lady Laurie's dressing-room. She loved to see the shining ripples of golden hair loose and unbound. She liked to watch the glorious face and to see the graceful figure arrayed in dress of fitting splendour. There were times when Lady Doris herself wondered at the great tenderness of the Duke's daughter. "As fate ordained me a stepmother," she would say to herself with a smile, "I cannot be sufficiently thankful that she likes me so well." On this evening Lady Linley started with surprise. Accustomed as she was to the girl's beauty, it had never seemed to her so striking or so graceful. Lady Doris had indeed arrayed herself so as to charm the eyes of her lover. A little cry of admiration came from Lady Estelle. It escaped her without her knowledge. Lady Doris looked around with a blush and a smile, and nodded her graceful head. "I am being poetical, Lady Linley," she said, laughingly. "Earle is a poet, and I am dressing in character, as a poet's bride, you see." There was the least possible suspicion of mockery in her words and laughter, but looking at her, the Countess could find no fault. The tall, graceful figure seemed to rise from clouds of rich white lace. The white, rounded arms were bare to the shoulder. The graceful neck was clasped by neither diamond nor pearl. On the white breast a diamond glittered like flame. The golden hair, with its shining waves, was beautifully arranged. The little ears were like pink sea-shells. A few green leaves were carelessly entwined in the golden hair. She looked like the very spirit of love, beauty, and song. "Then you do care to please Earle?" said Lady Linley as she kissed the fair face. "Certainly," was the coquettish reply. "I have no thought of failing either." Even the Earl stood and gazed for a few moments in mute admiration of his daughter's loveliness. Then he shook his head and said gravely, "There was no need for it, Doris, no need." It was characteristic of this father and daughter that they understood each other perfectly. They were so much alike that the medium of words was not always required. They seemed to read each other's thoughts by instinct. While Lady Linley stood by, quite ignorant of her husband's meaning, Lady Doris understood it perfectly. It meant that Earle loved her already so dearly, there was no need for her to try to win more love from him. The Earl did not profess to be a man of sentiment. As a rule, he considered love a kind of weakness to which one was especially liable in youth. But this wondrous love of Earle's Murray's impressed him greatly. He had decided to drive himself to the station to meet his young guest, to whom he desired to show all honour. Then Lady Linley had said it would be less embarrassing for them to meet alone. "What a fund of sentiment you have, Estelle," laughed the Earl. "By all means arrange a tete-a-tete for them. My honest belief is that women never tire of love stories." He did not know how such speeches as these jarred upon the tender, sensitive heart of his wife, but Lady Linley was considerate. "Doris," she said to the proud young beauty, "it is some time since you have seen Earle, and he will perhaps feel more restrained in my presence, and not talk to you as freely as he would in my absence. I will leave you to receive him." And Doris laughed with some of the Earl's half contempt for sentiment. Yet she owned to herself that she was really glad there was no one to see poor Earle's extravagant delight and wild worship of her. In the burning intensity of his desire to see her, all other things were entirely lost. It never occurred to him that the Earl of Linley had purposely put himself to inconvenience to meet him at the railway station. He never gave even a passing thought to the grand carriage, the liveried servants, the magnificent mansion. He thought only of Doris. The birds sang of her, the wind whispered her name. Lord Linley smiled more than once as his remarks were unheard, his questions unanswered. After all, there was something very beautiful, half divine, in such love. He envied the young poet who felt it and the girl who was its object. He understood that all the glories of Linley were for the present quite lost on Earle. When they reached the court, the Earl looked at the poet with a smile. "If you were an ordinary visitor," he said, "I should suggest the dining-room and instant refreshment, but knowing you to be far away from all such earthly matters, I merely mention them. My daughter, the Lady Doris, is in the drawing-room there. Will you join her?" Earle had longed with the intensity of longing to see her again. His life had been one long fever, one fire of desire, one constant thought of her. Yet, when he stood once more in her beautiful presence, he was mute, dumb. She smiled at him and held out her white, jewelled hands to him. "Earle," she said, and at the sound of her voice his whole soul seemed to wake up. "Earle," she repeated, and the next moment he held those white hands in his. He drew her to him. He kissed her face, her brow. It was pitiful to see a strong man's soul so bound down with a mighty love. "Earle," she repeated a third time, "it is certainly an excellent thing that I do not wear chignons. How do young ladies manage, I wonder, with chignons, and such a rapturous lover as you? Look at my flowers and dress. It is not really etiquette to kiss any young lady en grande toilette." He only laughed at the mocking words. What cared he when his arm was round her, and he looked into her face again? "My darling," he said, "my queen rose of rosebuds." She laid her hand on his lips. "That is Tennyson's poetry," she said, "not your own. Are you so very pleased to see me, Earle?" "So pleased that I cannot find words, so pleased that the wonder to me is that I can bear so much happiness." "If you think you are too happy, Earle, I can soon alter the state of things," she said laughingly. "You cannot alter yourself," he replied. "While you are what you are, as you are, I must be the happiest of men. I cannot help it. Mattie told me that I should find you changed. Why, my darling, you are beautiful, graceful, noble as a queen. In all the wide world I am quite sure there is no one like you, none." End of chapter 54. Read by Gabby Cowan. Section 55 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 55. When she was young, perhaps she loved someone like me. Dinner was over, and Earle had recovered some little sense and reason. He had hardly looked at Lady Estelle. They had met as perfect strangers, and the earl introduced them. It struck the earl that his wife looked pale and strange, but whenever there was anything about Lady Linleigh that he did not understand, he always attributed it to sentiment. Then, in her calm, high-bred fashion, she bade Earle welcome to Linleigh. She spoke to him several times during dinner. That dinner seemed to Earle more like a dream than a reality. Whenever he looked at her he thought of Quainton Woods and the strange story she had told him there, the truth of which seemed only known to herself and him. He wondered if she would speak to him about it, if she would allude to it in any way. He had never seen her since, although he had so well carried out her commands. After dinner, all wonder on that point was at an end. "Doris," said the countess, "sing some of your pretty French chansons for us. Mr. Murray, will you look over these sketches by Dore?" While Doris' rich voice filled the room, and Earle sat with the sketches in his hand, she, feigning to be interested in them, said: "I have never had a chance to thank you, but I thank you now, with all my heart, with gratitude that words cannot express. Can you understand how grateful I am to you, Earle Murray?" There was a pretty, musical lingering on his name which charmed him. He looked into the proud, fair face and said simply: "A man might be proud to give his life for you, Lady Linleigh. I am happy to think that it was in my power to be of service to you." "Will you keep my secret always, Earle?" "Always, Lady Linleigh, as I would guard my life on my honor." "Even after you are married, when it will be most difficult to keep a secret from Doris, you will keep this, you will never let her know that I am her mother?" "No, you may trust me until death," he said. Then for some minutes there was silence. Lady Linleigh was the first to break it. "Do you know how I shall try to reward you, Earle?" she asked. "I think less of the reward than of the kindness that prompted," he replied gratefully. "I shall do my best to further your interests in life, to help you to reach such a position as shall please Doris. I will hasten your marriage by every means in my power, and I will love you as though you were my own son. Do not look so grateful. They will wonder what I am saying to you. You understand, once and for all, I shall never allude to this again." The next moment Lady Doris was laughingly accusing the Countess of having asked her to sing in order that she might talk at her ease. "We are quite a family party," said Lord Linleigh. "Earle, do you play billiards?" "No," he replied, "I do not." "Then come at once and let me give you your first lesson. No man can hope to succeed in this world who cannot play billiards." Doris went into the billiard room to see the first lesson given and received, while Lady Estelle pondered over the same problem. Did Doris love Earle, or did she not? On the morning following, the earl and the poet had a long conversation. It was a fine spring day, with the odor of early violets and the song of the birds in the air. "Come out with me, Mr. Moray," said the earl. "We can talk more at ease under the broad blue sky." Then, as they walked through the stately domain, the earl talked more seriously than he had ever done before. "Some men," he said, "might object to seeing an engagement of the kind fulfilled. I do not. When Doris, as you knew, had no name, no home, you would have been proud to make her your wife. She, in her turn, should be, as is, I do not doubt, proud to reward your love. Now, it would be very easy for me, Earle, to imitate one of the fathers in heavy comedy and say, 'Take her, be happy, here are £50,000 and my blessing.' I repeat, that would be easy, but it would be an injustice to you. I prefer that you shall make a position for yourself and win her. You will be happier." "Yes," replied Earle, "1,000 times happier. I love her so dearly, pardon me, my lord, so dearly, that I would work as Jacob did 7 years to win her, and because of my great love they would seem as one day." "I will take your fortunes in hand," said the earl. "As I told you before, it would be easy to give you one, but I will give you what is far better, the means of making one. I will place you in such a position that it shall not be in the power of any person to say, when he hears of my daughter's marriage, that she had made a mésalliance." "I thank you, my lord, my deeds, my life shall thank you," said Earle earnestly. "You have already," continued the earl, "made yourself some reputation as a poet. Now tell me, have you ever turned your attention to politics?" The young poet's face glowed again. It was so sweet to him, for her dear sake, this high hope of fame. "I have studied the leading topics of the day," he replied modestly. "I know you have the gift of eloquence, and my first effort on your behalf shall be that you be returned a member for Anderley. The late member died a few weeks since, and I am repeatedly asked to put forward a candidate. You shall be that candidate, Earle Moray, and you shall succeed. When you are MP for Anderley, we will talk of the next step." "I cannot thank you," said Earle breathlessly. "It would be quite useless for me to try. In the meantime, there is an appointment in London in the civil service vacant, and I think my influence can procure it for you. It will bring you in an income of £700 or £800 per annum. The expenses of the election will, of course, be mine." Earle raised his hand to his head with a bewildered expression. "I think," he said, "I must have had a fairy godmother." Genius is a fairy godmother, said the earl, laughingly. We shall all be very happy, Earle. Doris is young, too young to marry yet. A year or two in the great world will not hurt her. I do not think anything will ever take her from you, Earle. I am sure of it, my lord. I have full faith in my love. That very evening Lord Linleigh wrote to London to secure the appointment of which he had spoken. It was characteristic of him that more than once during the course of that letter writing he laughed to himself for being sentimental. I should have done better, he thought, to have given the young man something handsome, and have let Doris marry as my daughter ought to marry. Then again he would reproach himself with the thought, and his heart would warm with the consciousness of doing a good and a generous action. It would have been impossible, even had he desired it, to have kept the household in ignorance over Earle. He had not been there 24 hours before the whole body of domestics were interested in his wooing. He was universally admired. The susceptible portion of the establishment declared that he was as handsome as Apollo, with a voice like real music, while languid footmen and knowing grooms declared him to be the right kind of gentleman. The Lady Doris had said little, but she had watched him with jealous eyes. If he had failed in any little observance of form or etiquette, she would never have pardoned him. If she had heard even the least hint that he was not perfectly well bred, that he was not accustomed to the manners of good society, her angry resentment would have known no bounds. As it was, she was flattered by the universal praise and admiration. Earle might have lived with dukes and earls all his life. It never occurred to him this terrible distance in rank. He did not think of it. As he once said to Doris, he was a gentleman, a king was no more. She had half anticipated feeling ashamed of him. She found, on the contrary, that she had ample reason to be proud of him. The earl told his wife and daughter what he hoped and intended to do for Earle. He almost wondered that the countess should be so pleased. Her face flushed and her eyes filled with tears. "You are very good, Ulrich," she said very gently. He fancied that it was for her daughter's sake that she felt pleased, but there were no tears in his daughter's beautiful eyes. "I am a deal of trouble to you, papa," she said. "It is not enough that you must have a grown-up daughter, but you must also provide her with a husband. It is rather too hard on you." "But, Doris, you love Earle," he said anxiously. "Oh yes, I love Earle. It is a thousand pities, though, that he has not a ready-made fortune and position. It would save you so much trouble." "My dear Doris, there can be no trouble for me where you are concerned. You know how anxious I am that you should be happy. You will be happy with Earle?" "I am one of those singularly fortunate people, papa, who are happy anywhere," she replied. Then, seeing a very discontented expression on his face, she hastened to add, "Remember how often you have called me a true Studleigh, papa. I find it more in my nature to laugh than to sentimentalize. Indeed, under pain of instant execution, I fear that I could not grow sentimental. At the same time, believe me, no one could be more grateful than I am to you about Earle." And with that the earl was forced to be content. She sat down to the piano shortly afterward, and he heard the gay voice singing of love and flowers. He looked at her. The same puzzle came to him. Has she any heart? He asked himself. That was a question which no one yet had been able to answer. "Earle," said Lady Doris, as they sat together in the morning room, "do not read any more to me. I always tell you that reading poetry aloud to me is a waste of time and of talent. I want you to talk." The next moment he had closed the book and was sitting on the little ottoman at her feet. "I am only too delighted," he said. "It is not often that my beautiful queen wishes to talk to me." "Your beautiful queen wishes to know, Earle, what you think of my lady." "My lady," he repeated wonderingly. "Yes, try and not be dull of understanding. Nothing tries me so severely as that. My lady, I mean, of course, the Countess of Linleigh. What do you think of her, Earle?" "I think she is very kind, very beautiful, very stately, and very charming." "I agree with you, but do you not think that she is rather sentimental?" "I hardly know. Why, Doris?" "She has a fashion of dropping into my dressing room at all hours, of taking this long hair of mine into her hands and looking as though she would fain kiss it, or kissing my face and talking about you." "That seems very natural, Doris, and very kind," he said. "When she talks about you, Earle, the tears come into her eyes, and she is so eloquent about love. Do you know what I fancy sometimes?" "No," he replied, "I do not know." "You need not to look so strangely at me, but I do fancy at times that when she was young perhaps she loved someone like me, who is dead. What do you think, Earle?" "It is very possible, darling. I should be so kind to her, Doris, were I in your place. I am kind. I never interfere. I let her do just as she likes with me. I am sure, Earle, it is not possible to be any kinder than that." End of chapter 55. Read by Gabby Cowan. Section 56 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. The Yearnings of a Mother's Heart. The appointment was secured. It was hardly probable that the Earl of Linleigh should ask anything from the government and be refused. He was the rising man of the day, and the government was anxious for his support. He had great influence, and it was all needed. When, therefore, he made a special application for this choice bit of patronage, it was agreed on all sides that it would be most unwise to refuse it. Earle was made perfectly happy. The income of £800 a year did not seem such a great or wonderful thing to him as the fact that he was a public man, that his footing was firmly established, and that every day brought him nearer to Doris. In his simplicity he often wondered how it was that little paragraphs continually appeared in the leading papers of the day about him. One time it was to the effect that it was not generally known that Earle Moray, Esq., recently appointed to the Royal Commission service, was the poet with whose last work all England was delighted. Again, that Earle Moray, Esq., the poet intended to contest the borough of Anderley. He found himself continually mentioned as one of the leading men of the day, one to whom the eyes of the country turned with hope. Earle could not imagine how it was, and in his perplexity he spoke of it to Lord Linleigh. "If I did not know that it was impossible," he said, "I should imagine some one was always sending little paragraphs to the newspapers about me." "It is the price of celebrity," said the earl. "A man who wishes to advance with the public must always keep himself before the public eye. You would be surprised how famous these little paragraphs, as you call them, have made you already. People often ask me about Earle Moray. You will be a greater name than this some day, and you will wonder how you have acquired it." In the meantime he was wonderfully happy. He was not to commence his engagement until the middle of April, and the earl insisted upon it that he should continue at Linleigh Court. "Lessons in social life are as needful as any others," said Lord Linleigh. "You cannot do better for the next few weeks than spend as much time as possible with Lady Estelle. I will introduce you to the chief magnates of the county, and so you will be acquiring knowledge of one kind, if not of another." The next great event was a visit from the Duke and Duchess of Downsbury to Linleigh Court. The Duke had long desired to go, but the Duchess, prouder than himself, constantly refused. At last curiosity prevailed. Lord Linleigh wrote such glowing accounts of his happiness and such descriptions of the beauty of his daughter and the happiness of his wife, that it was not in human nature to keep away any longer. Then, indeed, was Lady Doris puzzled. The countess seemed to have but one anxiety. It was not for herself at all, but for Lord Linleigh's daughter, that she should look beautiful, that they should admire her, that she should make the most favorable impression on them, seemed to be her sole desire. The young beauty was highly amused at it. They were talking one morning, and Lady Estelle held a long, shining tress of Doris' hair in her hand. "I hope," she said suddenly, "the Duchess will admire your hair, Doris." "Do you, Lady Linleigh?" was the reply, with a little raising of the eyebrows. "I am not very anxious about it myself." "My darling," said the countess impulsively, "do not say that. I want my mother to admire and to like, even to love you." "It is very kind of you, Lady Linleigh, but it is very improbable. I fancy that I remember her Grace. She is very tall and stately, is she not? With a proud, high-bred face, not handsome at all, but very aristocratic?" "Yes," said Lady Estelle faintly, "that is she." "Then I am quite sure, dear Lady Linleigh, she will not like me. I must have been quite a child when you paid that memorable visit to Brackenside, but I remember her much better than I remember you, and I am quite sure that she looked as though she would like to shake me." "But Doris," said the countess earnestly, "you must try to make the Duchess like you. You will try, will you not, my dear?" "Will you tell me why, Lady Linleigh?" asked the young girl. The countess grew pale and agitated. "Do it to please me, my darling, because I want her to like you. Do it for my sake, will you, Doris?" The girl laughed, a loud, rippling laugh that had no music in it. "I will do anything, Lady Linleigh, anything to please her. But if my own mother were living, provided that I loved her myself, I should not be very anxious for any one else to love her." Lady Estelle drew back with something like repulsion in her face. "You are mistaken. You cannot judge. It is only natural that we wish every one to love and admire what we love ourselves." Doris looked at her with laughing eyes. I cannot see it. I should like everyone, for instance, to admire Earle, but I do not care about anyone loving him." Lady Linleigh sat in silence for some minutes, then looking up, she said: "We will not argue over it, my dear child, but you will promise to be very nice to the Duchess, and try to win her liking?" "Certainly I promise, Lady Linleigh. Tell me, is the Duchess a lady of great importance?" "Yes, she is indeed. She has much influence at court and in society." "Then I will do all I can, not only to make her like me, but to make her speak favourably of me. Shall you be pleased then, dear Lady Linleigh?" Yes, she would be pleased, but she owned to herself, with a deep sigh, that it was impossible to arouse any deep or true feeling, any noble sentiment, any generous idea in the girl's mind. Appeal to her vanity, her interest, her ambition, you were sure to find some answer in court. Appeal to anything else was utterly in vain. Lady Doris laughed to herself as the countess, with something like disappointment in her face, quitted the room. "I have heard the proverb, 'Love me, love my dog,'" she said to herself. "I've never heard, 'Love me, love my mother.'" Still, the fact that the coming visitor was a duchess, and a person of very great importance, the wife of one of the wealthiest dukes in England, was not without its influence on her. She resolved, therefore, to be most charming and gracious. She was secretly amused at Lady Linleigh's anxiety over her dress. On the day when the visitors were expected, she said to her: "Take great pains with your toilet this evening, Doris. Wear that set of pearls and rubies." "If the dog were a widower," laughed Lady Doris to herself, "I should feel sure that the countess wanted me to make a conquest." She was awed and impressed, in spite of herself, when she stood before the Duchess of Downsbury. The Duke she remembered well. She felt no especial awe of him. She could tell, from the expression of his face, that he thought her beautiful. She was accustomed by this time to see men fall prostrate, as it were, before her beauty, but there was something in the high-bred stately Duchess before which my Lady Doris owned herself vanquished. She did not understand the emotion in Lady Linleigh's face as she led her to the Duchess. "Mamma," she said in a voice that trembled, "this is Lady Doris Studleigh, my husband's daughter." The jewelled hands of the Duchess trembled as they lay for 1/2 minute on the golden head. "I am pleased to see you," she said. "You are very fair. I hope you are as good as you are fair." Lady Doris wondered why, for 1/2 minute, everyone around her looked so solemn, why her father's debonair face had lost its colour, why Lady Estelle turned so hastily away, why Earle stood looking on with a strange light in his eyes. It was droll. Then she dismissed the thought. They were all more or less sentimental, and there was no accounting for sentimental people at all. She was destined the same evening to feel a little more surprised. There had always been the most perfect harmony and sympathy of taste between the earl and his daughter. They resembled each other so closely. Lady Doris felt half inclined to dislike the Duchess. Her exclusiveness, her hauteur, awed her after a fashion that was rather disagreeable than otherwise. As usual, she went to the earl for sympathy. "Papa," she said, "the worst enemy her grace ever had could not call her lively. She is no longer young. Liveliness is one of the attributes of youth, you know, Doris." "Yes, But a little more of it would certainly not hurt her, papa." The earl went to his daughter and laid his hand on her shoulder. "Doris," he said, "I want to speak to you most particularly, and I want you to pay the greatest attention to what I have to say." She looked up in wonder at this preamble. "Let me impress upon you," he said, "that it is my earnest wish that you should treat the Duke and Duchess with all the respect, attention, and affection that lies in your power. You cannot show them too much, and the more you show them the better shall I be pleased. They are my wife's parents." "I suppose," thought Doris, "he expects they will leave him a fortune. However, I must trim my bark according to the sea. I have to sail on." So she promised to show all deference, all homage, all respect. She did so. The Duke admired her beyond everything. He thought her one of the most beautiful, most graceful, one of the cleverest girls he had ever met. But the Duchess did not like her. She had never forgotten her first impression, that the girl was both vain and wanting in goodness. She tried to like her, to make the most of her beauty, her talent, but there was no real warmth in her heart toward her daughter's child. Earle, on the contrary, won her honest liking. In her own mind, although she knew that Doris was the daughter of Lord Linleigh and the descendant of the Herefords, she thought her inferior to Earle Moray. So this strangely assorted household remained until the time drew near when the earl thought of going to London. The Duke of Downsbury had promised to do his best in helping to forward the fortunes of Earle Moray. He by this time had recovered from the shock his daughter's story had inflicted on him. Still, he considered it best, for many reasons, that the secret should be kept. Lady Doris wondered often how it happened that she was so great a favorite with the Duke. He made her costly and beautiful presents. He liked to ride out with her. He enjoyed watching her beautiful face. "Your daughter is unique," he said one day to Lady Estelle, and her face grew white as she heard the words. "My daughter!" she repeated. "It seems so strange, papa, to hear that. No one has ever called her my daughter before." How the gentle heart yearned over her, the proud young beauty in the flush of her triumph, never knew. She looked upon Lady Linleigh's great love for her as rather tiresome than otherwise. It was annoying to her that she should be visited every evening, and that the countess should study so attentively her every look and word. More than once she spoke impatiently of it to Earle, and wondered that he looked so gravely at her. "It seems to me," she cried, "that everyone studies Lady Linleigh a great deal more than they study me." She wondered why it was that the fair, proud face was always so tender for her, why the calm eyes always rested on her with a loving light, why the voice that never varied for others faltered and grew so loving when speaking to her. Once or twice it occurred to her that if her own mother had been living, she could not have shown greater affection for her than did Lady Estelle Linleigh. End of chapter 56. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 57 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 57. Before the Queen. Such a May Day! Like one of those that the poets of old described when they wrote about of mead and honey. A flash of heaven's own sunshine, a murmur of heaven's own music, a foretaste of the golden glories of summer which were soon to shine over the land. A May Day when, in the green heart of England, the hawthorn was budding, the perfume of violets filled the air, the cuckoo remained lord of the meadows, the wood pigeons began to coo, the butterflies to coquette with sweet spring flowers, a very carnival of nature. London had never looked so bright or so gay. The Queen had thrown off the black mantle of sorrow, and had come forth once more to gladden the hearts of her faithful people. She had opened Parliament, and a series of royal fêtes had been announced that cheered the whole city with the hope of future prosperity. Trade, commerce, literature, and art were all encouraged, as all drooped in her absence, so they all revived in the gracious promise of her serene presence. There was to be on the 3rd of May a grand drawing-room. Great excitement was caused by the announcement that the Countess of Linleigh and the Lady Loris Studleigh were both on this eventful day to be presented, the Countess on her marriage, the Lady Doris as a debutante. Rumour was very busy. There was nothing to wonder about over the Countess. She was well known for many London seasons. She had been a belle and a reigning beauty. She was married at last to a popular nobleman, and would doubtless take her place as one of the queens of society. She would give brilliant fêtes, head the gaieties of the season. Hyde House would doubtless become one of the most fashionable resorts of the day, but there all sensation about her ceased. With Lady Doris it was different. More curiosity was felt to see Lord Linleigh's daughter than his wife. People heard that she was a regular Studleigh, and the memory of the handsome debonair race was still living among them. In the time of Charles II there had been ladies of the Studleigh family whose names were proverbs for beauty, wit, and recklessness. Strange stories were told of deeds of fun and daring that in people less noble would have been called crimes. And now, on the great world, always a little blaze, a little tired of itself, always athirst for novelty, a new star was to shine. A Studleigh with all the fatal, witching beauty of her race, and the inheritance of wit that was always pointed. Rumour said she was the loveliest girl on whom the English sun had shone for many years. She would be wealthy, too, for Lord Linleigh was rich. Expectation was for once fairly aroused. Then, too, there was something of romance about her story. The marriage of the handsome, popular earl had been a private one. The Lady Doris, it was said, had been educated in the strictest retirement. People were impatient to see her and pronounce their verdict. She was to be presented by the Duchess of Downsbury, whose name was a guarantee for every good quality. The eventful day dawned at last. Lord Linleigh had been somewhat anxious over it. True, his daughter's fate in life was fixed. He would not have had her engagement with Earle Moray broken on any account. Yet he desired that she should receive all the homage due to her rank and her beauty. No word of her engagement had been made public. That was by Lady Linleigh's advice. Give her all the time possible, all the liberty that her heart can desire. and then we shall see if she really prefers Earle to all the world," she said to her husband. Though he laughed at the advice, he owned it was good. On that May day, surely Lady Doris' dressing room was one of the prettiest scenes in all London. The sunbeams crept through the rose-coloured blind, and fell on the shining jewels, the costly dresses, the flowers and laces. For the first time in her life Lady Doris was arrayed in full court costume, and certainly nothing would have suited her better. The Duke of Downsbury had insisted on presenting her with a magnificent set of diamonds for the occasion, and she wore them now for the first time. She stood in all the splendour of her marvellous beauty and rich costume, smiling at herself in the mirror. "I do not look much like Doris Brace, the farmer's daughter, now," she said to herself. Then Lady Linleigh entered the room. "I could not dress, Doris," she said, "until I had seen you and knew whether you felt nervous or not." Something like a smile of contempt wreathed the beautiful lips. "Nervous, Lady Linleigh? Not one whit," she replied. "Now, if I were about being presented to a handsome young monarch who wanted a queen to reign by his side, I might feel nervous." "When I was presented," said Lady Linleigh, "I did feel very nervous. I thought of it for days and weeks beforehand." "You and I, dear Lady Linleigh, differ considerably," said Doris. "I often think myself it is strange, but I am really wanting in that respect. I have no organ of reverence. I do not believe that I stand in awe of any human being." "It is strange, and I am not sure that such total independence is altogether good for you, my dear. I should like you to bear more on others, less on yourself." "I am as I was made," laughed the girl. Then she blushed slightly, for the earl stood at the door of her dressing room, looking at her with such admiration in his eyes as they had seldom expressed before. She could not help feeling embarrassed by it. Then she went up to him, saying, "Now, papa, imagine yourself the queen. Let me make you my grand presentation courtesy." He never forgot her as she stood there, the light flaming in her jewels and falling on the golden hair, the face softened into unusual beauty by the slight flush. "My darling," said Lord Linleigh, as he laid his hand on her head, "my darling, I am proud of you." The words were few, but they expressed a whole volume. "There will not be a fairer girl at the drawing room to-day," he continued, "yet you must look out for your laurels, Doris. Lady Blanche Trevor is presented to-day, and the Trevors have always been considered the handsomest family in England." "I am not afraid, papa," was the calm reply. "We should be going now. It is some time since the carriage was announced." "Doris," said the countess, "stop 1 minute, dear." Doris turned wonderingly. She detected a faint tremor in the voice. Lady Linleigh's face, too, was very pale. "Come here 1 moment," she continued, and Lady Doris went up to her. The pale, lovely face looked into hers. The gentle hands touched her, the sweet lips caressed her. The countess took one long tress of the golden hair in her hands. "I could not let you go out into the world, my dear," she said slowly, "without first wishing you all happiness." All her heart was on her lips, and her voice trembled with emotion. Lady Doris looked at her in a perfect bewilderment of surprise. "You are very kind to me, Lady Linleigh," she said, and there was something of haughty surprise in her voice which fell like cold snow on the gentle heart. "You are very kind," she repeated, "but I have no fear." "It is such a brilliant world, Doris, but so full of pitfalls. Oh, my dear, so full of pitfalls for the beautiful and young." "I will steer clear of them, dear Lady Linleigh," said the impatient voice. "While the May sun is shining and the carriage is at the door, there is hardly time to talk about the dangers of the world. I am quite willing to take them for granted." Lady Linleigh said to herself that she could not alter the nature, that she was brilliant, polished, cold, beautiful, without warmth of the heart, and that she could not help it. Yet she felt most bitterly disappointed. Her heart had yearned for one kind word, for one token of affection from her, but it was not to be. The earl looked in surprise from his wife to his daughter, but he made up his mind never to interfere between them, or to appear to notice anything that passed. Then they entered the carriage and drove to St. James. Those present will not soon forget the beauty of the women or the splendor of the whole scene. Never since the days when her royal consort stood by her side had the queen looked better or happier than on this day, when she woke to the sense that the great voice of a mighty nation was calling her. Noble sons and fair daughters stood around her. The noblest of the realm had hastened to do her homage. The sun that shone upon the palace walls and streamed through the windows fell on no more calm or royal face than hers. There was some little excitement when the name of the Countess of Linleigh was announced. Many there remembered her years ago, when she had made her debut, and smiled to think that for love of the gallant earl she had remained unmarried all these years. With the entrance of Lady Doris Studleigh into the royal presence, there was a sensation such as had not been made at the court for many long years. The girl's glorious beauty, her imperial grace, the proud carriage, the splendor of her jewels, the fascination that seemed to clothe her as a garment, even the royal face lighted up with admiration as the queen's eyes fell on her. Words more kind than usual came from the royal lady's lips, and her heart beating high with triumph. Her position secure, the Lady Doris passed from that gracious presence. Even as she stood bending low before the queen, she said to herself that she should be a favorite at court if looks promised anything. The Duchess of Downsbury was well pleased with her young protégée. "My dear," she said to her when the ordeal was over, "whatever else you may like, you certainly have plenty of nerve." Lady Doris raised her eyes unflinchingly to her Grace's face. "Different people," she said, "give other names to the quality I possess. Your Grace calls it nerve, the Studleighs call it courage." "Well," said the Duchess grimly, "I will call it courage, then. You have plenty of it, Lady Doris." "I have no doubt," was the smiling reply, "that as I go through the world I shall need it all." The Duchess knew that in a passage at arms, even she, well versed as she was, had no chance with Lady Doris. In one way she was pleased at her granddaughter's success, although she disliked so much calm self-possession in one so young. But the earl saw no drawback; he admitted none. Everyone was enraptured with Lady Doris. Everyone praised her, spoke of her wonderful beauty, and complimented him on having so peerless a daughter. His heart beat high with pride, yet never once did he wish her engagement with Earle Moray broken. He saw Lady Estelle alone a few minutes before dinner, and then he wondered at the paleness of her face, the depression of her spirits. "Estelle," he said gently, "what is the matter?" It seemed as though the question broke through the flood gates of her sorrow. She raised her eyes to his. They were streaming with tears. "I am ungrateful, Ulrich," she said. "I am wicked and discontented. I see my darling so beautiful, yet I cannot go to her and clasp her in my arms. I cannot say, 'Child, how I rejoice in you, for you are my own.'" "No, you cannot say that, but you may love her and be as kind to her as you will." The countess shook her head sadly. "You do not understand," she said. "Doris is not affectionate by nature, and I can see that my love annoys and teases her. I do not repine, for you love me, Ulrich, do you not?" Love her? Yes, assuredly he did. How could he help it? Yet, all the same, he did wish that Lady Doris would show greater affection for her unknown mother. End of chapter 57. Read by Gabby Cowan. Section 58 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 58. The New Beauty Discussed. A group of young aristocrats stood in the billiard room of Bar's club. Someone had played a game and won it. Someone else had lost. There had been high betting, but, strange to say, for once money had lost its charm, billiards their attraction. "I am told," said the Honorable Charlie Balsover, "that it is a treat to look at her. My sisters were both at the drawing room, and they declare that they have seen nothing like it." "Women cannot judge of women," said Major Maitland contemptuously. The Honorable Charlie looked up haughtily. "My sisters are as good judges of beauty as anyone in England," he said hastily. "There can be no question about it," interrupted Lord Piercy. "Lady Studleigh is, par excellence, the beauty of the season. I saw her myself, and, well, it takes a great deal to satisfy me, but she did it." "We shall have the noble Piercy spurred and booted, going in for a conquest," laughed another. "No, my dear boy, I am, fortunately for me, in the full possession of all my senses. I took my own measure very accurately long ago, and I for one should never aspire to such a conquest as that of the Lady Studleigh." "What a rare and touching humility," laughed a fair-haired officer. "I should like to see this paragon." At that moment they were joined by a tall, handsome man, who until that moment had been standing alone at the billiard table, practicing a stroke he wished to master. He sauntered to the little group. "I have not heard one word that you have been saying, but from the peculiar expression of Piercy's face, I would wager that you are talking of beauty in some shape or other," he said. we are talking of a new star which has suddenly arisen in the fashionable skies, the beautiful, golden-haired Lady Studley, Lord Linley's daughter." "What of her?" asked Lord Charles Vivianne. "If any interesting, tell me quickly. At this moment the click of the billiard balls is sweeter to my ears than the praise of a fair woman." "It is my opinion," said Colonel Clifford, laughing, "that in Vivianne's case a burnt child dreads the fire. A little bird whispered to me some romantic story about Florence and some lovely being to whom he was devoted there." Lord Vivianne turned fiercely on him, so fiercely that those present looked grave. "It would be as well for you, Clifford," he said, "to refrain from talking of that which does not concern you." "My dear boy," replied the colonel, "I meant no harm. If I had known that Florence was a sore subject with you, I would not have touched upon it." "Who said it was a sore subject?" cried Lord Vivianne passionately. Then, seeing that in all probability a quarrel would ensue, Major Maitland interfered. "We are forgetting the subject under discussion," he said. "You asked me what it was, Lord Vivianne. We were speaking of the wonderful beauty of Lady Studley, the handsome earl's daughter. Have you seen her yet?" "No," he replied, "I have not." "Then by all means contrive to do so. The Prince of is almost wild about her. Every one ought to see her, just to know what a really beautiful woman is like." Then Colonel Clifford, anxious to make up the quarrel, went off in a long and rapturous description of the fair lady's beauty and grace. "I shall be sure to see her," said Lord Vivianne briefly. "To tell the truth, I do not feel much interested. A beautiful face is a rarity, and the chances are 10 to 1 the owner is either a simpleton or a flirt. I, for one, shall not offer my admiration at the new beauty's shrine. Au revoir." And with his usual proud, careless step, Lord Vivianne walked away. The others looked curiously after him. "I never saw a man so completely changed in all my life," said Colonel Clifford. "He used to be so good-humored, fond of a jest, and able to bear any amount of teasing, and now one word and he is like a madman. I shall begin to think what I have heard of him is true." "What is that?" asked the Honorable Charlie Balsover. "I was told that he fell in love at Florence. I did not hear all the particulars, but I was told that he completely lost his heart there." "He never had a heart to lose," said one. "Who was the lady?" asked another. "I do not know. Someone said she was a princess in disguise, others that she was of low origin, but of marvelous beauty. The whole affair was a mystery. Some said she was English, others that she was Florentine. In any case, it is believed that she jilted him, and he has never been the same man since. He used to boast that no woman had ever resisted him. I believe that he fancied he was irresistible. Perhaps he does not like learning his lesson." "The biter generally gets bitten," said the Honorable Charlie. "I should not wonder if some one has avenged the wrongs of the sex upon him. He has certainly gone to great lengths." "Why not call a spade a spade?" said Major Maitland. "Give his follies the right name. He has broken more hearts, ruined more homes, dragged more fair faces through the dust than any man of his age in England. Serves him right, I say. if he had something to suffer in his turn, which was all the sympathy Lord Vivianne received when he was supposed to have suffered at the hands of a woman. He thought but little over what had been said about Lady Studleigh. Men were always making idols of some woman or other, he said to himself. If they choose to go mad in crowds over the handsome earl's daughter, let them. I, for one, shall not join them. It had been a great blow to him, the loss of Doris. That one love was the master passion of his life. He had not intended it to be. He had only thought of her at first as one whose beauty was well worth the winning. Afterward, when her strange fascination, her wonderful grace, her marvelous talent and wit had bound him fast in her chains, he gave her the one great love of his life, none the less fierce and passionate because he had had many love affairs. While they were still at Florence, he had made up his mind to one of two things: either to be true to her all his life, and spend all his life with her, or to marry her. As his love increased, his scruples died away. He would marry this beautiful girl, whose coldness had a charm for him that nothing else ever possessed. His love grew fiercer as she grew colder. He had made up his mind that she should never be parted from him, that he would slay anyone who tried to separate them. When he found that she had left him, many long months did he spend in searching for her. He had quite decided what to do when he did find her. If anyone had bribed her to leave him, the crime should be most dearly avenged. He would tell her that he was willing to make her his wife, and then he would marry her. Marry her! He repeated the words to himself, with a bitter laugh. He would have done anything, have slain her and killed himself, rather than leave her again, or let her go out of his life. She would, of course, be delighted to be Lady Vivianne. It was not likely that she would refuse such an offer. He sneered at himself for being willing to make it. He sneered at himself for his own great, overweening love. He hated himself because it had won such power over him, because it had humbled him even to the yoke of marriage. I shall be the first Vivianne who has ever done anything of this kind, he said to himself, yet all the same he resolved to do it. Having wrought himself up to this height of heroism, it was humiliating in the extreme to find it all in vain. He could find no trace of the girl he intended to marry. Whether she had left him in a fit of a pique because he had not married her, whether she had gone away in a sudden access of sorrow or regret, he did not know. He was only sure of one thing: she was gone. Had she left him for anyone else, or in one of her sudden caprices? She was capricious enough for anything. It was just one of the things that she was likely to do. For all he knew, she had been near him all the time. She was quite capable of that. He knew that to her, his long search, his fever of anxiety, his despair, would only be a comic entertainment. Yet, knowing all this, judging her as he did, believing with the whole force and power of his soul, it was the influence that a wicked woman does obtain at times over a wicked man, and it is stronger than any other. He came to England at last, despairing to hear any news of her abroad. He argued to himself that if she were still in Italy, he should certainly have heard of it. A face like hers could be remarked everywhere. He should have heard of this golden-haired beauty, whose style of loveliness was one so rarely seen in sunny Italy. He had been in London now for some weeks, but he had heard nothing and was puzzled what to do next. He never dreamed of looking for her there in the upper world of fashion. He had no idea, not even the faintest, of ever seeing her. If she were the reigning star in any other world, he would have heard of her before this. With his mind so perplexed and agitated, his soul tossed on a tempest of love, he had not thought to spare for anyone else. Let people rave about Lady Studleigh, let her be as beautiful as she would, she could not surpass Doris. In the meantime, Lady Studleigh was creating a sensation to which the fashionable world had long been a stranger. She was the queen of the season. Hyde House was the most popular resort in London. To be admitted there was to have the entry to the most exclusive circle. To be unknown there was to be unknown to fame. It was not often that one house held two such women as the Countess of Linleigh and the Lady Studleigh. The Countess was all grace and suavity and high breeding. Lady Studleigh all brilliancy, beauty, and wit. Even old courtiers, who had some of the first beauties of both empires, declared that there was nothing to equal her. Another great attraction to all clever people was the constant presence of the now famous poet, Earle Moray, at Hyde House. His conversation was a great charm, although some, wiser and more thoughtful than others, said it was hardly right to expose a young and talented man like Earle Moray to the constant fascinations of Lady Doris Studleigh. She bore her triumph with a certain grand calm that impressed her parents wonderfully. "Race does tell, after all," said the duchess as she watched the young beauty. Any other girl would have shown some elation at the great amount of admiration offered. Lady Studleigh shows none. After all, race will tell. Invitations came for a royal ball, and it was remarked by all present that the whole of the royal circle seemed to look upon the proud young beauty with great favour. Then came invitations to a royal concert. One of the young princesses, whose marriage was then on the tapis, declared that she would have the Lady Doris on the list of her bridesmaids. No fete was considered a success without her. A ball without Lady Studleigh was almost a failure. "That girl has homage enough paid her to turn her head," said the earl laughingly to his wife. The countess sighed. "My dear Ulrich," she said, "I think it would require a great deal to move either her heart or her head. Both seem to me equally safe." "You always sigh when you speak of Doris. Why is it, dear?" asked Lord Linleigh. "I cannot help wishing that she had less beauty and more love," she replied. "There are many perils in this world, perils of soul and of body, but I think the greatest of all is certainly the perils of beauty." "I think you are right," observed the earl, "but we must hope, having escaped so far, she will escape the rest." End of chapter 58. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 59 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 59. Doris affects a little curiosity. "You are not looking quite so well as usual this morning, Doris," said Lady Linleigh. "You are nervous, too. You start at every sound. What is wrong, dear?" "Nothing," replied Lady Doris, "but that I did not sleep well. I had a most unpleasant dream." "What was it?" asked the countess. "About Italy, about someone I knew. I saw there. Only a foolish dream, and I am foolish to mention it. Of all people in the world, you are the last I ever should have imagined to know what being nervous meant." "I am not nervous," replied Lady Doris quickly. "It would annoy me very much to hear anyone say so." But though she indignantly denied the fact as being a very discreditable one, she looked pale, and the laughing eyes had lost something of their brightness. She started at every sound, and once, when a violent peal from the bell sounded through the house, Lady Linleigh saw that she dropped the book she was holding. Much did the countess wonder what had affected her fair young daughter, yet it was such a trifle, such a foolish dream that had caused her to stop for one moment in her career of triumph, and look at the possible dangers in store for her. She dreamed that she was walking in a pretty wood near Florence, when suddenly the tall trees began to assume the most grotesque shapes. Huge branches became long arms, all trying to grasp her. Leaves became fingers trying to detain her. No sooner had she eluded the clutch of the giant arm than another was stretched out toward her. In vain she tried to elude them. Then she heard her own name called out in a voice which, with a strange thrill of fear, she recognized as Lord Vivianne's. Then she saw him standing underneath one of the giant arms, and he held a long, shining knife in his hands. "I have been looking for you for some time," he said. "Now that I have found you, I mean to kill you, because you were faithless to me." She tried to escape, but the giant arms clutched her, the fingers clasped round her, the shining steel flashed before her eyes, and she awoke to feel such fear as she had never before known. She took herself to task for it. Suppose that the worst should come, that she had to meet him again. Was it likely that in this altered position he would know her? It was most unlikely, most improbable. Suppose that she met him in a ballroom where it was most probably they would meet, and they were introduced to each other as strangers. Well, even then, she had nerve enough, courage enough to look at him and fail to recognize him. She would, at the worst, solemnly swear that he was mistaken, and he, well, for his own sake, it was most improbable that he would dare to mention the terms upon which they had lived. Nothing but shame and dislike of all good people could follow such an avowal on his part. It would do him 10,000 times more harm than good. "So I need not fear," she said to herself. "I have no reason to be afraid, even if I should meet him face to face today." She did not feel the least regret or remorse for her sin, for her lost innocence, her fair fame, her soul's welfare. She cared but little, yet she would have given much if she had avoided this wrong, not because it was wrong, but because the penalty of it might be unpleasant. In the bright heaven of her full content, it was the one dark cloud. To the full glory of her most brilliant triumph, it was the one drawback. Ah, if they knew! If the royal hearts that leaned so kindly toward her even dreamed of what she had been! Farewell to her sweet dream of court favor. If the innocent young princess who had professed so much liking for her only ever so faintly suspected one half of the horrible truth, farewell to all kindly words. Why, if the handsome earl her father dreamed of it, he would send her adrift at once. She shrugged her white shoulders and said to herself over and over again that she must keep her secret. When she was once married, her fortune assured, settled upon her beyond recall, then it would not matter so much. Besides, there were ways out of all difficulties. She held up her white jeweled hands and looked steadfastly at them. Smaller, weaker fingers than these have robbed a man of his life. She said to herself, if the worst comes, I have an example of history that I should know how to follow. And indeed it would have fared badly with anyone who stood in the path of Lady Doris Studleigh. There was a great dinner that evening at Hyde House. A Russian Grand Duke, a German prince, and just the very elite of London were among those present. The Countess of Linleigh was a perfect hostess, and in Lady Doris Studleigh's bright presence there was never any want of brilliancy or wit. It was Lord Charter who mentioned her lover's name. He turned to Lord Linleigh and asked him if he had seen Lord Charles Vivianne lately. Lady Doris was sitting near him, so that she distinctly heard the question and answered. Lord Vivianne, replied the earl. I don't even know him. I had forgotten, said his questioner. How long have you been absent from England? Of course you would not know him. It seems to me, said the earl, laughing, that a whole generation of young men have come into fashion since I left the country. I do not recollect having ever seen Lord Vivianne. Why do you ask me? I heard him say how anxious he was to be introduced to you, replied Lord Charter. I shall be very happy, replied the earl indifferently. She had listened at the very first sound of that name which she had grown to hate so cordially. All her attention had been fully aroused. Now for the Studleigh courage, she said to herself, and she listened. The color did not fade from her beautiful face. Her lips never lost their smile, nor her eyes their light. When Lord Charter had finished his conversation with the earl, she turned to him in the most winning manner. Vivianne, did you say? What a pretty name! Is it English? Yes, he replied. Most ladies admire the name and the bearer of it. Is he a great hero? She asked, her eyes bright with interest and innocence as she raised them to his face. Is he a great statesman? No, was the reply. I am sorry to say he is a great flirt. A flirt? She repeated in a voice full of disappointment. I thought you meant that he was some one to be admired. So he is admired for his handsome face, replied Lord Charter. She repeated the name again, as though she were saying it softly to herself. Is there a Lady Vivianne? She asked after a pause. Not yet, was the reply, but from what I hear there is a prospect of one. Then he laughed a little. You are a stranger among us, Lady Studleigh. You will hardly understand that, at one time or another, almost every prominent man in London has been jealous of Lord Vivianne. Indeed, he must be a paragon, then. There was something of a sneer in her voice, but he did not perceive it. Not exactly a paragon, Lady Studleigh, but I repeat it, a flirt. And he is to be married, you say? I should not imagine the lot to be a very bright one for the lady. You take things very literally, Lady Studleigh. I cannot vouch for the fact that he is going to be married, but there is a rumor afloat that we all enjoy very much. It is that after flirting half his lifetime, Lord Vivianne is caught at last. She tried to look politely indifferent. Great heavens! How her heart was beating! How every nerve thrilled! How intense was the excitement! She had not known how frightened she had been at the idea of meeting him until now. "I'm afraid," said Lord Charter, "that you do not take any interest in my friend." "Yes, I do. To whom was he surrendered his liberty at last?" "No one knows," was the answer, given with an air of candor that would at any other time have greatly amused Lady Doris. "There is a mystery about it. Lord Vivianne has been spending some little time in Florence, and there it is supposed he fell in love with a princess in disguise." Despite the Studleigh courage and her own strong nerve, she could not prevent herself from growing pale. Her heart beat loud with a terrible fear. The light seemed to swim in one confused mass before her eyes. Then, with a violent effort, she controlled herself. "Florence," she repeated. "He went far enough afield for his romance. Why was the princess disguised? It may be all nonsense. I have heard many different stories. Some say that this heroine was really a person of low birth and humble position. I cannot tell. I only know one thing." How her heart beat as she repeated those two words. "One thing. What is it?" "Why, that love, or something else, has quite changed Lord Charles Vivianne. He used to be gay, good humored, slightly cynical. Now he is gloomy, sullen, and bad-tempered. I heard a friend of his say that he seemed to be always looking for someone." The beautiful face, in spite of all her efforts, grew paler. "Looking for someone! What a strange idea," she said. "Perhaps the lady refused him and he wants to be revenged. Perhaps she jilted him and he is looking for her," laughed Lord Charter, little dreaming how near he was to the truth. If it had been to save her life, she could not have uttered another word. Lord Charter went on to relate some brilliant anecdotes of people he knew, and she affected to be engrossed in them, although she did not know one word what he was saying. Then, when he paused, she said: "It is a strange world, this London. It seems to me full of hidden romances." "You will say so when you have been here for a few years longer," he replied. "I have seen far stranger romances in the lives of my own friends and acquaintances than I have ever read in books." She was mistress of herself now. The first deadly pain of fear had passed. Her heart had ceased to beat so quickly. The color came back to her lips and face. She wished to make a good impression on this Lord Charter, so that if he spoke of her to her former lover, he could praise her simplicity, her innocence, her ignorance of the world and its evil ways. That would be altogether unlike the cynical, worldly Doris that he had known. Most admirably she assumed the character. Indeed, her proper vocation would have been the stage. She could play any part at a moment's notice. As he looked at her beautiful face, her bright clear eyes, the sweet smiles that played around her perfect lips, as he listened to the low musical voice, admired her high-bred simplicity, the innocence that was a charm, the utter want of all worldly knowledge, Lord Charter said to himself that he had never met such a wonderful creature before, while she congratulated herself on the impression she had made. End of chapter 59. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 60 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 60. I might have been so happy but for this. "Shall you go to the opera tonight, Doris?" asked the countess, as they lingered over a cup of chocolate. I do not imagine I am over anxious. I think you require a little rest, dear. You are new to this life of excessive excitement and gaiety." "I find it very pleasant," said Doris with a smile. "So it is, I do not deny that. But remember, I am a veteran compared to you. I have been through many seasons, and I know the fatigue of them. Take my advice and rest a little if you feel tired." "I do not think I could rest," said Lady Doris, and there was something sad in the tone that the countess had never heard before. She looked anxiously at her. "That is what has struck me," said Lady Linleigh. "Your face is flushed, your eyes are too bright. The very spirit of unrest is on you. You have done too much. Do you know that every time the door opens you look round with a half startled glance, as though half dreading what you will see?" "Do I? How absurd! It is simply a habit. I have nothing to dread." "Of course not, but it seems to me rather a pity for you to get confirmed in nervous habits while you are so young." Lady Doris laughed, but it seemed to the countess the ring of music was wanting in the sound. "I shall correct myself, now that I know," she replied. Then Lady Linleigh crossed the room and laid her hands on the golden head. She bent down and kissed the beautiful face. "Do not be annoyed that I am so uneasy over you, Doris. I love you almost as though I were your own mother." The low voice trembled, and the calm eyes grew dim with tears. "My own mother?" repeated Lady Doris, and for once something like the music of the true feeling sounded in her exquisite voice. "You are too young, Lady Linleigh, to be quite like my own mother. You are like an elder sister to me. I wonder if things would have been very different for me if she had lived, and I had known her." "Different?" asked the countess eagerly. "In what way could they be different?" "I wonder if she would have been fond of me, if I could have told her all my girlish follies and troubles? I have an idea that no one can be like one's own mother." The soft white arms tightened their clasps round the fair neck. "Doris," said the countess gently, "could you not fancy that I am your mother and talk to me as freely as you would have done to her?" The lovely face was raised with an arch glance. "Dear Lady Linleigh," was the reply, "I am only sentimentalizing. Did you think me serious? I have no secrets. I should not know what to say to my own mother were she here. Do not take any notice of my idle words." Then she laughed. "I could never, even in my dreams, put you in my mother's place. I have a shrewd idea that my handsome papa married some poor pretty girl for her beauty's sake. You are the daughter of a mighty duke. A truce to sentiment. Why, Lady Linleigh, your eyes are wet with tears. We were talking of the opera. I must go to it. It is Ernani this evening, and I have the music." "Earle will go with us, of course," said the countess. She had unclasped her arms from the girl's neck and had gone over to the little writing table, beating back her emotion with a strong hand. "Yes," laughed Lady Doris, "Earle will go. Earle is rapidly becoming a popular man. I am not quite sure whether I ought to be jealous of him. The Marchioness of Meryton positively introduced him to Lady Elanor yesterday, and declared him to be a most promising young man." Lady Linleigh laughed at the perfect mimicry of voice and accent. "I see no one to compare with Earle," she said at length, "and I think you are a very fortunate girl, Doris." "To tell the truth, I am well satisfied with my good fortune and with Earle," she said quietly, as in good sooth she was. She even wondered at herself, but the truth was she was growing passionately fond of Earle. The secret of it was that he was so completely master of her, that she had learned to have the highest respect for him, that hers, the weaker, had recognized his, the master soul. In his presence she was learning to conceal her thoughts. As time passed on and a wiser, fuller consciousness came to her, she grew more and more ashamed of that dark and terrible episode of her life. Rather than Earle should know it, she would die any death. Rather than his eyes should look coldly upon her, his lips speak contemptuous words to her, she would suffer anything. So completely had his noble nature mastered her ignoble one. His grand soul obtained an ascendancy over her inferior one. She loved Earle. The time had been when she had simply amused herself with him, when she had accepted his love and homage because it was the only thing that made life endurable to her. That time had passed. She loved him because he had conquered her, and because he was supreme lord and master. Lady Studleigh had never looked more beautiful, perhaps, than on this evening when she had decided upon going to the opera. She wore an exquisite costume of blue velvet and white lace, the color of which made her more than ever dazzlingly fair. The white arms, with their glorious curves, the white neck, with its graceful lines, were half shrouded, half disclosed by the veil of white lace. The golden hair was studded with diamond stars. A diamond cross, which looked as though it were made of light, rose and fell on the white breast. She carried a beautiful bouquet, the fragrance of which seemed to float around her as she moved. Was it a wonder that as she took a seat in the box all eyes were directed to her? A beautiful woman is perhaps one of the greatest rarities in creation, but in the hands of a beautiful woman there rests a terrible power. As she sat there, the light gleaming in her jewels, the golden hair with its sheen, the blue velvet and the crimson of the opera box, she made a picture not easily forgotten. The countess, gracious, fair, and calm, was with her. Earle, his handsome face glowing with admiration and pride, stood by her side. The earl was to join them later on in the evening. It was a brilliant scene. Some of the fairest women and noblest men in London were there. Lady Doris was, or seemed to be, engrossed by the stage. She affected the most sublime and complete unconsciousness of the glories of admiration. She was thinking to herself as she was always thinking lately. Now, if he, Lord Vivianne, should be here, should suddenly come and speak to me, I must affect the most complete unconcern and indifference. While her eyes were fixed on the stage, while so many were looking at her, some with admiration, some with envy, that was the thought which occupied her. The dread, the expectation of meeting him had been strong upon her ever since she heard that he was in London. It could not possibly be otherwise. She knew herself to be the beauty of the season. He, of course, as an eligible man, would mix in the same circles, and they must meet. She was brave enough, but there were times when, at the bare idea of it, the color faded from her face, leaving it ghastly white. Great drops would stand on her forehead. She would clasp her hands with a cry of agony. If her attempts at evading him were all useless, if he recognized her and insisted on the recognition, what could she do? The question was, could she deny having been in Florence? No amount of prevarication could alter that. Suppose only, imagine if he should betray her. He might be a gentleman and keep his secret. It was certainly within the bounds of possibility he might keep her secret, but, remembering his character, he did not for one moment think he would. He called himself a gentleman and a man of honor, but he had not scrupled to take a mean advantage of her youth and ignorance, her vanity and folly. What a triumph it would be for him now to turn around and laugh at her lovely Lady Studleigh, and say that beautiful, admired, proud, and lofty as she was now, she had once been content to be his companion. What if he told all this as a secret at first, and the knowledge of it spread slowly as a social leprosy always does? What should she do? Great heavens, what should she do? How mad I was, she cried to herself over and over again. How foolish, how blind. I might have been so happy but for this. It was the skeleton always by her side, and despite her nerve, her courage, her strength, there were times when it almost hopelessly beat her down. Then the thought of Earle was her shield. If he says one word against me, and I cannot kill him, she said to herself over and over again, I will ask Earle to fight a duel with him, and he will slay him. But for this, how unboundedly happy she would have been, how victorious, how triumphant, who, looking at that most lovely face, with its calm, high-bred air, would have thought that the heart beneath was torn with thoughts of regret, despair, and even revenge that should lead to murder? My darling, said the voice she loved best in her ear, Doris, I shall be jealous of that music. I have spoken to you so often, and you have not heard me. The eyes she raised to him had no shadow in them of the terrible thoughts that filled her mind. The music is so beautiful, Earle, she said gently. I wonder, he said abruptly, who that is, a gentleman in the center box there? He has never once taken his eyes, or rather his glass, from your face. A cold thrill passed over her, as though a shower of ice had fallen over her, a cold, terrible chill, a shudder that she could not repress. Her own quick, subtle instinct told her that it was he. The moment she had dreaded had come. The sword had fallen at last. He was looking at her. The next step he would be speaking to her. Now for the Studleigh nerve, the Studleigh courage, now for the recklessness that defied fate, the boldness that was to defy fortune. A minute to collect, to control that terrible shudder. Then she held up her flowers with a smile. You are very negligent tonight, Earle, she said. You have not told me that you admire my bouquet. There is but little need, darling. I always admired you and everything belonging to you. Your flowers are like yourself, always sweetest of the sweet, fairest of the fair. Have men ever paused 1 minute before swallowing deadly poison, before drawing the trigger of a pistol, before sending a long gleaming knife into their hearts? Have they ever paused with one foot upon a precipice, with one hand on the stake, paused, before taking the irrevocable step to look around and enjoy one more moment of life? Even so she paused now. She closed her eyes with a lingering look at his face. She buried her own in the sweet, fragrant flowers. Do you love me so very dearly? She asked. My darling, when you can collect the gleaming stars of heaven, or the shining drops of the sunny sea, you will be able to understand how much I love you. Not until then. End of chapter 60. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 61 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 61. I have seen someone like her. One moment. Only one. She kept her fair face in the fragrant blossoms. One moment, to taste, perhaps, for the last time, the sweet draught of love. One moment, in which to curse the folly, the bitter black sin of her girlhood, and to moan over the impending evil. Then she raised her face again. Surely some of the sweetness of the flowers had passed into it. It had never seemed to Earle so tender or so sweet. "What were you saying just now, Earle? About a glass, or someone's eyes never been taken from my face? If my grammar is involved, it is your fault." "I cannot imagine who he is," cried Earle. "We have been here nearly an hour, and he has never looked at the stage. I do not think he has heard one note of the music. He has done nothing but look at you earnestly." "Perhaps he admires my jewels or my flowers," she said coquettishly. "It is your face," said Earle impatiently. "What do men care for jewels or for flowers?" "Who is he, Earle? Where is he? Is it anyone I know?" "I should imagine that it is someone that you know, who is waiting for some sign of recognition from you," said Earle. "You cannot fail to see him, Doris, in the center box on the second tier. He seems to be a tall, handsome man. He wears a white japonica, his glasses turned straight upon you." "I cannot return the compliment and look fixedly at him," she said, "but I will take one glance at him, and I'll see if I know him." Calmly, slowly, deliberately, yet with the fire and hate of fury burning in her heart, she laid down her dainty bouquet. She took up the jeweled opera glass, held it for a moment lightly balanced in her hand, then, with a calm, proud smile, raised it to her eyes. Oh heavens, that the first glimpse of those dark eyes, looking fire into her own, did not kill her. Her heart gave a terrible bound. She could have cried aloud in her agony and have died. But the studied nerve was uppermost, the studied courage in full play. Her hands did not tremble, nor her lips quiver. Quite calmly she looked, as though she saw a stranger for the first time, and even then a stranger who did not interest her. She laid down the glass and turned to Earle with a smile. "I do not know the gentleman. I have not seen him before." At that same moment he who had been watching her with such eager interest made her a low bow. "He appears to recognize you," said Earle. "He is bowing to you." She did not make even the least acknowledgment in return. "He cannot know me," she said calmly. "He is mistaken. I have never seen him before." "He must be either very dull or foolish to mistake you, my darling, for anyone else," said Earle. "I defy the whole world to show another face like yours. It is someone whom you have met and forgotten. Be kind, and give him some little acknowledgment, Doris. See, he is bowing again." She raised her eyes to his face. "Lady Studleigh returns no bows for strangers," she said haughtily, and Earle felt himself rebuked. At that moment Sir Harry Durham entered the box to pay his respects to the belle of the evening. Earle asked him eagerly if he knew the gentleman in the center box, who wore the white japonica. "Know him? said Sir Harry laughingly. "Yes, of course I do. Everyone knows him. That is Lord Charles Vivianne." The familiar name fell upon hers like a dead knell. Earle repeated in surprise, "Lord Vivianne? I have heard of him often enough, though I never saw him before. I have surely heard some romantic story about some love affair." "Earle," interrupted Lady Doris, "do you think Lady Linleigh looks tired?" She merely asked the question, the first that came into her mind, to divert his attention. She succeeded perfectly. Sir Harry went to ask the countess if she were fatigued. Earle bent over Lady Doris' chair. "You have some strange deeds to answer for," he said lightly. For one moment she looked startled. "What do you mean, Earle?" she asked. "I believe," he replied, "that you have made a conquest of this famous Lord Vivianne." "Heaven forbid!" she said, and she said it so earnestly that Earle looked at her in utter wonder. "I am tired of conquest, Earle," she said, trying to smile. "I want nothing, no one but you, no love but yours." "It is almost cruel, Doris, to make me such a beautiful speech in the presence of a crowded opera house, where it is impossible that I can thank you properly for it." "How would you thank me properly for it, Earle?" she asked coquettishly. "I would count the number of letters in the words, and I would give you as many kisses as there are letters." "Kissing is not fashionable," she said. "It is very well for common people, but ladies of fashion do not indulge in such old-fashioned manners." "Then I hope you will not be a lady of fashion much longer," said Earle. The opera was over. Lady Studleigh looked across the house to see if her enemy was gone. No, he was still there, looking earnestly at her. "Perhaps," she thought to herself, "he is waiting to go out when we do." "Shall you wait for the ballet, Doris?" said Earle. Wait! She would have waited until doomsday to have avoided him. "Yes," she replied, "I should like to see the ballet." Then she asked herself if she had not done a very stupid thing in trying to defer the evil day. He would speak to her, that was evident. Perhaps it would have been better over and done with. He had still to wait during the brilliant scenes of the ballet. She sat, as it were, with her grim fate in her hands. She talked, she laughed, she played with her flowers, coquetted with her fan. She listened to love speeches from Earle. She exchanged smiling remarks with the countess, yet all the time she was perfectly conscious that he sat silent, immovable, his burning glass fixed on her face, never for one moment releasing her. Some friend joined him, of whom he asked a question. From the quick glance given to her, she knew that it was of her they spoke, asking her name in all probability. What would he think when he heard it? Surely he would say to himself that he was mistaken. The Lady Studleigh and the girl who had been so dazzled with his gold could not be the same. She was right in her conjecture. He had asked her name, and learning it, he had been bewildered. When he first saw her, first caught a glimpse of her face, his heart had given one fierce bound of triumph. He had found her. There was not such another face. He had found her. He knew the graceful lines of the figure, the shapely neck, the sheen of the golden hair, the beautiful face. At first he thought of nothing but that he had found her. Then doubt came to him. Could it be Doris, this lovely, high-bred lady, in the sheen of her jewels and splendor of her attire? Besides, how could Doris be in that box, evidently one of an august circle? The gentleman talking to her had a star on his breast. It could not be Doris. Yet he knew, who so well, the graceful bend of the proud neck, even the pretty gesture of the little white hands. It must be Doris. Who was the gentleman with the white star on his breast? Who the calm, graceful lady? Who the young man with the face of a poet? He could not solve the enigma, but he would find it out. If it were not Doris, then it was someone so much like her that he could not take his eyes from her face. A friend joined him, no other than Colonel Clifford, who laughed to see him sitting with that intent look. "So you are doing what you said you never would do," he said. "What is that?" asked Lord Vivianne. "Joining in the popular devotion," was the laughing reply. "Clifford," said Lord Vivianne, "do you know that girl, the one with the diamonds in her golden hair and white flowers in her hands?" Colonel Clifford laughed to himself. "Yes," he replied, "I know her. She is the Lady Studleigh, the handsome earl's only daughter, Lord Linleigh's heiress, the queen of the season, the belle par excellence of St. James." "Lady Studleigh! That Lady Studleigh!" he repeated. "I do not believe you. I cannot believe you," he gasped. "It is a great pity, as it is most certainly true. Do you not know the Earl of Linleigh? The other lady with them is the Countess. She was the Duke of Downsbury's daughter." "That Lady Studleigh! I cannot believe it. It cannot be." "Perhaps," said the colonel laughingly, "we should come to some surer conclusion if you would tell me who you imagine it to be." Lord Vivianne looked impatiently at him. "I did not say that I imagined her to be anyone else," he replied hastily. "So that is really the young beauty over whom just at present London is losing its head? You are right. If you would like an introduction to the earl, my brother is here. He knows him well. What do you think of Lady Studleigh? Report has not exaggerated her beauty. What do I think of her? I will tell you, Clifford, when I have spoken to her, not before. You are difficult to please if she does not please you." I cannot help thinking I have seen someone like her," he said slowly. "I wonder if I am right?" "Hardly. It is not a common type of face. You may have done so. I have not." Colonel Clifford dearly loved gossip. If he had found Lord Vivianne in a better temper, he would have told him the romance of the earl's marriage, and how his daughter was brought up in a very different position of life to that she now occupied. As it was, he did not tell him, feeling that his lordship lacked civility. So it happened that not until long afterward did Lord Charles hear the story that would have solved many of his doubts. He sat and watched her, sometimes so convinced of her identity that he could have called out "Doris!" again wondering how he could be so foolish as to imagine he had found his lost love in Lord Linleigh's daughter. He could not take his eyes from the beautiful face. He longed to hear her speak, to see if the voice was that of Doris. He remembered its low, sweet music so well. If he could hear her speak, he would be 1,000 times more sure. He waited until he saw them leave the box, and he hastened so as to be in the dressing room with them. Standing nearer to her, he would surely be able to judge. "Are you cold, my darling?" asked Earle, as he saw her drawing the hood of her opera cloak over her head. The house was warm, she replied in a low voice. No movement of her enemy was lost upon her. She knew that he was close to her, that the fragrance of her flowers reached him. She saw that he pushed his way even nearer, and stood where he could have touched her. He looked intently at her. Her face was shaded and softened by the crimson hood. Once she looked around, as though curious to see who was near her. Then her eyes met his, quietly, coldly, without the least light or recognition or shadow of fear in them. She looked at him for one half moment indifferently, as she glanced at everyone else, then looked away again, leaving him more puzzled than ever. End of chapter 61. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 62 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 62. Lord Vivianne Perplexed. It was no wonder that when she reached Hyde House again, Lady Studley should look ill and exhausted. She had passed through a severe ordeal, and no one but herself knew what it had cost her. One more such victory, she said to herself, and I should be undone. She lay back in one of the lounging chairs, while Earle hastened to pour out some wine for her. "You look so tired, my darling," he murmured. "So tired. I wish we were away from this great London, out in the fresh, fair country again, Doris. Why, sweet, there are tears in your eyes." She looked so wistfully, so longingly at him, tears in the eyes he had always seen so proud and bright. She bent her beautiful head on his breast, longing with all her heart to tell him her terrible secret, her dreadful trouble, yet not daring the least hint. "They are tears of fatigue," she said, "real fatigue, Earle." "I wish I were Earl of Linleigh for 10 minutes," he said. "I would forbid you to go out again, though you are queen of the season and belle of St. James." "I should obey you," she replied, and then she bade him good night, not daring to say more, lest she should say too much. She wanted to be alone, to collect her thoughts, to look her danger in the face, to gather her forces together and prepare to give the enemy brave battle. It was a wonderful relief to her to find herself alone. The worst had happened. She had seen him, he had seen her. He had looked in her face, he had watched her intently, yet she felt quite sure he was not certain of her identity. He fancied that he knew her, yet could not for certain tell, so that the worst, she believed, was over. It might be that he would talk to her, that he would try every little ruse and every possible maneuver, but what could that matter? She would defeat him again with her calm and her nonchalance, just as she had done this time. Then he would assuredly give it up and say no more about it, make up his mind that he had been mistaken. So she comforted herself with vague ideas, never dreaming that each hour brought the somber faces of tragedy nearer to her. The next day was the Duchess of Eastman's ball, one of the best of the season, one to which she had looked forward as a crowning triumph. A night's rest, a natural facility for shaking off disagreeable thoughts, a fixed reliance on her own kindly fate, all contributed to make her throw off the dark cloud that oppressed her. When she joined the earl and the countess the following morning, her face had regained its lost color and brightness. Her eyes shone like stars, her lips were wreathed with smiles. "We shall have a large gathering tonight," said Lady Linleigh. "I hear the Eastman ball is considered the best of the season. All the elite of London will be there." "Then Lord Vivianne is sure to be there," she thought. Her spirits rose with the emergency. "I will look my best," she said to herself. "I will dazzle him so completely in my splendor and magnificence that he shall not dare even in thought to associate me with the Doris he knew." She spent some hours of the bright sunny morning in the park, smiling to herself as she thought what an old-fashioned recipe was fresh air and exercise for keeping a brilliant bloom. She rested after lunch and spent some time in the evening combining jewels and flowers so as to form a marvelous effect. To her maid she said, "Eugene, I want to be the belle of the belles tonight. You must exert all your skill." The pretty Parisian stood with her head on one side, studying the face and figure she had to adorn. "What kind of style does my lady wish? Shall it be gay, brilliant?" "Magnificent," said Lady Studley, laughing. "I wish to be magnificent as a queen, an empress." "It will not be difficult, my lady," was the smiling reply. Nor did there appear to be any difficulty when she was dressed for the ball. She looked every inch a queen. She wore a superb dress of white brocade embroidered with small golden flowers, the effect of which was gorgeous in extreme. Sometimes and in certain lights she looked like a mass of gold, in others like white creamy clouds. The firm white throat was clasped with a diamond necklace, the Duke of Downsbury's gift. Large diamond ear-rings hung from the pretty ears. A cross of diamonds and sapphires gleamed on her white breast. The fair arms were bound with diamonds, and she wore a circlet of diamonds in her hair. Even her flowers matched her costume. They were fragrant white blossoms of a rare plant, with tiny golden bells. Eugene wondered why the beautiful lady stood looking so long and earnestly in the mirror. She was not admiring herself. No light of gratified vanity came into her eyes. No flush of delight colored her cheeks. She was examining herself gravely, critically, severely, trying to estimate in her own mind the exact impression that she would produce on others. Her thoughts were evidently favorable to herself. No one looking at the beauty of that patrician face would dare to recognize her as anything less lofty than she seemed to be. As for believing that Lord Vivianne might say of her, who would do it? Just as she had foreseen, she was the belle of the ball. The Duke of Eastman selected her for the opening of it, and the evening was one long ovation and triumph for her. Yet, though flattery and homage were all round her, she never for one moment forgot her chief object, which was looking for Lord Vivianne. She knew by instinct when he entered the room. She saw him look round and knew, as well as though he had told her, that he was looking for her. Now was the time. Her face flushed into rarest loveliness, her eyes grew radiant. She had the world at her feet tonight. Let him come and do his worst. She could defy him. She saw him go up to the Duchess of Eastman, who listened to him with a smile. Then they both looked in her direction, and in a few minutes were standing by her. She never betrayed the least sign of fear. He looked curiously at her. The light flashed in her jewels, but the diamonds lay quiet still on the white breast. The golden bells of the flowers never trembled. In a few smiling words, the Duchess introduced Lord Vivianne to Lady Studley. She bent her graceful head and smiled. He begged to know if she had yet one dance to spare, and she answered yes. He listened attentively to the voice. It was certainly like that of Doris, but he fancied the accent was more silvery, more refined. "It is very warm," she said, looking straight in his face. "I should like an ice." "Quite a happy inspiration," he replied, and they went away together. If she felt the least tremor of fear, she did not show it. She laughed and talked quite gaily to him, with the simple innocence of a child, not shrinking even in the least, while his eyes looked deep down into hers, as though he would read every thought of her soul. If she had shrunk from him, if she had shown the least fear, if she had avoided his glance, refused to dance with him, he would have had more reason to suspect her. As it was, he was fairly bewildered, and more than once he called himself a simpleton for his suspicions. The bright, fearless glance, the childlike smile, the frank gaiety would have puzzled a wiser man than Lord Vivianne. "I will try her," he thought. "If she be the girl who went to Italy with me, I shall find it out." He offered her his arm, so that he could feel her hand tremble. If tremble it did, he began by admiring her bouquet. "You have some very rare flowers there, Lady Studley," he said. "White blossoms with golden bells. It is an exotic. Is it Italian or Indian?" She looked at him with a frank smile. "I am very ignorant," she said. "I love flowers very dearly, but I never made them a study. Long Latin names frighten me." "Yet it is a beautiful study," he said. She laughed again. "I believe honestly," she said, "that if I knew, for instance, the Latin and Greek name of this lovely flower, with its whole history, I should not enjoy it half as much as I do now. That is a mystery to me." "Do you like mysteries?" he asked quickly. "I can hardly tell. I think I should if I had one." He looked into the very depths of her eyes. They were as clear and open as the day. "You are too frank to care for mystery," he said. "Yes, frankness is what Lord Linleigh calls one of my failings." "Why is it a failing?" he asked. "Because I carry it to excess. I have an unfortunate habit of saying whom I like, whom I dislike, what I care for, and what I do not care for." That frank abandon was much like the Doris he had known. "That is very nice," he said. "I wish I dare ask if you are likely to like me." "I will tell you when I know more about you," was the reply. "I have a fashion of showing my liking, which I am quite sure is a little outre." "Have you ever been in Italy?" he asked, watching her intently as he spoke. If there had been the least change of color, if her eyes had dropped in the least from his, he would have said, "Doris, I have found you." As it was, the only expression on her face was one of innocent surprise. "In Italy?" she repeated. "Oh, yes, I finished my education there." He made no reply, but began to think to himself that he must indeed have been mistaken. Then he talked to her about many things. Her answers gave him the impression that she was very quick, very clever, but innocent, almost with a childlike simplicity. He had but one resource, one more question to ask, and if he were baffled in that, he should be at a loss what to think. He gazed earnestly into the beautiful face. "Lady Studley," he said, "I cannot help fancying that I have seen you before, that we have met before, and have been good friends. Is it so?" There was no trace of emotion in her face, nothing but girlish surprise. "Met before? I do not remember it, Lord Vivianne. I have been introduced to so many strangers. Is it possible I may have forgotten some? Still, I think I should have remembered your name." "It was not in London we met," he said. "Carry your memory back to last year, only last year. Have you no place for me in it?" "No," she replied, "I have not. Last year I spent at Linleigh Court. Have I really seen you before, Lord Vivianne? Indeed, I apologize most sincerely for not remembering you." "It may be only a fancy," he said. "But if you knew me, and knew that I ought to recognize you, why did you ask for an introduction to me?" she asked wonderingly. "Because I was not sure," he replied gloomily. "I am not sure now. I am bewildered." Then, when he saw the surprise on her face deepen into annoyance, he said, "I beg your pardon. I did know someone once who was like you. Oh, so like you! Someone who made me very unhappy." "That is our dance." Lady Studleigh, smile, that I may know that you have forgiven me." She smiled, and they went away to the ballroom together. End of chapter 62. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Section 63 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 63. A Terrible Trial. "Earle," said Lady Doris, "it seems so long since you left me." She was standing in the ballroom with the countess. Her late partner, Lord Vivianne, had gone to fulfill his engagement elsewhere. "It seems so long," she repeated, and Earle, who knew every tone of her voice, detected something unusually sad in it. His face grew bright with happiness that she had missed him. "I saw you dancing with the gentleman who admired you so greatly the other evening," he replied. "You seemed so interested in his conversation that I never dreamed you would miss me." "He has tried me so, Earle," she said gently. "Before I can enjoy myself again, I must go somewhere and rest for a few minutes. Where shall we go?" Earle silently placed the little white hand on his arm and led the way to a brilliantly lighted conservatory, where the rippling of the fountain mingled with the songs of tamed birds. There was no one else in that spacious, fragrant place. He drew a chair to one of the fountains and placed her in it. She drew a deep breath of unutterable relief, as one who had passed through mortal peril and escaped it. Looking at her, Earle saw that her beautiful face was ghastly white. The eyes she raised to him were dim and shadowed with horror. "Earle," she said, with a faint attempt at a smile, "I do not look much like the belle of the ball now, do I?" He was full of concern. "Not much," he replied. "What is the matter, darling? What has made you ill? I have thought so often lately that you looked ill and unlike yourself." She tried to smile, but the expression of her face belied the smile. "I never did faint in my life," she said. "It is an achievement quite beyond me, but I feel much inclined to do the deed now. Earle, fetch some brandy for me." "Brandy!" he repeated. "Wine would be better, my darling. Brandy is very strong." "Wine tastes like water," she said. "I want something that is all fire, to make me strong. Be quick, Earle, be quick. I have to dance with Prince Poermal before supper. I would not be seen looking like this for all the wide world." "I do not like leaving you alone," said Earle. "No one will come here," she said impatiently. "That is the Elixir d'Amour waltz. No one will miss us. Go quickly, Earle." He bent down and kissed the pale face. Then he went quickly to the buffet, poured some brandy in a small glass, and carried it to her. She sat just as he had left her. The white arms had fallen listlessly by her side. The white blossoms with the golden bells lay at her feet. Earle thought she looked like someone whose whole strength had been expended in a dire struggle. "Doris," he said gently, "drink this, dear." She raised her head and drank the brandy as though it had been so much water. He looked at her in wonder. Then the color slowly returned to her face. "I understand, Earle," she said, "now for the first time why people take to drinking." There was something so strange in her manner that Earle felt almost frightened. "Do not talk in that fashion, my darling," he said. "I cannot endure to hear you. Sweet lips like yours should not utter such words." She laughed. Her lips were quite red now, and there was color in her face. "I can understand it," she repeated, laughingly. "When you brought that to me I was almost dead. It seems to me that all strength had left me. All the life in me was freezing. Now I am warm, living, and well. The next time I feel ill I shall take brandy." He did not know whether she were laughing or not, whether she meant the words seriously or not, but they impressed him most disagreeably. "Doris," he said gravely, "never do that. You are only jesting, I know, dear, and this unhealthy style of life will soon be over for you. You exhaust your strength by overdoses of gaiety and excitement. Do not fly to stimulants to restore it. You could not do anything more fatal." She laughed. "Of course I am jesting. This is a rest to sit here with you. Lord Vivianne tired me so dreadfully." She shuddered as with cold, and laid her head back on the chair. "How is it, Earle, that some people are so disagreeable and others so nice?" Earle laughed, so happy to think that she called him nice. "Which is Lord Vivianne?" he asked. "Oh, disagreeable, you may be sure of that. See how he has tired me." "But the world in general considers him a very agreeable man," said Earle. "I do not. We will not talk of him. Say something very loving and very pleasant to me, Earle, that will send all tiresome thoughts out of my mind." "You have no right with tiresome thoughts. What are they? Tell me them," he said. She laughed, but the laugh was a sigh. "What tiresome thoughts can I have, Earle, except that I regret youth and pleasure are not immortal? I can have no other. Say something loving to me, Earle." He bent over her and whispered words that brought a sweet bright blush to her face. Then she stood up. "Now give me my flowers, Earle." He did so, shaking the little golden bells. "Do I look bright and brilliant again?" she asked, "like the belle of the ball?" "Yes, bright as the morning star." "Now for the Prince Poermal and some sugared German compliments," she said. And they returned to the ballroom. The prince, all smiles, all gallantry, all devotion, came up to claim her hand. Earle watched her as she danced with him. She was all smiles and brightness, all light. She talked gaily, she laughed, and the prince appeared to be charmed with her. Earle wondered more and more. Was it possible this brilliant, beautiful girl was the one he had seen so short a time before? White, cold, and silent, as though some terrible trouble lay over her. He saw what universal admiration she excited, how many admiring glances followed her. He saw that in that brilliant assembly there was no one to compare with her, and he wondered at his own good fortune in winning so peerless a creature. Yet he felt that there was something strange about her, something that he could not understand. Her spirits were strangely unequal. One minute she was all fire, animation, and excitement; the next, dull and absent. He tried to account for it all by saying to himself the life was new to her, new and very strange, and it was only natural that she should feel strange in it. Later on in the evening, when the brilliant ball was almost over, Lord Vivianne sought Lady Studleigh again. "I am going to ask a great favor," he said. "It is that I may be permitted to call. I have had the pleasure of an introduction to the Earl of Linleigh." "I shall be much pleased," she replied indifferently, so indifferently that he could not possibly tell whether she were pleased or otherwise. "Shall you remain much longer in town?" he asked, determined to keep up a conversation with her. "I hope so," she replied. "I think London is incomparable. I cannot imagine any other life half so delightful." "You should see Paris," he said, looking earnestly at her. "Yes, I should like to see court life in Paris. I was there as a child, but, as a matter of course, I have no knowledge of French society. I was too young to know much about it." "You must try to spend some time there. There is a brilliancy about French society that we do not find in England." She looked as politely indifferent as possible, not sufficiently so to offend him, but enough to show him that she felt no great interest in the conversation. He could not find any excuse for delaying any longer, but he left her with the determination to see her again as soon as possible. "The ball has been a brilliant success," said the earl. "Have you enjoyed it, Doris?" "Yes," she replied. "I liked Prince Poermal and I liked the Duke of Eastmont, but I did not like all my partners." Lord Linleigh laughed. "That is hardly to be supposed," he said. "If it be not a rude question, which of them did your ladyship dislike?" "Dislike is too strong a word, papa. I did not care about Lord Vivianne. He tired me so much. How can people admire him?" "You do not like him?" said the earl. "I suppose it does not much matter, but I am rather sorry. He seemed to take a great fancy to me, and pressed me to try shooting with him. If you do not like him, I shall not." She laughed. "There is no need for that, papa. It does not quite follow that because he is not to my taste, he is not to yours, does it?" "No, but he spoke of calling on us, and did his best to make me understand that he wished to be on visiting terms with us." "Why not?" she asked indolently. "If you do not like him, Doris, I should never care to see him inside our doors." "I do not like him as a partner, papa. Perhaps as a visitor to the house I might like him very well indeed. He tired me with his incessant questions and compliments." "Perhaps he was very much charmed with you," said the earl laughingly. "I must say no one ever showed a greater desire to be on intimate terms with me than he did. I asked him to dine on Thursday. The Bishop of Lingham is coming, and we shall see if he improves upon acquaintance." "He seemed to me very polite and pleasing," said the countess quietly. And then they spoke no more of Lord Vivianne. But Lady Studley thought of him incessantly. She had made the greatest effort, which was talking to him, parrying with his questions, assuming a part, and carrying it on for some time. She had said to herself that the danger was averted, that she had no more to fear, but she found that she was wrong. In his eyes she read a fixed determination to know her, a doubt that all her skill had not been able to solve, all her talent had not prevented. She felt this. She understood that although he had seemed to acquiesce in all she said, his own mind's suspicion still lingered. End of chapter 63. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Section 64 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 64. If she refuses, let her beware. Standing in the solitary splendor of her room, Doris looked round her with despairing eyes. Was it possible that this scene, of which she had thought so little, could be the means of dragging her down from the brilliant height on which she stood? What were those words, haunting her? Be sure your sin will find you out. Was it possible that her brilliant life, her triumphant career, her happiness should all be ended by this secret coming to life? Would it be of any use throwing herself on his mercy and asking him to keep the horrible story to himself? Bah! She hated him so that she would not ask a favor from him, not to save 20 lives. The only thing for her to do was to go on baffling him, to treat him not with unkindness, but with such calm indifference that he would find it impossible to break down the barrier, to avoid conversation with him, and to marry Earle as soon as possible. Once married, she could easily persuade her husband to take her abroad. She would keep out of England a year or two, and then Lord Vivianne would have forgotten his fancy. There is one thing I must do the next time I see him, said the unhappy girl to herself. I must tell him, in some way or other, that my name is Doris. He's sure to find it out. I had better tell him. She went to rest in her luxurious chamber, perhaps one of the most luxurious in London, and in the whole of that vast city there was not a heart more restless or more sad than hers. Lady Doris met Lord Vivianne next at a flower show at Chiswick. It pleased the fair ladies of fashion to congregate there. The Duchess of Downsbury, the Countess of Linleigh, and Lady Doris had driven together. It was a brilliant fete. The sky overhead was blue and cloudless. The golden sun was shining. The air was filled with the songs of countless birds, and each laden with the fragrant odor of 1,000 flowers. The charm of sweetest music was not wanting. From under the shade of the trees came the clear, bright sounds. It was like fairyland. The earl had ridden down. Earle was prevented from going. It was there that, for the second time, she met the man who was fast becoming her mortal foe. There was a long, shady avenue of trees with beautiful chestnuts in full bloom. The air seemed alive and warm with their fragrance. The Duchess and her daughter had gone to look at some exquisite specimens of white heath. Lady Studley walked slowly down the chestnut grove. She heard footsteps behind her, and thinking it was the Duchess, she did not turn. Then the voice that she hated most in the world sounded in her ears. "Good morning, Lady Studley. I esteem myself very fortunate in meeting you here." Again he looked narrowly into her face to see if there was the faintest trace of confusion or fear. It was calm and bright as the morning itself. Her eyes shone like two stars. Her lips were all smiles. "Good morning," she replied laughingly. "I shall have my ideal of fairyland after this, Lord Vivianne." "What will it be?" he asked. "A flower show. It is really very beautiful. I cannot tell you how much I enjoy it." "Perhaps novelty adds to the charm," he said. "The most beautiful flowers I have ever seen are at Downsbury Castle. You have been to Downsbury Castle, Lady Studley?" "Yes," she replied with the frankest unconcern. "I was there last year. I thought the flowers very beautiful." "I once saw a flower," he said, "that I would defy all creation to equal." "Did you? For my part, I think them all beautiful alike. Have you seen the japonicas here?" "No, I have only just arrived." To himself he added despairingly, "I must be wrong. She could not be so frankly unconcerned. Besides, how could the girl I took to Florence with me be Lord Studley's daughter?" "Did you like Downsbury Castle?" he asked again. "Yes, but I cannot say that I was ecstatically happy there." "Why not?" he asked. "You ought to be happy everywhere." She laughed a low musical laugh. "I do not think," she said, "that I was a great favorite with her Grace." "With the Duchess? Why not?" "For many reasons. She did not like the color of my hair, because it is brighter than Lady Linleigh's. She did not like my name. She said it had the flavor of common poetry about it." "Your name? If I am not presumptuous, what is it?" "Doris," she replied, and she raised her eyes to his with a look of most angelic innocence. He was bewildered. "Doris," he repeated. "I knew a Doris once, the one so like you." "Doris, how strange!" Again the low, sweet laugh that maddened him. "I assure you," she continued, "that I am like the Duchess. I dislike the name exceedingly." He was looking at her in a maze of perplexity. She was so like. It must be his Dora. The name, too. It could not be a coincidence. Yet, if she were the girl he had betrayed, it was not natural that she could refrain from showing some little emotion, some fear, some surprise. She did not appear to notice that there was anything strange in his silence or his fixed regard. "I have a theory of my own about names," she continued, "and I think it the most cruel thing in the world to give a child either an ungainly or an unusual one. If I had had a sensible name, I should not have been full of caprice as I am now." He laughed, still wondering. Could it be his Dora, the girl he had learned to love with such a fierce mad love, the girl to recover whom he would have cheerfully laid down his wealth? He would not have believed it possible if any other man had told him such a story. he would have said it could not be, that it must be clear at once whether she were the girl or not. Yet he was puzzled. If a kingdom had been offered to him at that moment to say whether this was the girl he had loved or not, he could not have told. Still, he would try her, and try her until some incautious word, some half-uttered exclamation, some sudden look of fear would betray her. If none of these things happened, he would take further steps, go down to Brackenside where he had first met her, and see what he could find out there. Then, as he listened to her, his faith was shaken again. Surely, if she dreaded recognition, she would be less natural. She would seek in some measure to disguise her voice, her laugh, but no one could be more frank or natural. Then a new idea came to him. If she were really Dora, as sooner or later he must discover, then he would compel her to marry him by threats. If she were not, he would win her love and marry her. Looking at her exquisite face, the proud eyes, all the mad fierce love that he had felt for his lost Dora came over him. Then he was startled to find the laughing eyes looking at him with some curiosity. "I have heard of daydreams, Lord Vivianne," she said. "Now I have seen a daydreamer. We have been through this chestnut grove twice, and you have not spoken. You have been building castles in the air." "I have been building castles of which I have dared to make you the queen," he replied. "I should like to be the queen of something more substantial than an air castle," she replied laughingly. "You do not know," he said, "that being with you, Lady Studley, is at once the highest happiness and the greatest misery." "I ought to be flattered at producing such a variety of emotion," she replied with a laugh. "You would be serious. You would pity me if you knew all," he said. "Shall I pity you without knowing anything?" she replied. "No, but, Lady Studley, you are so pretty, so exactly like someone I loved and lost. You are the very counterpart of her, her true likeness. I have never seen anything so marvelous." "How did you lose her?" she asked. "Did she die?" "No. To me it was almost worse than that. This lovely girl whom I so dearly loved, was beneath me in station, yet I worshipped her. She affected to love me, whether she did or not, heaven only knows. But just as I had made up my mind to marry her, because I loved her so dearly, I could not live without her, she disappeared, went away out of my life, and I have not seen her since." "What a strange story," she replied indifferently. "And how strange that you should tell it to me, Lord Vivianne." "Because," he cried, with a sudden passion, "you are so much like her. Do you not see? You are so much like her that I could look in your face and cry out, 'Dora, Dora, have you forgotten me?'" She laughed again. "Could you? How strange! I should feel very much surprised if you did." "You are so like her. When I look at you my heart seems to leave me." Her violet eyes, with their proud light, looked into his calmly. "I did not think the men of the present day knew much about love," she said, "but you seem to have loved her." "Loved her! But I forget myself, Lady Studley. You might as well try to imagine what the heat and thunder of battle are like, from seeing them painted on canvas, as guess how I loved her from hearing me use the word love. You should find her and tell her all this, she said. And from the half tired expression that for one moment crossed the beautiful face, he knew she was growing politely wearied of the theme. I am searching for her, he said, his lips growing white and hot as he spoke. I am looking for her. There are times when I believe that I have found her. That is well, she replied. No, it is hardly well. When I am sure that I have discovered her, I shall ask her to marry me, and if she refuses, let her beware, let her beware. The words came from him with a hiss. Her sunny laughter smote him like the edge of a sharp word. How dramatic, Lord Vivianne! I shall begin to think you are rehearsing for a tragedy. He looked confused. If she be not Dora, he thought, what will she think of me? Then he continued, I ought to apologize, Lady Studley. I cannot help it. You are so much like her. I loved her so dearly that, do you see, I would lose my life rather than my hope of winning her for my wife. But how can you make her your wife, Lord Vivianne? She asked wonderingly. If she had loved you and had been willing to marry you, she would not have run away, would she? I have never understood it. There was a mystery in her disappearance that I never fathomed. But I will fathom it. I will find her and make her my wife. Did she run away from all her friends too? She asked. He turned to look at her, and they glanced for one half minute steadily at each other. If I have asked an intrusive question, she said with a smile, it was your fault for telling me. Remember, I did not ask for your confidence, you gave it to me. As I would give you the whole world if I had it, he replied passionately. Because I am so much like someone else? She replied smilingly. I ought to be grateful to you. If ever harm or evil comes to me, said Lord Vivianne, it will be through her. I am not master of myself. When I think of her, it maddens me. I believe if I met her, found her, and she refused to be my wife, I should what? She asked as he hesitated. I should kill her, he said fiercely. How dreadful! You are quite a tragedy hero, Lord Vivianne. She laughed as she spoke, and shrugged her shoulders. Suppose this lady of whom you speak should be like you, and say the same thing, that she should rather kill you than marry you. What then? Why, then we should fight it out to the bitter end. Here is the Duchess, said Lady Studley calmly. Mind, Lord Vivianne, I do not think you have done the wisest thing in entrusting a stranger like myself with your secrets. However, your confidence in me shall not be misplaced. I will keep them. Then the Duchess and Lady Linleigh joined them. He remained with them, affecting to talk to them, but secretly engaged in watching Lady Doris. But it was all in vain. There was no trace of thought of care on her face. She talked and laughed gaily, as though he had not spoken a word. The only thing was, that in her manner to him he detected a gentle pity that she had not shown before. I must be mistaken, he said to himself. Eyesight, hearing, memory all must be wrong, all must have failed me. But she could not possibly be playing a part. She cannot be my lost Dora. No woman could be so utterly indifferent. I must be mistaken, but I will find out. End of chapter 64. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 65 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 65. A Little Artifice. It did not occur to Lady Doris that in all probability Lord Vivianne would recognize Earle. He had seen him once, and once only. That was walking with her, near Brackenside, but his lordship had no eyes then to spare for the rustic lover. He had also known his name, Earle Moray, but he was proverbially careless, forgetful, and indifferent. It was a question whether he had paid the least heed to it, not thinking it could even interest him. On the day of the dinner party at Hyde House, it had occurred to her that they would meet. They had both been at the Duchess of Eastman's ball, but in a crowded ballroom even friends often fail to recognize each other. How would it be when they met in the same room, dined at the same table? People would be sure to make some allusion to Earle's poems. Someone would be sure to mention Downsbury Castle. Then Earle would join in and she would be lost. She might, by her indifference, make him believe that he was mistaken, but if he once found out who Earle was, and that Earle was still her lover, she could blind him no longer. Had she met him only at rare intervals, she might have continued to mislead him. Had she met him casually in society, she could have carried on her deception until it was too late for him to injure her. But now that he was coming, as it were, into the very heart of her home, she had less chance. If he found about Earle, he would find about her too. Then, well, suppose it came, this discovery that she dreaded so terribly, what would he do if she refused to marry him? Kill her, he had said, but that was not so easily done. She might compromise and secure her own safety by refusing to marry Earle and marrying Lord Vivianne. He would keep her secret then. People would only say that she had changed her mind, and say that she was like all the Studleys, faithless. But she loved Earle with all her power of loving, and she hated Lord Vivianne with an untold hatred. She said to herself that if she had to save herself from the most terrible death by marrying him, she would not do it. She loathed him. She would have been pleased to hear that he was dead, or anything else dreadful that had happened to him, for he had spoiled her life. Of what use was all her wealth, her luxury, her magnificence? Her life through him was spoiled, completely spoiled. I wish he were dead, she said to herself over and over again. The toils are spreading around me. I shall be caught at last. She flung her arms above her head with a terrible cry. What was she to do? She must, first of all, prevent them from meeting that night. They must not dine together at her father's house. That was the evil to be immediately dreaded. She flung the masses of golden hair back from her white face. If I dare but tell Earle and let him avenge me, she thought. Then she wrote to him a coaxing little note, telling him that she had a particular reason for desiring him not to dine at Hyde House that evening, a reason that she would explain afterward, but that she herself desired to see him alone. Would he come later on in the evening and ask for her? She would arrange to receive him in Lady Linleigh's boudoir. Then she rang for a footman in hot haste. "Take this note to Mr. Murray," she said. "Never mind how long you have to wait. Give it into his own hands. Then bring me the answer." "Oh, these lovers," sighed the servant. "What there is to do to please them!" Still he did his best. He waited until he saw Earle, put the note in his hand, and waited for the answer. Earle only smiled as he read it. He was so completely accustomed to these pretty little caprices, he had ceased to attach any importance to them. He merely wrote in reply that he was entirely at her command. "You remember the old song, my darling? Thou art my life, my love, my heart, the very eyes of me. Thou hast command of every part, to live and die for thee. I will come later on in the evening and see no one but you." He laughed as he closed the note. "I wonder what pretty caprice possesses my darling now," he said to himself. The man who took the note back wondered at his young mistress. Her face was quite white, her golden hair clung in rich disorder. The white hands, so eagerly extended to seize the letter, trembled and burned like fire. "They must have had a quarrel," he said to himself, with a knowing nod, as he closed the door. "They have had a quarrel, and my lady wishes to make it all right again." It was a reprieve. She kissed the little note with a passion of love that was real. "My darling," she said, "if we could but go away together!" And as she sat there, a sudden memory of the time when she had run away from him came to her. She saw the old-fashioned garden at Brackenside. She saw the great crimson roses and the sheaves of white lilies. She saw the kindly face of Mattie and heard Earle singing, "Thou art my soul, my life, the very eyes of me." Ah, peaceful, innocent days! Blind, mad fool that she had been ever to listen to Vivianne, to let him tempt her, to let him take her from the innocent, happy home. What had she gained? And ah, heaven, what had she lost? If she could but have foreseen, have known, how differently she would have behaved. "I am strong," she said, pushing away the golden hair with her white hands. "I am strong, but I could not live this life. It would kill me." She sat for half an hour, thinking steadily. Then her resolve was taken. She would tide over the dinner as well as she could, throwing him more and more off his guard. She would see Earle that evening and tell him that she wanted their marriage hastened, that she was tired of so many lovers and wanted to go away with him, that she was wearied of London life. She knew that Earle would be on the alert to serve her. He would manage it all. She had faith in his great love. Then she would tell the earl that her health and strength were failing her, ask him to take her to Linleigh Court. Lord Vivianne would not dare to follow her there. It was like a haven of rest to her. When the summer came, she would marry Earle quietly and go abroad. Then she would be out of her enemy's power. He could no longer hurl her from her high estate, or compel her to marry him. She would be another man's wife then, and it would be his place to protect and avenge her. The plan, rapidly conceived, rapidly sketched, was her only resource, her only safety. True, It would spoil her life. The triumphs that she now enjoyed would be hers no longer. She would cease to be the belle of the season, the queen of beauty and fashion. She must lose that part of her life which she valued most, the homage, the adulation, the brightness, and all through him. How her whole soul raged in burning fury against him! If he had been lying there on the ground, her foot on his neck, she would not have spared him. She would have seen him die with pleasure. It did not lessen her anger and her rage that she had to talk to him, to smile and charm him. If a look could kill him, she said to herself, he should die. She longed to be in Italy, where a bravo, for a comparatively small sum, would soon have ended his life. She was obliged to soothe her anger, to still the fierce tempest of rage, to calm her fears, to take an interest in her dress, to smile, to look sweet and winning, with the most vindictive hate in her heart. Then she went into the little drawing room. Lord Linleigh went up to her. "What a pretty toilette, Doris," he said. "White lace and roses. Your taste is simply superb. But ah me, ah me!" "What is it, papa?" she asked as he laughed gently. "Earle is not coming, my dear. I am afraid you will be disappointed. He has sent a hurried little note to say that it is impossible. He is busy about his election, you know." A few minutes afterward, and Lord Vivianne, with a smile on his face, entered the room. Her fingers clutched the flowers she carried so tightly. The thought passed through her mind that if he could have fallen dead over the threshold it would have been well for her. "I shall see him if he comes in later on," she said. A few minutes afterward he was seated by her side, and they were talking in the most friendly manner. The dinner passed over better than she had hoped. Earle was not mentioned, nor did any one allude to Downsbury Castle. Lord Vivianne had contrived to secure a place by Lady Studley's side, and he did his best to please her. She could not help remarking how courteous and gallant was his manner in society. She contrasted it with what she had seen of him in Florence. When dinner was over, and they had gone into the drawing room, he bent over the back of her chair. "Lady Studley, have you forgotten my terrible outburst of the other day?" "Yes," she replied. "I have seen much that is amusing since then." "It was not very amusing to me," he said. "When a man lays bare the core of his heart, he does not do it for amusement." "Not for his own, perhaps," she said. "But if he does it in your tragic style, he cannot help other people being amused." "I could call you Doris," he said, "when you look at me with that piquant smile." "I hope you will not, Lord Vivianne. I should always fancy papa was talking to me." "Did you think I was mad that day in the chestnut grove?" Doris laughed. "My experience of the world is not very large at present," she said. "Whenever I see or hear anything unusual, I think it is the fashion of the times." "Ah, Lady Studley, I wish I could persuade you to be serious. You are always laughing at me." "Tendency to laughter is hereditary with me," she said. "I cannot help it. I am afraid that I have no talent for sentiment. The only matter I find for surprise is why you should have selected such a very unsuitable character as myself for your confidant. I cannot say what may be in store for me, but I do not remember that any love affair ever possessed the least interest for me yet." "You should have a love affair, as you call it, Lady Studley, in Italy, where the air is poetry and the wind is music." "Papa," said Lady Studley to the earl, who was just passing her chair. "Do you hear Lord Vivianne's advice?" "No, my dear, but I do not doubt that it is good." "He tells me to go to Italy to learn a lesson in love. That is a sorry compliment to England and the English, is it not?" End of chapter 65. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Section 66 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 66. A Quiet Wedding Advocated. "What did that little note mean, Doris?" asked Earle, with a smile. "You see that I obeyed you implicitly." Even as he spoke, he stood still, lost in admiration of the beautiful picture before him. Although it was summer, there was a bright little fire in the silver grate. The lamps were lighted, but lowered, so that the room was filled with a soft light. The hangings of the rich rose silk were drawn. The long mirrors reflected the light. The flowers filled the air with perfume, and in the very heart of the rich crimson light sat the Lady Doris. She was half buried in a nest of crimson velvet. The firelight had caught the gleam of her jewels, the sheen of the golden hair, and the light in her eyes. The white dress, it seemed to shine above all on the white jeweled hands that lay carelessly clasped on her knee. She had told the countess Earle would call, and that she wished to speak to him, so that she knew her tete-a-tete could be quite undisturbed. Earle looked at her, thinking that there had never been so fair a picture in all the world. Then he repeated his question. She looked up at him, and he was struck by the unusual expression in her eyes. He knelt down before her and took one white hand in his. "That cruel note," he said, "depriving me of a pleasure I cannot enjoy too often. What did it mean?" She did what was very unusual with her. She clasped her arms around his neck. "Oh, Earle, Earle, it is strange what rest I feel when you are near me. I will tell you what the note meant, but you will laugh at me." "I do not think so, darling. I have laughed with you, but not at you. I knew that tiresome Lord Vivianne was coming, and he tries my temper so. He will admire me, and I do not want his admiration. Then why keep me away, darling? I might have saved you from it." "No, I knew you could not. I was obliged to go down to dinner with him, and it would have tried my temper too severely if I had been compelled to sit by him and could not have been with you. You may think it a stupid, childish reason, Earle, but it is a true one. I was determined if I could not talk to you, I would not be annoyed by seeing any one else do so." He looked slightly puzzled, but, as he said to himself, it was one of her caprices. Why not be content? "If my staying away pleased you," he said, "I am doubly pleased." Yet it struck him as he spoke that she had lost some of her animation and brightness. "How beautiful you look in this light, Dora," he said. "Why, my darling, a king might envy me." One of the white jeweled hands rested caressingly on the noble head of the young poet. He had never seen Dora so gentle before. "My darling," he cried, his face glowing with its rapture of happiness, "my darling, you are beginning to love me so well at last." "I do love you, Earle. she said, and for some minutes there was silence between them. She had a certain object to win, and she was debating within herself how it was to be won. "It is like a fairy tale," he said. "Why, my darling, looking at you, I cannot believe my own good fortune. You are the fairest woman in England. You are noble, you are high in station, you have the wit, the grace, the noble bearing of a queen. I have nothing but the two titles you have given me of gentleman and poet, yet I shall win you for my wife. It is so wonderful, this love that breaks all barriers. Money could not have brought you to my side. A millionaire might love you, but you would not care for him. Title could not win you. It is love that has made you all mine, until death." She listened to his impassioned words. She looked at the handsome, noble face, and a sensation of something like shame came to her that she should have to maneuver with a love so grand in its simplicity. Still she must save herself. Her arms fell with a dreamy sigh. The firelight shining on her face showed it to be flushed and tremulous. "Earle," she said, "do you remember how I used to long for a life like this? Long for the gaiety, excitement, wealth, pleasure, and perpetual admiration? I remember it well. I used to feel so puzzled to know how to get it for you. Now I have it, more than even my heart desired. You will not think me very fickle if I tell you something? I shall never think you anything but most charming and lovable, Doris. Well, the truth is, I am rather tired of the life, but I do not like to say so. I cannot think why it is. Sometimes I think it may only be fancy that I am not strong as I used to be. Perhaps the great change has been too much for me. Let it be what it may, I am tired of it, though I cannot say so to anyone but you." "The queen of the season tired of her honors?" said Earle, kissing the sweet lips and the white brow. "I am really tired, Earle. Then, though admiration is always sweet to a woman, I have rather too much of it. That Prince Poermal is making love to me. The Marquis of Heather made me an offer yesterday, and Lord Vivianne teases me. Now, Earle, it is tiresome. It is indeed, dear. My mind, my heart, nay, I need not to be ashamed to say it, are filled with you. I do not want the offers of other men, their love and admiration. Declaring our engagement would soon put an end to all that," he said thoughtfully. But that was not what Lady Doris wanted. She wanted him to urge their marriage. "Yes," she said, "we might make it known, but people would not believe it. It would not save me from the importunities of other men." He looked wonderingly at her. After all, it was a new feature in her character, this dread of lovers. "That is not all, Earle," she said, clasping her soft, warm fingers round his hands. "I tell you, no one but you. This life is a little too much for me. Before I had recovered from the great shock of the change, I was plunged into the very whirlpool of London life. Do not imagine I have joined the list of invalids, or that I have grown nervous, or any nonsense of that kind. It is not so, but at times I feel a great failure of strength, a deadly faintness or weakness that is hard to fight against, a horrible foreboding for which I cannot account." Her face grew pale, and her eyes seemed to lose their light as she spoke. "I am sure," she continued, "that it is from over fatigue. Do you not think so, Earle?" "Yes," he replied. "Now, what is the remedy?" I know the remedy. It would be to give all up for a time, and take a long rest, a long rest." Her voice seemed to die away like the softest murmur of a sighing wind. Earle felt almost alarmed. This was so completely novel, this view of Doris, who had always been bright, piquant, and gay. "You shall go away, darling," he said tenderly. "But, Earle," she said, "my father and Lady Linleigh are enjoying the season so much. They have so many engagements. I cannot bear to say anything about going." "Then I will say it for you. I shall tell Lord Linleigh to morrow that you have exhausted yourself, and that you must have a few weeks of quiet at Linleigh Court." "What will he say, Earle?" "If I judge him rightly, darling, he will say little, but he will act at once. Before this time next week you will be at Linleigh." "Do you really think so? I am so glad." Yet she shivered again as she spoke. "I long to go to Linleigh, Earle, yet I have such a strange feeling about it, a strange presentiment, a foreboding. Surely no evil, no danger awaits me at Linleigh. Do you know, I could fancy Death standing at the threshold waiting with outstretched arms to catch me." Again her voice died away with a half hysterical sob. Earle bent over her and kissed her. "My darling, you are fanciful, you are tired. I am so glad you have trusted me. It is high time you were attended to. These nervous fancies are enough to drive you mad. The evil has gone further than I thought. Doris, my love, my sweet, it is only the reaction from over fatigue that gives you these ideas, nothing else. What awaits you but a future bright as your own beauty? What shall I live for except to love and to serve and to shield you?" "Earle," she cried suddenly, "do you know what I wish?" A long shining tress of golden hair had fallen over her shoulders, and she sat twining it around her white fingers. "Do you know what I wish?" she repeated. "No. If I did I should do it. You may be quite sure, Doris. I wish that you and I were married, that I was your wife, and that we had gone far away from here, away where no one knows us, where we could be quite happy, alone and together." "Do you really wish that, Doris?" he asked. Her face flushed slightly, but her voice did not tremble. "I do really wish it," she replied. "If papa were willing, we would be married this summer, and we could go away, Earle, to some far off land. Then, when we had been happy for some time, we could come home again. I should have grown quite strong by then, and I should have found health, strength, and peace, all with you." There was a strange mingling of doubt and rapturous happiness on his face. "Do you really mean this, Doris?" he asked. "Would you, the queen of the season, the fairest object of man's worship, would you give up all your triumphs, all your gaieties, and prefer to live in quiet and solitude with me?" There was a slight hesitation for one half moment. He was so noble, so true, it was pitiful to use his great love for the obtaining of her own ends. But she must save herself, she must do that. "You may believe me, Earle," she replied gently. "If it could be, I would far rather it were so." "Then, darling, it shall be. My head grows dizzy with the thought of it. You, my peerless, my beautiful Doris, will be my own wife when the summer comes. Why, Doris, listen, oh, listen, love. Do you know that I never fully realized that I was to make you my wife, though I have loved you so passionately and so well? You have always seemed of late far above me, like a bright, shining star to be worshipped, hardly to be won. When I said to myself that at some time or other you should be my wife, it has been like a dream, a bright, sweet, unreal dream. I do not know that I ever fancied you, sweet with bridal veil and orange blossoms. Yet now you say you will marry me in the summer." "That I will, Earle," she replied. "Heaven bless you, my own darling. Heaven speed the happy summer. Why, Doris, I can see the gold of the laburnums. I can hear the ringed doves cooing. I can see the smile of summer all over the land. Mine in the summer, dear Heaven, make me worthy." "There is but one thing, Earle," she said. You will think I have changed, but I cannot help that. I want a quiet marriage. It would please me best if nothing were said, even about our engagement. But if I could go quietly to Linleigh and keep the secret of our marriage to ourselves, that is what I should really like, Earle." "Then it shall be so, my darling. Now do not give yourself one moment's anxiety. Shut those beautiful eyes and sleep all night, dreaming only of summer roses and your lover, Earle. I shall see your father tomorrow, and I shall tell him. He will be quite willing, I am sure." "You are very good to me, Earle," she said gratefully. "How foolish I was ever to think that I did not care for you, and to run away from you, was I not?" "That is all forgotten, love," he said, and she felt that she would have given the whole world if it had never happened. End of chapter 66. Recording by Gabby Cowan.